10 days into our Roman adventure, and it's going to be a wild ride from here. Last day of group matches today. Finals Friday tomorrow for the ECS, and of course the internationals on the weekend, leading in to the Euros of cricket starting on Monday. Settle in. 5 10-over matches on the way. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series, Italy, Rome, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Buongiorno, welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company. It is time for day 11 in this European Cricket Series. Today is the last day of group matches before we head into Finals Friday. Tomorrow in the ECS, with the top 4 teams will get the right to play for the trophy. International matches on the weekend featuring Italy, Finland and Austria. And of course, we are all gearing up for the ECC, which is now only 4 days away. 4 more sleeps. That is going to be massive. So we do have 5 matches today, and we're starting the day with match number 52. This is between Casalina and Asian Latina. I do have some toss news a little bit earlier. It was Casalina that won the toss. They've elected to bat. So Casalina, to this point, just the one win in the series. It has been a bit of a learning curve for them, but I do think they have some raw talent in there. Particularly, I think their fielding was brilliant yesterday. I'm just looking for improvement from them. I think that they've got some players with some experience, but a lot of players with next to no experience at this level of cricket. So it's been nice to watch their development. I think Interruption, he's had his hands full, I suppose, with the responsibility he's had leading this side, but you can expect him to open the batting and the bowling. And, they've got 3 matches today to finish their campaign, Casalina. Let's see if they can spring a surprise and maybe get a second win somewhere along the way. For Asian Latina, though, they had a horror start, didn't they, to the tournament. They lost their first 6 matches, but now they find themselves in the 4 after getting on a big winning streak. I think for them it's all about building momentum. They still do need to perform well today just to secure that top 4 spot. Kent Lanka have an outside chance of overlapping them, so they'll play later on. That could be a very interesting clash as well. But Asian Latina, watch out for Amandeep Singh. I think he's coming good at the right time. Again, maybe those 6 losses just spurred them on. They've got a little bit of extra hunger I can pick every time they get on the park, Asian Latina. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, we had a little bit of overnight rain, so the field might be a little bit slower, but not a lot slower. I think it drains pretty well here. A bit of cloud cover to start the day. Outside chance of a thunderstorm as well, but hopefully the rain stays away. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 27 degrees, currently about 23 to get this one started. So I think it'll be pretty nice conditions. The pitch has been well covered. Hopefully the rain doesn't intervene because we haven't had any issues with that so far. And hopefully we get plenty of sunshine and hot action out there in the middle. I am flying solo today. Nish is enjoying a day off in Rome. Hopefully he has a great day. I'm sure he'll be lurking from time to time. But why don't we head over to the central commentary position now with the news from the toss in match number 52 that Casalina, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat.
And once again, good morning to everyone. Great to have your company here for day 11. Hard to believe we are in the home straight now in Rome, and we have a big day ahead. Although there's some teams playing today that are kind of out of the picture, still plenty to play for, I think. There's a lot of pride at stake as well. And look at a team like Casalina, for example. It's been a steep learning curve for them throughout this series, but like I say, I'm really happy to see the level of improvement, particularly in their fielding, which I mentioned there in the introduction. Let's have a look back to yesterday, and we had some real entertainment, didn't we? Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and a big hello to all of our Bangla viewers who are watching right now. I saw a few of them in the chat as well. They started the day with a good win yesterday over Casalina, 135 to 77. Rajib and Chaudhry finishing the innings with a bang. That was after a slightly slow start from Rome Bangla. Their top order batters were just a little bit off yesterday. Indikasen, 31 for Casalina, but I like Madura Walagi. His bowling was very, very tight in the first half of match 47. And we saw Roma Gladiatori go down in a last ball thriller to Kent Lanka. How about Russell Jayawardena? 96 not out. He hit the last ball of the game for 6, needing 2 to tie or 3 to win, and he got Kent Lanka the win. That game went the full 20 overs. It was so exciting. Mubarak Hussain continued his good tournament for Gladiatori with 45, but it would ultimately be in a losing cause as Kent Lanka, it was a game that went toing and throwing in the end, it was Jay Warden that got going, found his mojo at the right time in the 10th over to drag Kent Lanka. Almost a golden ball there, but still no golden balls since July 22 on ECN. Rome Bangla then had a bit of an off game. Kent Lanka made it 2 in a row as Roman Bangla Morning Sun restricted to 90 in the 10 overs. Kent Lanka overhauling the target with plenty of balls to spare, 14 in fact. Nico Fernando with 52 over 21 was the instigator. Jay Warden played a bit of second fiddle in that game, but still got his team across the line. Shaminda with 4 for 10, super important, I think, for Kent Lanka, just in restricting Roma Bangla. And yeah, Kent Lanka, they haven't had a lot go their way, I suppose, but they put themselves in the frame on the back of those very good performances yesterday. Of course, Kent Lanka have 3 matches today to finish their campaign, and we'll see if it's good enough to get them into the 4. Gladiatori then finished their campaign with a win in match number 50. And this is the first time we've seen 84 or double digits defended on ECN since the 10th of July in Hungary when the blinders did that. So bit of a shocking batting innings from Gladiatori. I think Extras were the top scorer with 18, Zadran with 13 off 5. So when your top scorer only faces 5 balls, it's not great. Umiyanga's had a pretty good tournament. He's coming good for Casalina. I think he was important. But ultimately, they just fell off the pace at the end of that game. Casalina not getting a win there. And they would also struggle in match 51 against Roma Bangla Morning Sun when Casalina were able to manage 83, but they couldn't defend it. Roma Bangla Morning Sun getting away. Anik Ahmed with 60 was super important. He was the only one that really looked himself in what was a bit of an off day for the top order, like I said, for Roma Bangla. But Casalina, I like the batting of Harsha Pullan at the top of the order. I think that he provided a lot. Unfortunately, I see he's not on the side this morning, but he played some really nice shots. Anik Ahmed, though, player of the match for his 2 wickets and the 60 not out. So this is how the table looks. Now, look, first, second and third, they're set for me, but fourth still in play. Kent Lanka, if they could win all 3 games today, then potentially they can get ahead of Asian Latina. We know Gladiatori, they're no chance. We know Capanelli are no chance. No Casalina are no chance. So ultimately, you've got Asian Latina and Kent Lanka playing for that 4th spot today. So Asian Latina can certainly help their chances by putting away Casalina in the first game of the day, which brings us to where we are right now. Casalina winning the toss and electing to bat. Indika Sen, super important, leads the side. He's going to open the batting and probably the bowling for Casalina. Asian Latina, though, after a little bit of a break, they are back. They've lost their first 6 matches. They've won their next 6 matches, so they're on a winning streak. They're 30-run favourites here. No surprises there. And Asian Latina, former All-Italy champions, team that have qualified for an ECL, although their ECL they couldn't play. And you can see here, they are 79%. As we get ready for the first ball of the day. And it starts with a thick outside edge that's going to run for 4. So, a perfect start there. And so this is Charanjit Singh. That's going to disappear to the boundary. So decent start there. Starts matter, don't they? Indika Sen will feel pretty good to get off the 0. Did have a couple of struggles with some derricks he collected early on. But Indika, he's a very experienced cricketer. He's played a lot of what we call softball cricket, or at a slightly different form of the game. He's got very good hand-eye coordination. Charanjit, good comeback from him. And another good delivery. Asian Latina, their program today, they play Casalina first up, obviously, here. And they will play Kent Lanka in match 55, the 4th match of the day. And depending on how things go, it could be quite an important game as far as qualification goes. But Kent Lanka, they've got some work to do. Taking on Roma CC, but Roma CC essentially, they're already qualified, and I wonder what sort of Roma CC side we'll see trotted out. Roma CC, the league leaders at the moment, playing the 2nd and 3rd matches of the day against Kent Lanka and then against Casalina, matches 53 and 54. Quick hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Dave B. Nice to have you with us. Hello to Jules Udebridge as well. Another edge flies away. This is handled down there. That's by young Maneem Mohammed. What a journey he's had in this European Cricket Series. Adiri Palegi is the other opener. We'll also have the gloves today, in this match at least, for Castellina. We've got a few options with the gloves. Umi Younger can keep a bit, but he's been so good in the field. So we're deciding to keep him out there running around. Ochige, who's done some keeping, is not in the side for this match. Yeah, nice little cut shot there from Adiri Palegi to get his innings going as Castellina get a boundary, but not a lot more off that first over. It's 6 without loss. I know a lot of people excited about the ECC, and we continue to count down. And in fact, now we are talking 4 days to go. So the 4 days of cricket before the ECC, you've got today, which is the last day of qualifying, if you like, for this Rome ECS. Tomorrow's finals Friday. Saturday and Sunday, we have an international tri-series between Italy, Austria and Finland. And then Monday, we start up. Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, biggest and best ever. 31 nations, unbelievable. 31 nations, 109 matches over 4 weeks. 1 European champion. And a few people ask me for my tips. My tip is, expect the unexpected. There's Jashanpreet. He's just going to take his place behind the stumps. Yeah, some concerns about a thunderstorm that may or may not turn up this morning. It's kind of a little bit eerie at the moment. I can hear thunder. And I can hear quite a lot of it actually. So the light rain starts to fall. So, and the light rain now becoming medium rain. And I feel like with this continuing, it might get worse before it gets better. And I'm also a bit worried about the cube. There's a few gaps in it. So, I'm not so sure we're gonna continue in this. There's a lot of blue sky around though, but you can actually see it on your screen. We're 1 over in here, 6 without loss. And you can see there, Adiri Palegi saying, hey, we're still playing, are we? So we'll give it a chance to stop, I guess, as Dinsa is going to take over in over number 2. Swing and miss first up. Yeah, it's so strange. And we got blue sky kind of behind the batter or above the batter. Hits away, and this is going to be a great pickup down there. And the rain came for 30 seconds. It's still sprinkling. Yeah, obviously the crew working hard to make sure everything's protected. And that's what we're working on at the moment. Yeah, but it's the first time we've really seen any rain during play hours. I think there was a little bit overnight, so I'm told. Nice shot. Really nice shot by Indikasan. And that'll run away for 4. You can see the rain just slowing down the field a touch, but only a touch. That ends up flying to the boundary. Rain seems to have eased up a bit now, which is good news. Swing and a miss. And he misses out on that one. That was a good little practice shower, because I can see exactly which parts of my computer are going to get wet. Hello to Iggy Mitchell. You're watching from the UK, Iggy. Hopefully you're well. Now sort of leg glance, and there's vacant space down here. Will that run to the rope? Just. So Indicat gets another boundary. Trying to make something happen in this power play. And he does have that natural backing wave movement. I'd actually think if he's going to do that, and it's a habit that's going to be hard for him to break now, maybe he should actually start a little bit further in front of off stump. because sometimes he just finds it hard to access balls that are outside the off stump. That's cracking shot, really good shot. It's more of a stand and deliver job there from Indigasan as he finishes the second in style. And it's the end of the over. The score is 19 without loss. Really nice, easy swing of the bat there. Pure timing from Indigasan. Dinser goes for 13 in his over. Look at the table. Latina can move up to 14 here. But then if Ken Lanka were to win their last 3 games, they could end up on 14, but that would involve beating Asian Latina. And it would require an upset from Kent Lanka as well to knock over Roma CC. But I just feel like that could be on the cards. Roma CC undefeated, but really chance maybe to give some other players a run today as well. Essentially, they've locked up top spot. So you always go into every game trying to win, but Roma CC may kind of just keep a bit in the tank, and whispers I'm getting that Maragi might have the day off for them. I guess we'll have to see what team they name. It'll be second match of the day and third match of the day for the hosts. And Sukbir comes in over number 3. Paligi. Basically hits it straight back to him. Yeah, so I've got to say well done to the umpires. It was quite a heavy shower, but they said, look, we're not going to go off just yet. We'll wait and see if it subsides, and it has really. Oh, wow. Well, what's this hit? Might have just flicked the pad. No, it's hit nothing. That keeper just not picking that. Yeah, right, has hit nothing. I think Jashanpreet Singh just assumed that would hit something. It didn't. He got done by the line of the ball, so a bonus 4 runs to Casalina. This is a wide, better take by Jashanpreet this time. Hello to Sam Downs. What a pleasure to see you in the chat, Sam. How have you been? Just flicked off the stumps. Nice shot this. That could run away. How far? Far enough. Well, closest to the pin. As Adira Paligi gets his first boundary. That's a nice, easy shot. I suppose a bit risky. Takes it off what I thought was middle stump, but times it very nicely. Sukbir just losing his run. Asian Latina, what a crazy start they had to the tournament. 0-6 after 2 days, but they're undefeated since then. I did say they're the best team I've ever seen with a 0-6 record. Gets this one past the outside edge. Yeah, I want to say big hello to Nish as well. I know he's probably lurking at the moment, but he certainly earned his day off. Doing a good job over Sunday, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Gave me a little bit of a breather on Monday and Tuesday. And I know that Nish will become a tourist today in Rome for the first time. So I know he's planning to get into the city and check out some of the sights. Nice little dab shot here, tests the fielder. But Maneem is up to the test. Irupalegi gets a single. Jules saying it's good to see the ECC on his Sky planner for next week. Well, that's good to hear, Jules. Of course, if you look at our social media, you can see all the different channels the ECC will be on. Also, if you check out our social media, you can normally find a way to watch on there as well. I'm going to make it as accessible for everyone as possible. Indigasan opens up, hits this, not quite hard enough to get it for 4. Should get a fairly comfortable 2. That'll be the end of the power play. So no wickets down for Casalina. And not a bad scoring rate either. It's 31 without loss after 3. Yeah, so rain's pretty much stopped. We've got a few sprinkles left, but yeah, I'm going to say well done to the officials. They handled that situation well. 6-13 and 12 in the power play for Casalina. So now Amandeep is going to come on. He'll probably roll his fingers on a few here. He's a guy that can bowl quicker, but I think he's found that these little off breaks have been pretty effective. And he's very tall, so he gets good natural bounce. He's over number 4. Gets first ball just to shape away a little bit. Bit of an arm ball there from Amandeep first up. This one just cut away by Virupaligi. He's just got the one boundary so far. Just be a single. So you can see Amandeep, he'll get through his overs pretty quick. Just try and squeeze the batter basically. You can see on Asian Latina their shirts, they have a little bit of a horse logo. That's because of the connection to Dharminder Singh, who plays in this team. Has his own ground as well. And he's very into the horses, and that's a big part of their character as a club. Nice little touch as well. There's some talk about this ground and the Asian Latina ground sharing some World Cup qualifying hosting duties next year, which will be pretty exciting. There's the first wicket of the day, and Amandeep gets one through Indica Sand. Yeah, just bowled it straight, waited for the miss, and it came from Indica. Doesn't miss many, but he gets rock and rolled, and that is the first wicket of the day. And the score is 32 for 1. And here comes the rain again. It's been an annoying kind of few overs with the rain. Probably never completely stopping. And again, you can see some blue sky there, so I wonder if they'll just persist with this for a little while. But yeah, when it's heavy, it's been quite heavy. This is probably the heaviest it's been so far, and I think they're deciding to come off. And seems like a sensible decision. And I said when it gets heavy, it's going to get very heavy. So we know this can happen here. It's happened before in Rome. You can get some pretty dramatic storms. And I'll say everyone's gotten off pretty close, except for Kulveer. So everyone's sprinted back. And Kulveer has decided that he's going to come off in his own time. And you can see Kulveer there. If it was a race, I think it's clear that he's 11th in the race. So we're going to have to have a quick interruption here. So, well, hopefully this is a quick interruption. So we might just leave you for a few moments, and we'll come back to you in a few minutes. But yeah, this is basically what we've just seen. It was really a case of some people getting off quickly and some people getting off not so quickly. And so, yeah, they're going to get the cover the pitch. I've got a feeling this might just be a short interruption. So what we might do, we might just have a quick break. Got to say well done to Leslie and all the staff. Well, that's why Durham stayed out there. He said, I'll help with the covers. That's good thinking. Like I said, I can still see a little bit of blue sky around. It seems like it's just a passing shower, though it is heavy enough to take the players off the field. So we'll take a quick break. Back soon with more. Back soon with an update here. You're watching the European Cricket Series, Italy, Rome.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. And as we expected, it was just a quick interruption due to that passing storm. And so now we are getting back into this match, and just a slight adjustment to the playing conditions for this one. Instead of a 10-over match, we have lost an over per side, so it's a 9-over match, still 3-over power play, although we're out of the power play now in the first innings. Maximum of 2 overs remains per bowler, and there'll be a slight adjustment, very minor adjustment, I think, for Duckworth Lewis Stern at the end of the first innings. And so, yeah, we're going to continue the play with 32 for 1, the score. Castellina in the 4th over. Amdip Singh has just taken a wicket, and now it's bowling to Umayunga, who had to wait a while. Well, Durham, who, let's just say he wasn't sprinting off for that rain break, was he? With the people that wanted to get out of the rain, the people that were pretty calm about it. I'd say Kulveer was the latter. Does well to field that one. It's been a brilliant over, though, from Amdeep Singh. Amdeep will finish it. Getting stroked away for a single. Umayunga's off the mark, and that's the end of the 4th over. And the score is 33 for 1. Yeah, so I'm just happy that we're up and going again with no significant delays there. This is where we are now. So the reason, some people will say, well, why is there going to be a DLS adjustment? It's to do with the fact that, theoretically at least, Castellina, if they knew it was a 9-over game, they may have been a little bit more attacking so far. And so it'll be a very minor adjustment. It might be a run or two, I'd imagine. But anyway, Onkar is having a very good series. He's going to bowl over number 5. Even though I've seen sometimes with the adjustment at 0, but it's just one of those things. Let the mathematicians do their job. Oh. Jashanpreet needed to get up to the stumps a little bit. He found himself kind of reaching at least too far back. And so, yeah, maybe even if he gathers that, perhaps the batter gets home. Now flicked away. They should get 2 here if they run hard. And they will fairly comfortably. As the keeper, Jashanpreet, has to do the fielding. Yeah, as predicted. And we are back, and yeah, it was predicted that there'd be a slight thunderstorm, but yeah, slight is the word. It was pretty heavy while it was here, but it didn't take a lot of time to sweep through. Good to have you back. Ball probably would have been a wide, but it's cut away by Umayunga for a single. Onkar's a really talented bowler. I could actually seen him bowl left-handed as well, just in practice. And he's a very talented cricketer. And we've seen Hira doing that for Rombangla Morning Sun. I haven't seen him bowling left-handed in the game as yet. He sneaks this one inside, but that's something that I'd be continuing to work on if I was him. He's got really good instincts as a spin-up, Onkar Singh. He's got good bounce and a bit of spring in his step. Gets hit this time, but straight to Amandeep Singh. And I like this kind of double spin attack of Amandeep and Onkar through this period, just to kind of choke the innings a little bit, get through the overs quickly. There's only been 4 off this over so far. Last ball coming up. Umayunga wants a boundary. Probably go on the charge here. That stays at home. It's called a wide. I think that's the correct call. Solomon Said had to think about it, but I think he makes the right decision. Now gets a bit creative, Umayunga. Does he get enough on this to get to the fence? Yes, he does. So he gets something out of the over in the end. The over ends up going for 9. Maybe just a little bit too straight there from Onkar. It was working well for him. Just getting it just inside the tram line. Maybe gets a bit greedy there, as it's the end of the 5th over. The score is 42 for 1. I know a lot of people excited about the ECC, and so am I. And I'm getting lots of questions about where is it, what's happening, and These are the 6 groups. How it works basically is that each group plays a 3-day mini tournament involving those 5 teams. The 3rd day is a finals day involving the top 4 of those 5. And as we see a catch down to Charanjit Singh, who takes it. So Interruption batted through the first 5 overs, but he holes out. Didn't quite get the elevation to get it over Charanjit Singh. He's a very safe pair of hands, even in slightly greasy conditions. So that's the 2nd wicket down. It is 42 for 2. Nicely held. So, all right, we've been doing this game. Let's roll a dice. I've rolled number 6, which is Group F, Team 5. Okay, well, we've got Norway there at the bottom of Group F, but I don't really see them staying at the bottom of Group F. Group F's the one that a lot of people are calling the Group of Death because there's no real easy teams in there. Luxembourg actually a pretty good side. When we last saw Luxembourg on the network, I don't think they played most of the players that will play in the ECC, but Norway, watch out for Willie Gorry. He took the first ever T10 international hat-trick. They've got Raza Iqbal at the top. He's a very experienced campaigner. He's also a very good spin bowler. Probably my favourite player, though, from Norway is Mohamed Sher Sahak, who is absolute maniac. I love watching him bat. Group F should be a real good one. I think he just gets a little edge on this, onto the pad and squeezed away. And yeah, umpire just making a little mini signal saying there's a little bit of bat on that. So Pro Tatagi gets off the mark. And so Norway, certainly were pretty impressive when we've seen them in ECI cricket this year. Maybe it's their year. It's good bowling by Amandeep, who's really tied things up. 2 for 3, and you can see he's hustling to get back, and basically don't give the batter too much time to think. Well, he didn't have to think. He just swung, and he swung hard, and finally we got one here on day 11. A Maximo to Mayanga. This one didn't have as much kind of loop on it. It was probably a little bit flatter from Amandeep. Nice shot. Sorely needed for Casalina. Now drags this one down to long on. It's been a good spell for Amandeep. 2 for 10 his figures. He's got 1 ball to go at Pro target. Oh, goes around it as the 50s come up, and that's the end of the 6th over. It's 50 for 2. Hopefully we don't have any more rain interruptions. Actually, the first time that rain has forced the players off the field. And we've already completed 10 days. This is the 11th in the tournament. 19 for Indigosan, the captain of Casalina, who's basically taken on the challenge of developing this side. And apart from that, Umiyanga certainly getting better as the tournament goes along. I think Poro Tutagi is very good with the ball. With the bat, I still think he's trying to work out a way to score quicker. Easier said than done. This is in the air. Charanjit again should swallow it, and he will. So Umiyanga, the next man to go. Onkar with his first wicket of the day. Again, I like the intent there, but yeah, maybe just needed to have a bit more oomph in it, as it's kind of timed down the ground, but straight into the waiting hands of Charanjit Singh, his 2nd catch of the morning. And the score now is 50 for 3. So bring Aruna Udugamage to the crease at number 5. So remember, it's a 9 over match, so there's this 1 and 2 more. The playing conditions actually don't change too much from 10 to 9, so it's still 2 overs maximum per bowler. Still going to be a 3 over power play in the 2nd innings. It only reduces if it's 8 overs or less, and there will be a slight adjustment. First ball from Udugamage, just played away, no run, 1 run. Porutagi gets the strike back. Misses hit up in the air, but it finds space. Just inside, they're going to go for two. Very good throw, might have had them in trouble. But in the end, they will get back for 2 runs. This is hit leg side, and Amandeep closes the hole pretty quickly. Now, this is a catch for Durham, and he'll take it as easy as you like. Didn't have to move, and I think that's the way he likes it. Azuda Gamage just tries to hit leg side, gets a bit of a leading edge, and Onkar gets another one. I think that's all about the bounce as well. Durham's such an interesting player. Actually bats with his hands the wrong way around the bat. Or I suppose the other way around on the bat is a better way to say it. But, he's a bit of a character, and he had a big smile on his face after pouching that opportunity. That's the end of Gamage for the 1 run. The score is 54 for 4. This will bring out Madura Walagi, who is certainly impressed with the ball yesterday. And he'll come out with just over 2 overs remaining. Onkar, another good shift from him, 2 for 13 off his spell with 1 ball remaining. And he gets this one past the bat of Romesh first up. And so that's the end of 7 overs. Gasolina 54 for 4. Tick under 8 over at the moment. Onkar will bowled. And so 2 overs to go. As we say in 9 over cricket, it all happens in the 8th. As we look at some of the events coming up on ECN over the next few weeks and a couple of months actually, because we're about 3 months left in the season. So we're going to finish up 22nd of December. Currently it's the 21st of September. So the ECIs in Rome should be wonderful this weekend. I'll be here for the first part of that before I leave it to Nish and have to head to Spain to prepare for the ECC starting Monday. Croatia, Malta and Spain, Barcelona, before we head back to Khartoum for the ECCW. First time we've had that tournament. Charanjit comes back. And as predicted, the double spin attack of Amandeep and Onkar been pretty effective at shutting the gate in the middle overs. You've got Charanjit bowling this one. You can basically choose Hashmat Dinza or Sukhbir to bowl the 9th and final. In the air, doesn't get it far enough to present a catching opportunity for Sukhbir. Yeah, so remember, at the end of this 9 overs, because they batted the first 3.4 under the impression they get the full 10 overs, there'll be a minor adjustment in the score. Normally what happens, it'll go up a run or 2. And there's Charanjit. It's this past the outside edge of Madura Walagi. Yeah, just a reminder of what happened due to that really short interruption. It was just a few minutes, but it's reduced the game from 10 overs to 9 overs. So it's clipped away. Madura Walagi will get a run here. A few people enjoying the work of Durham this morning. Not only in the catch, but I love the way that everyone else sprinted off the field. He said, no, it's only rain. I'm not too bothered. Oh, that's pretty close to knocking out the off stump. Porutagi batted a bit of time yesterday, but just had problems scoring at what you'd call an average rate or better in this form of the game. But they're a developing team, no doubt. Gasolina, limited experience at this level of the game. I think that shows, but also they've also had the right attitude, I think. You can see there, Portagi's trying to make something happen there, but Charanjic gets good shape on that. Just whistles past the outside edge of the bat. That's the end of the 8th over, and it's 56 for 4. Very tight over there. Just the 2 singles off it from Charanjit Singh. So looking at the run rate graph there, well, it's 7 and over. And if they score 7 off this, 63, might got to, let's say 65, something like that, with the DLS. Always curious to try and guess what the DLS will spit out. Dinza getting the last over then. Oh, that was a nasty blow first up as Rubalagi swings hard. It hits him instead of him hitting it. Good to see the players hustling through, even though there's no real issues with the time. Now, yeah, once again, gets through quickly. Oh, now they're going to take it on. And, well, he's going to be a run out. Now, it's basically strike 3 for Madurahagi. To be honest, I'm pretty sure Jashabreed is trying to hit the stumps at the keeper's end, but misses. So the batters get what they want, which is to change the strike. And Portagi saying, look, if you're not going to hit any, you're going to have to try something else. It's almost like it's what we call like a delayed steal in baseball. You're saying, okay, you're going to wait till the keeper thinks you're not going to run, and then you're just going to take off. And so, yeah, I suppose it's worth changing the strike. An acceptable out. 56 for 5, 3 to come. Oh, he actually gets this, but he wraps it straight to the keeper. It's a bit unlucky, actually, from Portagi. He has the right idea, and he actually does hit it, but it's not deflected enough to get it away from the keeper. Probably pretty lucky he doesn't get caught. 2 to come. Well, hits this straight. Again, will they try for 2 here, or will they let Gunasekara have a ball? Looks like it'll be the latter. So 57. Just a shade over a runner ball at the moment. And they'll miss. And actually, they might get away with this, because I think it'll be a bite. It's actually pretty clever. Waits till he throws, says, okay, well, I'm going to go back in, and now I'm going to run. So, innovative stuff. And I weren't hitting many, I suppose. The boundaries dried up, and in fact, we just had the 6 fours and a Maximo in the innings, but we didn't have any boundaries in the last 3 overs. And so that was it's always going to be a little bit tough. They're going to finish on 58 for 5. I think with an adjustment, it may go up a run or 2. That's my guess. But we'll have confirmation of what that target will be when we return. But right now, why don't we go and have a look back at the first innings of the day. Gasolina finishing 58 for 5. Winning the toss, electing to bat here in match 52. A team that is still gaining experience. I think that's also what the European Cricket Series is about. Is giving players more of a taste of organised cricket. This was probably the quickest we saw anyone move as the batters scampered off after 3.4 overs. Not everyone was running that fast, mind you, but we just lost the 1 over per innings. Amandeep and Onkar, I think, were really effective in the middle, just shutting things down. Although, I mean, you can see the intents there. That was the only Maximo of the innings that was struck by Umayanga, who put together a pretty nice 15. Indigo Sen first up with 19, but they're still not quite there, I think. But certainly better for the experience. That found this one go into his gravitational pull, and then late in the piece, just trying to find a way to at least change the strike or grab an extra run or two here or there. Had to work very hard for their runs. And pretty clever last ball. I mean, that's a good heads-up play to get back in your crease and sneak an extra run. So 58 the score. Like we said, because of the mid-innings interruption, we'll have a slight change in the target. We may not. It depends whether it is an adjustment of 0 or an adjustment of a run or two up, I think, for Castellina, who scored 58, 19 for Interruption off 12 balls. He did strike 4 boundaries and played some nice shots in there, the captain. Apart from that, Umiyanga reached double figures, but no one else could. And pretty disciplined stuff, just the 2 wides and the 9 overs as well. And so I think Asian Latina will be pretty happy with their work so far. They'll be setting up on the chase in just a few minutes' time. 2 wickets for Amandeep and Onkar. I think they deserved them too, with the slow bowling. Very skillful in the middle, and really none of the bowlers were too expensive at all. Bit of a team effort with Charanjit, Hashmat and Sukhbir rounding out the unit. We'll take a break and we'll be back just before we go. As predicted, it's a 2-run addition due to DLS. So picked that one right. Wished my lottery picks would be that good. So it'll be a target of 61, an adjustment of +2 for Castellina due to that mid-innings reduction. So we'll be back in a few minutes with the chase. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you in just a few minutes for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company. It's day 11, last day of qualifying matches in this European Cricket Series, and we're halfway through the first game of the day. Right now, we are getting ready for the second innings. Now, Castellina won the toss. They elected to bat. They put 58 on the board in a 9-over innings in the end. And they did have an adjustment, as predicted. The score did go up. We thought originally it was 2 runs that were added. In the end, it was just the 1 run added. Second opinion. So instead of the target being 59 as it normally would be, the target is 60 using the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. And some people are wondering why that is. In theory, and it's very, very slight adjustment, just because it's only a very, very slight adjustment in the amount of overs, that in the first 3.4 overs, Castellina were under the impression they were going to get 10 overs. And so when the game was reduced to 9 unexpectedly, I guess in theory they would have batted a little bit more attacking. And we mean a little bit. And they've been credited with 1 extra run. So that's all very, very correct. I don't think Asian Latina will mind too much. They can certainly increase their chance of qualifying for the 4 with a successful chase here. Whether it's 59 or 60 or 61, I don't think they'll be too bothered. They're going to go out there. They're going to attack. They're going to hope to start building and keep their winning streak going. Of course, they lost their first 6 matches in the tournament, but they've won their last 6. And they play Castellina this morning. They play Kent Lanka later on today. And they'll be wanting to continue their good form. ECN is going to open up for Castellina. So you saw there on the adjustment slide that still a 3-over power play. Still maximum 2 overs per bowler. Let's get going, and it's going to start with a 6. Well, there we go. Statement of intent right there. Maximo. And Sukhbir Singh coming out. Gets enough width to free his arms and pounds it straight down the ground. Very confident start for Asian Latina. They're away. Indica's a very clever bowler. He's quite whippy off just a few steps. Hello to Keenan Tropicana. Nice to see you in the chat. Hello to Jules as well. Well done to Dave B. He predicted the +1. I got to say, I was the +2 man. I thought it was going to go 2 runs up, and then the initial information was that was what was going on, but double check. Well, sometimes there's some confusion. The computer will spit out what you think might be the pass score, but it's actually the target. I think that's what happened. This is hit off the back foot. Bit of rain has just slowed this field up a touch. Oh no, almost a collision between the keeper and the batter, but they will get back for 2. So normally the computer, I've seen the program they use, it'll say target something, and sometimes if you're not reading it carefully, you might think that's the pass score, and so the target's 1 more. So I think that's why initially we had target of 61 come through, but yeah, 60 is the correct Duckworth-Lewis target. It's pretty clever, actually, Duckworth-Lewis. You don't have to understand it to appreciate that it's a very good system. Before that, a number of systems were tried to determine targets and scores in reduced matches. Some of them had big consequences. Obviously, famously, the 92 World Cup. South Africa versus England. South Africa went from, I think, 23 runs off 13 balls to needing 22 off 1, which is very unfair. But yeah, sometimes you need to have a bit of a disaster like that to come up with better systems. And I think that there's some minor adjustments now to the system now and then, but yeah, it's a very good way to handle the issue. This pitch outside leg stump. He's going over the wicket now. Indica to Amandeep. He doesn't get off the mark here. It'll go down as a leg by. A little bit short this time, and it's pulled away nicely behind square by Sukhbir Singh. He looks on, doesn't he, at the moment. It's just not a good location. I think when Castellina have competed well in the field and with the ball, it's really been about the accuracy of their bowling. It's a better ball this time. Draws him forward, but still very, very good shot. And that's going to go all the way as well. Maximo! As the first over goes magical. That's a better ball, like I said, but he's looks in pretty good form this morning, Sukbir. He just went with it. And that is the end of the over. 21 without loss after one. And 3, 2, 1. Well, the countdown is going to be on to the ECC right now. The count's up with the golden ball. It's only the second time we've ever been up into the 300s. And so we're now 84 matches off the record of 405, which was set in mid-2022. Do believe if we don't get a golden ball, we'll overhaul that record in Group E of the ECC. But I just got a sneaky feeling it'll go off before 400. Having said that, I said that before 100 and 200 and 300. Is for Tatagi to continue the bowling. And just gets guided away by Amandeep for a long single. So yeah, Casalina, like I said, it's a learning curve for them. It takes me back to some other sides that, first time we've seen them in the European Cricket Series, they've been quite outclassed, but then you see them a year later and how far their cricket's come along. Gozo are a good example of that in Malta. This is wide and knocked down by Hidaru Paligi behind the stumps, but they will get an extra run. And really, if you want to step outside the president and think about what this is doing for these players, the fact that some of them are playing the 14 games or, at least 8, 9, 10 games at this level of cricket, that gives them a really good idea of what they need to do, what they need to work on to be competitive at this level. This is cracked away by Amandeep Singh, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Pretty good shot. Amandeep, remember the first time I saw him live, he cracked 124. He would love to have an innings or two like that in him before the end of this series. Asian Latina rooted to the bottom of the table after day 2 with 6 losses, but yeah, they've risen from the ashes, haven't they? Halfway there already after 8 balls. Bit of respect there as well. It's good delivery from Tatagi. And like I said, you can draw a straight line between when Casalina have got the ball in the right spot to better results. And also I think their fielding has improved a lot. We saw 2 very good direct hit run outs in 1 over yesterday from the Casalina side. Goes straight and goes long and goes high and goes Maximo. It's a brilliant shot, really. Angled in slightly towards middle and leg, but straight bat. And yeah, it was pure from Amandeep. A 24 required. 4 more of those. It looks like we'll have an early cup of coffee. Oh, goes again, but this time has he got it? Fielder comes around and taken. I've got to say, the fielding from Casalina has been brilliant, and this guy has been as good as anyone. Ravidu Umianga takes it over the shoulder. And so they do have something to celebrate, Casalina, as they get Amandeep for 13, and the first wicket falls 36 for 1. That will bring Charanjit Singh to the crease. Probably wondering a second ago whether he'd get about or not. Wide and nice bit of keeping to get down there. Jill said he remembers the 92 World Cup well. Bunked off school in the morning to watch the final. Didn't end well. Yeah, England-Pakistan in that final. I remember that I had a commitment that night in Australia and I missed the final. It's always been a regret. Saw highlights, of course. Australia didn't do too well in that tournament. Uh-oh, more work for the keeper. Again, does well to at least stop it. And I'll get 2 extra runs here. Dave's got a good question, and I was actually going to come to this. He was asking, would the inventors be impoverished? Duckworth Lewis are 2 different people. And actually, there's a third person that is now credited in the name. It's Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method now. Flicked away. This will be 4. So Sukbir finishes the second in style as well. I believe that one's just gone magical. Just like the first. 22 come off the second over. The score is 43 for 1. Yeah, so it was Frank Duckworth, I think, and Tony Lewis. And it was known as the Duckworth-Lewis method. Introduced in, I think, late 90s and adopted officially in 99. I actually remember, I think it was the Intercontinental Cup or whatever it used to be called, somewhere in Europe, before I was involved in European cricket. But one of the first games used turned out to be a tie. And so, a tie on Duckworth-Lewis back then. It's Stephen Stern has become the custodian of the method now. It was renamed in November 2014. This is hit straight. I think this will be a boundary as well. Charanjit gets off the mark. First legal ball he's faced, Madhuru Walagi, who's been a pretty good bowler for Gasolina. Not a bad ball, but again, you're probably running into guys, the oodles of experience, know how to handle themselves. Just get the feeling, or we might not get out of the power play here. Jules, yeah, in the chat, you're saying that about the same time I did. As this up in the air, and this is going to travel for 6. Maximo. Charanjit probably just happy to get a hit. He hits 2. And it's a nice little pickup shot. Not really being tested at the moment. The bowler's more or less hoping for about a mistake or a miss hit. Now more runs, and that'll tie the scores. Maximo. Charanjit goes bang, bang, bang. He's 16 off 3. And as predicted, I think this could be all she wrote. In fact, we might have 3 magical overs if they can finish with a boundary here. I think that's the way they want to do it. And it will be a boundary. So all over Red Rover, and Asian Latina do it within the power play in the end. And they win this game with a bunch of balls to spare. In fact, I think it will be 50 balls to spare. Is it that many? No, it probably won't be that many. It'll be 38 balls to spare. There we go. 38 balls to spare. Can't be 50 because it's only a 54 ball innings. But still, it's a pretty comprehensive victory. We'll have an extended break then. We'll be back in around about 45 minutes, taking to the second game of the day, Roma CC versus Kent Lanka. Kent Lanka winning the toss, sending in Roma CC. Marage is in the side. So a bit of fake news from me early that he might be arrested. Samarakun has been doing some good things this week. So that will be 45 minutes away as we look back at the highlights of this very brief innings from Asian Latina, requiring just under the 3 overs and just 3 batters to get the job done. And just it's like golfing class. That was pretty obvious to see. Asian Latina then extend their winning streak to 7 matches now after losing the first 6. Now they have a winning record. It's taken them over a week to do it, but they have turned things around and got 1 foot in the finals. They'll have to secure it, I think, with a win over Kent Lanka later on, or a good performance against Kent Lanka later on. But yeah, they certainly look like a team that deserve to be in the 4 after those hardships of day 1 and day 2. Sukbir leads the scoring with 23 off 6. Charanjit with 20 off just 4 balls. Amandeep with 13 for. He was the only man to fall. 3 magical overs, and Asian Latina are the victors in match number 52. 6 wides and a leg by against a side of Gasolina. Not really getting the consistency that they would hope for, although we have seen some improvement from them all the way. Pro Tatagi does have a wicket to show for it, but like we said, pretty expensive stuff for the bowlers. Gasolina, again, they've still got 2 more matches, and we'll see if they can come up with a second win, but it's not going to be easy for them. in this European Cricket Series. But like we said earlier, lots of occasions in the European Cricket Series where we've seen teams struggle at their first attempt but come back a lot stronger. And I certainly hope that's the case for Castellina as well. We'll be back then in around about 45 to take you into the second match of the day. Have an extended break, maybe have a cup of tea and a snack. Maybe you could have an egg in the hole, but I'll have a break as well. And I'll see you the other side of this extended break for match number 53 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company after a bit of an extended break this morning. Back at the Roma Cricket Ground. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on day 11 of this ECS. Of course, it's the last day of qualifying matches before finals Friday tomorrow. And then, of course, we've got internationals across the weekend. And then, don't forget, the Euros of Cricket, probably our biggest tournament of the year, starting on Monday in Spain. So we are now rolling into the second game of the day after a bit of an early finish, like we said, in the first game of the day. It's going to be the host, Roma CC, undefeated. Will they stay that way? They're taking on Kent Lanka in match number 53. A little bit earlier, we had Mars Bayaji conducting the coin toss as Ian has his day off. Let's see what happened between these two teams.
Roma CC's home team, so they're going to toss the coin, and Kent Lanka is going to call. Tails is the call, and tails it is. So Kent Lanka wins the toss and chooses to bowl first.
So there you go. It was Kent Lanka winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Kent Lanka, big day for them. If they're perfect today, they could potentially play their way into the final four. It'd be quite the comeback story, as you can see. And you can see, well, for some reason, that's a blast from the past, match 44. But I can tell you here, match number 53 on the way. Anyway, so a few late changes there, just throwing. And, Roma CC, yeah, a few late changes, unfortunately, to their squad. No Muragi. And so almost ready to get going. Having a look at the who will win. Well, no surprises there, although I think perhaps this is underestimating Kent Lanka's chances in this game. One that model wouldn't take into account is potentially the fact that Roma kind of caught short a little bit. They've got a 12-0 record, but Kent Lanka with a lot to play for. Roma CC, I'm not saying you ever want to lose a game, but probably a lot of pressure on this winning streak. They would have to lose a game somewhere along the line. They want it to be today, not tomorrow, put it that way. But, yeah, no Muragi in the side. They do have one big in, Roma CC, and that's Akash Wadewalagi. And so Nico Fernando is going to get us going with some spin. And, wow, first ball gets away and slips out of the hand. Well, Samarakun facing up, but yeah, this is the last thing we're expecting, really. Nico Fernando could bowl a bit of pace and spin. I don't know what that was. It was maybe a third option. Now he goes back to the pace, which has served him well the last couple of days. Much better ball, but it's whacked away and it's going to blast through Imukti. So there's 4 runs, and we're up and going. So, yeah, welcome back to everyone. And Kent Lanka, like I said, they can work their way in, but they're going to have to come across, and that looks more like a match 53. Samaragi late in for Dinadu Muragi, but you can see that Roma CC, some last-minute circumstances have forced them down to 10, going for 13 in a row. Kent Lanka trying to get back to 7-7 today, in which case they'd be a good chance of reaching the finals, but they're going to need to come up with an upset here, and Samarakun is a guy who, believe it or not, he was listed 11 for a fair few of the early games. It was fighting a little bit of an injury, and now he's back and doing a very good job at the top of the order. Interesting, they have opened with Wadewalagi, who's into the side. Very good player, had a good ECL for Roma CC. Has been playing some club cricket in England, but now he's back just in time for the final. So a chance for him to have a hit, and also he's a very good left-arm spinner. This is another shot that's probably going to make it to the boundary. It does. So Fernando not having too much luck here early on in this one. Maybe you can let us know what you got up to in the break. I was just catching up on a few things, looking ahead to the ECC. This one worked away by Samarakun, so we'll get to see Akash facing up for the first time in the series. Well, they wouldn't want to start losing games now that Akash is in the side. They'll think he's the jinx, but he's a really good player. And he provides a lot to this team, not only in the batting, but the bowling as well. Very solid cricketer. Pulled away, and Madua Walagi is off the mark first up. There's Aroma, slightly different looking lineup. Still will get Relive back behind the stumps. You know, he took a bit of a breathe up from his regular position earlier in the week. Last ball of the over. Samarakun grabs a tight single, and we get to the end of one. The score is 16 without loss. So I know that a lot of people gearing up for the ECC, the Euros of cricket, and now only 4 more sleeps. It's a big few days for us here at the network. Today, probably the only real storyline is whether Kent Nugget can steal for Spotify and Latina. Those two teams will meet the 4th game of the day, but Kent Nugget would also probably have to pull this one out against the host, but probably got him at a good time. Yeah, 4 days until the ECC. Spain-France is the first game. This is going to be Kaminda Karunanayaka to bowl over 2. And this is stroked up in the air. A chance should be taken, and it is taken. Nicely held by Tahir Khan down the ground, then bowls it back in. Bocce style as Karunanayaka gets the big breakthrough. That's a welcome bit of respite for Kent Lanka, who didn't have the best first over, but the second certainly starts well for them. And the score is 16 for 1. Disappointment for Tushara Samarakun. He just hit that pretty well, but he got under it too much, didn't he? And Tahir with an excellent catch down the ground. This will bring Charles Fernando to the crease. And I know that he's having a very good series. He's played all the games and had a lot of success with the bat and the ball. Yeah, Charles is a much sought after player, relocated, I think, in the last 12 months, and now part of this Roma CC lineup. Saw him at the ECL as well. Roma CC, they're in the frame, I think, to qualify again. There's a lot of cricket still to be played in Italy domestically, and probably should know the ECL qualifier within around 6 weeks or so. Charles just has a look at this one. First up from Karunanayaka. He's not the quickest, but he just tries to put the ball in dangerous areas. Again, pretty good ball, and it's almost caught. Well, that would have been an all-time great catch. It was a full-on dive, double-handed. How about this for an effort? I think that's Ishan Shaminda, who's taken some brilliant catches in this tournament, and he had to brace for impact. It would have been player of the day stuff. Not the first time Shaminda's featured in that either. Karunanayaka could have had 2. Pulls him a little bit wider, just sneaks it in. and want to welcome everyone in the chat. Great to have your company. And do you think that Kent Lanka can upset the apple cart here and hand Roma CC their first loss? On the charge this time, Wadua Walagi gets a second run. And Dave had a question about the ECC, about France, and yeah, latest information is Nabi has been removed from the squad. The management did not give him permission to meet the team in Spain. They wanted him to go to France and do a running test first. So that's why. It's information I've got. No Nabi for France. Big call. Disappointing, I think, for the ECN viewers that saw exactly what Nabi could do. And Lord knows France could probably use another genuine out-and-out bat, especially no Gus McKeon in the squad. A little bit short, pulled away. Straight to the field. End of the second over. A much better one for Kent Lanka, as Kurunanaka only concedes 3, and the score is 19-1 after 2. Yeah, I suppose the proof is in the pudding. France can get the job done, and we know how strong their bowling is. But they also have left Usman Khan out, which seems like a strange selection. We have seen France a fair bit on the network this year. Kent Lanka 4 and 7. Their best case scenario is win all 3 games, get up to 14 points, and have some big wins in there so that they can sneak past Asian Latina, who, if Kent Lanka win all of their games, they'll finish on 14 points, Asian Latina. So there is a way in, but it involves winning and winning well. That's the main storyline today. Edged and gone. So Fernando's a big wicket, and Fernando gets the wicket on the battle of the Fernandos. Nico wins this one. We know that Charles occasionally can miss out outside that off stump. It was a good area to bowl. And so, yeah, good start this now for Kent Lanka, despite everything kind of going wrong in the first over since then. It's been all the men in orange as Roma CC lose another big hitter. It's 19-2. Hello to Rob Thompson, good to have you with us as well. This is Prithuvi Samaragi, who's coming out to bat in the number 4 position. So Roma CC, I mean, is this the bad performance they had to have? I mean, it's still early, and they're going fine. But I mean, Kent Lanka, like I said, as they lose this one, it's pretty much all over Ed Rover for their finals qualification hopes. So yeah, it's a big match certainly for one of these teams, and you just wonder if that's enough to overcome the theoretical disadvantage of playing against the top team, the undefeated team in the competition. Samaragi is a good player, but I don't think he's been as consistent as he would have hoped in the series. He's got another level which we haven't seen him get to that often. It's well bowled as well. Wadua Walagi just drives this for no run. A little dab shot, gets past the fielder. Should cut it off in the second attempt. It does. They push him with the throw, and they get back for 2. Nico, much better in this over. Decided he was going to take on another over despite going for 3 consecutive boundaries in over number 1, starting with a big no ball as well. Just slipped out, which can happen. Oh, now a bit of innovation from Wadua Walagi, and he just paddles it over the fence. Maximo. What a shot that is. There's every chance that was going to crash into the leg stump. Wadawalagi premeditates that and gets it away. It's a comfortable kind of length to play that shot as well. Fuller might have been a bit tough up. Last ball at the power play. Oh, now he just ramps into his own head. Oh, that's a classic. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The gap was still there, so he says, I'll take it on again. And once again, so happy. And batter electing to use the helmet as we get to the end of the power play. And the score is 28 for 2, so probably honours to Kent Lanka, you'd have to say. Especially in overs 2 and 3. 16, 3 and 9, the power play. Into the middle overs then, up to 5 outfielders can be used from this point forward. So, start of the 4th. First one stroked away. It catches Takiri Adura lying down. A bit of an early siesta maybe, but he does make the stop. Oh, something's got to give here. We saw it basically give with an innovative shot from Wadua Walagi last over. That resulted in 6. Now this is in the air. It's going to have enough bat to get over the infield, and Wadua is going to get 4. So kind of opened up that side by backing away a little bit, threw the bat at it. And good hand-eye. He's deliberately going up and over the top there, getting 4 runs. Let's try something similar this time. Doesn't have too much pace to work with from Kurunanaka. You see Kent Lanka trying to get some enthusiasm bubbling around the field. I mean, they know that this is a huge game for them. They all are really. Wow, that's a shot and a half, isn't it? From Wadua. Instead of backing away, gets across this time. He smashes it over the leg side. Maximo. Little fake step, steps back, gets back and across. Absolutely pounds it. This guy will be hungry for runs. Okay, maybe some of his teammates, 12 wins in a row, that might be coasting a little bit, but this guy coming in for his first game of the series, he's hungry for runs. Now he goes reverse. Picks out the fielder, Pereira, but you just get a sign of what this guy's capable of. Made good contact with that, just didn't quite get the placement. Kent Lanka just trying to say, all right, come on. Another couple of wickets here, keep it down to something reasonable. We know that Roma CC, not quite their full squad today. This one just sneaks inside into the over, and so Kurunanaka with a pretty good spell. He'll finish with 1 for 15, and the score is 40 for 2 after 4. Run rate hovering at the 10 mark at the moment. Wadua will be another addition to the bowling squad for Roma CC, but just looking at their bowlers today, you've got Samaragi, Wadua. Obviously got Charles Fernando with some pace. He's kind of their only out-and-out pace bowler that I can see in there. Apuhami, if he's fit, can open the bowling with him. Rahat, maybe some off-spin. Denham with his whatever he bowls. As we get ready for the start of the 5th over, and it's going to start with a fall-down Maximo from Wadua Walagi. Danuan comes on. Gets in a decent spot, but played on length and absolutely nailed Madualagi up to 27 already. Now steps back, it's to point. They'll get in for a single. Got a question from Faisal in the chat. Why is Danidu Maragi not in the side? But I suppose the issue there is surrounding availability and obviously a 2-week series. Roma CC trying to make sure they can get their best team on the park tomorrow. It's one bowled by Danuan. Just gets driven down the ground for one. Real opportunity though for Samaragi to get some batting time in. I think he'd be the first to admit that hasn't quite played to his potential in this series. And Madualagi's played this shot well, hasn't he? And it kind of puts the bowler in a bit of a quandary because this is outside the off stump. Bowls at the batter, and Madualagi so quick to get those hands through the ball. Brings up the 50 as well for Roma CC as we approach the halfway point of this innings. The new one. Famous last year, amongst other things, for taking 4 wickets in 4 balls against Roma CC. Madualagi just solid in defence this time. Good areas from Danuan. Roma CC, of course, have played Kent Lane earlier. Oh wow, that's an interesting shot. Tries to ramp, changes it to a reverse ramp and does get it, but not for the first time today. Not enough to get it past the keeper. And Joe Warner does a good job to make sure that doesn't go for runs. End of the over, end of the 5. It's 52 for 2 at the end of 5 overs. I was going to say, when these two teams met in match 46, Roma CC won 149 to 125. All right, should we roll the dice? Let's do it. So, it's telling me Group E, Team 3, Switzerland. Now, I had a question. What's the team to look out for? I had a question on social media, and I actually picked Switzerland out of the teams that I think could really surprise. I think they're going to push England 11. England 11 have a very good squad, I'm sure, but only four guys that have been to the ECC before. And I know they'll be picked because they've got the potential, they've got the skills to do very well. But Switzerland have Fahid Nazir and Hassan Ahmed potentially to open the batting for them. They've been in really good form. They have guys with recent 10-over experience. They've also had a very good 20-over season, Team Switzerland. You need to watch out for them. Here's the chopper. Maybe that's how Nish is getting into the city today. Kiriadura, the bowler here in over number 6. Madualagi just chops down on this and gets one. Yeah, so what do you think? Switzerland, for me, they look, based on their current form this season, they're the team most likely to upset England in that Group E. When I first saw that group, I saw Cyprus, Romania, Malta, Switzerland. I thought they had them kind of all in the same basket, depending on who plays well. Well, there's a wicket, and Samaragi once again just cannot get his batting going. He's going to go for 4, and Kiriadura moves this in nicely to the left-hander. Takes a piece of the leg stump in the end. Roma CC 54 for 3. And yeah, you can see that Samaragi is kind of on the move. Maybe needs to get back to basics a little bit, stay still and bat. I'm a little concerned with his form. Although Roma CC, they do have another match against Castellina. In the next match, I'd probably have Samaragi opening in that one. Just to try and get him into a bit of form. Rahat Ahmed is the new batter, comes in at 5. He does have a half century in the series already. Yeah, so do you agree with my analysis on Switzerland? The other thing is that this is pretty well drilled, Switzerland. I mean, they do get together, they're able to train reasonably often together, or at least with their respective clubs, some good facilities there. Rahat comes up to face Kiriadura. And he wastes no time, and he just gets it over the fielder. Maximo. That's the way to start. And yeah, Rahat. He's sometimes the forgotten link in this batting lineup. We used to see him batting up in the top 3 or 4. Nowadays, he kind of floats. On average, he bats around 6, I'd say, 6 or 7. That's a brilliant shot. Now out goes again, leg side, going and gone. Maximo. Back to back as Rahat rolls the dice, comes up double sixes. He's off to the races. Here's the other thing with Rahat. Being a right-hander, he breaks up some of the left-handers sometimes. They've got a good mixture of lefties and righties, don't they, Roma CC? Takiri Adura is going to try around the wicket. Has been a successful over, but now the Maximo, and he goes magical. Doesn't quite get the elevation this time, or the timing, Rahat, but he will get one, and he'll retain the strike. 6 overs down, Roma CC. 67 for 3. The dice game, it's pretty fun, actually, in the ECC groups. Alagi, first game of the series for him. And he's batted through so far for 33. Played some good strokes. All right. By popular demand, I'm going to roll the dice again. Ready? This time it's telling me Group A, Team 4. Okay, Czechia. Interesting one. Late change. I saw that Ruturaj Magare from United is out. I don't know whether he's picked up a little injury or something like that, but he's a late withdrawal from the team, Ruturaj. And Niraj Jagi gets his spot back. So Niraj has been seen a little bit in the Czech shirt this year. Czechia, I think Riaz Afridi is a big key for them with the ball because they're going to have to remove some dangerous players in the opposition. Up in the air, hanging a chance, and caught. Really well caught. So Rahat goes, he's there for a good time, but not a long time. Rajasingham with the wicket, very first ball that he bowls. And Roma CC, 67 for 4. Rahat looked to be hitting him well, but just gets a thick edge. And I think this is a catching position down here. A lot of edges flying, uncontrolled. And well taken by Danushka Takiri Adura. He got there pretty quickly. So Rajasingham strikes and 67 for 4. Yeah, just final touch on Czechia. They do have Aaron Ashokan. And they've talented players like Davitsi, who I think he really needs to step up with the bat if they're to do well in Group A. But no Wickramasekara, no beast for Czechia. And that, you just feel that he's a match winner. I know, okay, he's north of 40 now and this, that and the other, but you just feel that he gives their batting that punch, doesn't he? And Czechia, we had a great couple of weeks there. And they sure will entertain. And of course, we'll see Czechia on Monday. Their first game is against Isle of Man in match 2. They'll also play France in match 4. I'll put away the dice for now. Concentrate on the present. Madhu Alagi's there, and Denham Senivaratne's off the mark. The first ball he faces, Rajasingham, keeping it pretty simple. Madhu Alagi has kind of papered over the cracks so far in this innings. A little bit pedestrian from Roma CC. This is angled in, hangs in the end, just falls short of the fielder. Don't think Vimukti picked that up straight away. Don't think he would have got there anyway. This innings just teetering a little bit, isn't it? 100 to 110 around that range is kind of what they're on target for at the moment. Chopped over the bowler. Oh, misfield, they should get 2 here. It's just a bit of over attack really from the fielder, Tamira Pereira, who's normally pretty reliable, but I suppose it happens to everyone. Runs over the top of it, and that means That one becomes two. Ratney gets the strike back. And Denham has had a bit of a great tournament with the ball, hasn't he? And right now, he's going to go to the skies. It's going, and it is... I think that's going to be a clean stop. So it's actually a good drop, because I think that if Ishan catches this, it's 6, because he's going to land, but look, bounces off him just in time. So I think you got to say it's a good drop, even though it won't feel like it. So Ratner will get just the single. Treminder is an outstanding fielder. I've seen him do some pretty special things in the series. Madualagi will jam the last ball out, and he'll retain the strike. Roma CC at the end of 7. They are 73 for 4. Yeah, Denham has 9 wickets in the series, including best of 4 for 5 against the Roma Gladiators. All right, okay. There must be a sign. They want me to roll the dice again. Let's go. All right. This time we're going to go Group C, Team 6, Estonia. Well, what can I tell you about Estonia? Probably all eyes on the Baltic boss, Saifur Rahman, who is called that because of his similarities to Chris Gale and how he looks and how he smashes the ball everywhere. Still pretty inexperienced as national side at the level. I will say that. They did play an ECI in Sweden early in the year. They didn't have a win in 6 attempts. So they had their moments. Stefan Gooch, our very own, on account of his Estonian citizenship, he is planning to play in that, although I know he's had a slight injury lately. So Estonia, I think they'll struggle to win the group, but they'll want to give a good account of themselves. I just can probably pull out their squad and give you my thoughts, but it's going to be interesting to see that group actually. That of course involves Italy as well, so we'll see Italy, Estonia. Each team will play all their 4 opponents, and then the cut will be made. There's finals day. Another high ball, super high. It's got to be the bowler's ball here, I think. Is he going to get there? He's not. And he just worries that last moment that he's going to get cleaned up. Takiri Adura never really committed to that. And as a result, the ball falls safely. Just 1 run. Slightly slower ball. It's great hands, though, from Akash. He just wound up and uncorked the wrists at the right moment. Maximo. Brilliant ball striking. Just have a look at here. Just wait, sees the slow ball, and bang. And the follow through. It's pretty powerful stuff, really. Now, it's going to be a single. Denham goes back and pulls. Nice shot, 1 bounce 4. Yeah, so it's going back. Trying to find Estonia in the squad. There they are. Of course, it's all on our website, europeancricket.com. This is hit leg side just for 1 from Denham. This will be the end of the over. He'll retain the strike. And the score is 87 for 4. Yeah, so Stefan Gooch is in the squad. Stuart Hook, very experienced. He's in the squad as well. You got some other quite clever cricketers like David Robson in there. Kalle Vislapu is in a native Estonian player. Hassan Gondal like to lead the side. So, yeah, Estonia, I mean, they'll be underdogs, that's for sure. But no, I think it's a great opportunity. And yeah, they're not the only team. There's actually 10 sides that are making their ECC debut here in 2023 as we've expanded from 21 countries to 31 countries. Wow, this is high in the air. Denham living dangerously. This will get over the infielder, and well, it's going to be a bit of interference there. The fielders running each other's way, and the ball gets across the line. No one won't be happy with this. Maybe a little bit too short. But yeah, you can see Takiri Adura gets in a bit of a muddle with Karuna Nayaka. Roma CC probably heading for, I suppose, what would be par score. Had to check the run rate. 11.4 and over is the run rate in this series. This is a pretty good strike straight down the ground from Denham. Maximo! And just a couple stepping up when they need to for Roma CC. Right, this is hit, and it is going to be caught. Well, I wouldn't say it was the regulation catch, the way he took it for Shaminda. I think it goes with 2, and it lodges in the right hand. And so, well, all's well that ends well. Dedham goes 6 and out, and Roma CC have lost a 5th wicket, 97 for 5. Oh, look, just creeps to his left there, Shaminda. And he has a bit of a laugh about it. He said, yeah, I tried to go this way, but the ball went in my other hand. But it lodges, it lodges. Chinza to new one. Chimes in with the wicket. This will bring Prabhathek Nalagoda. Il Padrino, the godfather of Roma CC. Nice to see him back in the lineup. Whacked a couple of sixes the other day as well, Prabhath. Not sure you regularly see him in the top 11 anymore, but he's more than capable. It was only a couple of years ago he was smacking 50s and smacking sixes. He's also the Italian women's cricket coach, Prabhath Nalagoda. He runs the club really well, along with Lorena. Anyway, this is a pretty good shot from Akash. He'll move up to 49. Maximo! Straight through the line to 49 for Wadua Walagi. He's enjoying being back in Italy. Dave's asking about the only 18 squads. I thought it was a few more than that, but I mean, we'll get there as soon as possible. Now, he'll get to his 50, and he'll bring it up off 24 balls. I think it's been a good hit out for Akash Wadua-Walagi. Acknowledges his teammates as the score has passed 100 as well. In fact, after 9 overs, the score is 105 for 5. Well, I'm counting the squads now. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So far, so good. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Well, I'm already doing better than you. Oh, yeah, 18 squads at the moment. Hang in there. They should all be there before too long. Again, the priority, obviously, to chasing up the squads of the teams that are playing in the first part of the tournament. As Udualagi will start the 10th with 4 runs. Rajasingham coming back on. Just gets a little bit too close to the pads. Whacked away for 4 runs. Now, he's almost picked out the fielder, but it's just going to go over the head. Maximo. Ratchasingam, again, just that natural shape he gets into the left-hander, and he almost got lucky. Might have got a fingertip on that. And the result, 6 more runs. And again, it's into the pads. Is this going to go the journey? It might be a chance. Tough one. Oh, great work. In fact, it's almost gone to the other fielder. It's actually a shame that the infielder didn't get a bit closer, because that was almost like a volleyball set. But yeah, just pretty conscious about not falling out of bounds. Probably a good option at this stage from Pereira. Yeah, but you see, it actually hung in the air quite a long time. They get 2. Now, just cannot bolt the pads, or he might get lucky here, and he will. So Wadualagi goes with 2 balls to go for a pretty well put together 62. Ratchasingam, I suppose all's well that ends well. I think it's a dangerous strategy to keep sliding into the pads of somebody who can hit the ball that well. Looks like we've got Apuhami coming out in the number 8 spot. So yeah, 117. We're looking at 120 here. Kent Lanka, essentially to keep their finals aspirations alive, they're going to have to chase this down. Yeah, slightly false shot. He's going to get away with it. Is that going to run for 4? It will. He just ran around that a little bit, didn't he, Tahir Khan? Certainly a pretty good field up. You see, he picks one line, the ball spins back slightly, and then he realises, uh-oh, I've run out of real estate here. So they do get to the 120s now. It'll be a 120s chase. Last ball coming up. In the air, another catching opportunity, and taken. So, well done out there, as it will be Vic Mukti that will take the catch. No signs of any backflips, though, this time. Roma CC, they're going to finish at 121. Last over ends up being worth 16. So not too bad at all. Just seemed bogged down at times in innings, didn't they? But when you look at the numbers, they were 52 in the first half. They were 69 in the second half. And Kent Lanka will need 122 in the second innings to keep their tournament alive. Well, we'll go back to the beginning of the innings, and yeah, I just think Samarakun, he's done some good things, but Wadualagi, he stole the show, didn't he, opening the batting. 62 off 28 for him. Nico Fernando bowled a bit of a loose first over, but you saw he came back pretty well. Samaragi, some concerns about his batting, I think, at the moment. He just needs to get back to the simple things. Stay still, hit the ball well. He can do some pretty amazing things when he's in form. Kent Lanka, though, they fought hard. They were trying to get some good energy around. I mean, for them, they've had a pretty big program as well, haven't they? And consider that they play their 14 matches in 5 days. So certainly a bit of fatigue must be creeping in. Wadualagi got to his half century, wasn't quite done yet. Some innovative fielding, though, late in the piece. A mixture of that, taking some catches, just holding things down to an extent. No magicals at the end, but still pretty good production from Roma CC. 69 in the second half, and they'll finish on a score of 121. Over half the runs scored by Akash Wadualagi. Good to see him back in Rome and performing well. We'll see him with the ball as well in the second half. Apart from that, a few mini contributions. Denham Senaratne was the second top scorer with 20 off 9. 14 for Samarakun. And Rahat with a pretty quick fire 13, including a couple of Maximos. 3 for 22. Rajasingham gets the figures in the end, but I've got to say, I like the bowling of Karuna Nayaka up front. Not too quick, but just puts it in dangerous areas. 1 for 15. Also, singles to Nico Fernando as well as Danuan and Takiri Yadura. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase. Kent Lanka to try to stay alive in this tournament. They need 1, 2, 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this short break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello, welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company. It is day 11 and we are into match 53 in this European Cricket Series. And so right now we are watching Kent Lanka coming out to bat essentially for their tournament lives. To stay alive in the tournament, they'd have to win this match against Roma CC and then beat Asian Latina and Castellina later in the day. So far, they've hung in the game against Roma, restricting the undefeated hosts to 121 off their 10 overs. And interestingly, Kent Lanka, last time they played Roma CC, they scored 125. So if they can do that here, then they'll keep their hopes alive of featuring in the Final Four tomorrow. Pretty sad to hear Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. It's great to have you with us as the sun has come out. We had a brief moment where the rain intervened a little bit earlier on. Charles Fernando is going to get us going. Roma CC, a little bit undermanned today. I suppose they've already secured that top spot, undefeated. Can they make it 13 in a row here? Of course, the all-time most matches won in the European Cricket Series in a row is actually 20. I think by Albi Salmi in Sweden. Could that be a record that Roma CC have in their sights? Down the ground, good pick up and throw from Samaragi, but he can't quite hit the target. I think he would have been home anyway. It was to the wrong side. How about that? I mean the right side of Samaragi, the left-hander. Welcome back to everyone on the live chat as well. On the walk, Jay Wardner goes to the skies. Is this going to be a chance? Oh, it's a wonderful catch. A really, really good catch, and that could be a big moment. And that's Samarakun out there that's taken it. That hung up for an age in the skies. We'll see it on the replay. Takes the catch. Looks like he does stay inside the rope as well. You see him track it all the way. Comes down, pulls in just in front of the rope. And he looks around and says, yeah, look, I've done it. And even though camera's a long way away, but I think Samarakun would have been the first one to say if he touched the rope. So it's a big moment in the game, isn't it? Because Joe Wardner, he's going to go for a golden duck. And the score is 1-for-1. So they didn't open with Fernando. They've opened with Tahir Khan. And he's got a single to his name. But Joe Wardner won't feature on the scoreboard here in match 53, a crunch match. For Kent Lanka, do or die stuff. Nico Fernando then has to step up. Suddenly that 122 seems a little bit further away. Oh, I think that's a drop catch, you know. I know he hits the ground, but it's a definite outside edge because look at the deflection. And he hasn't squeezed it, I don't think. Yeah, that's a dropped opportunity. Marilla's good keeper, we know that, but that's definitely hit the edge on the way up, and it's kept going up. So, missed opportunity. Fernando dropped on naught. This is the Fernando on Fernando battle again, and this is going to be 4 now, as Nico has had the better of the two Fernandos so far, getting Charles out. Charles had the right to reply. Rilla put him down, and now that's gone to the boundary. Oh, yeah. Charles, not too happy. He gets the comeback ball. And yeah, Nico Fernando almost wears it. I mean, obviously a lot of mutual respect between these two teams. It's Roma CC that win that first over, though. I think 5-1 after one. 322 matches since the Golden Ball. And what if I told you that these two teams, they had played a Golden Ball before? And I'm talking about all the way back 2.5 years ago now, the 18th of March 2021, Roma CC against Kent Lanka. It was such a dramatic one. And yeah, maybe you'd like to look that up. It was match 14 in the European Cricket Series, Italy-Rome back in 2021. And it was the second Golden Ball for the series. In fact, Roma CC have played 3 Golden Balls all time. They'd also played one back in 2020. On that time, I think Innings Break featured pretty prominently, scrambling to get to a Golden Ball. But Roma CC were able to get there on a botched run-out attempt at the keeper's end. Roma CC came back for 2 and won the game. Kent Lanka going winless in that series. That was as close as they got. As it's going to start a new over, and it's going to start with a boundary. Apuhami comes out. And yeah, good to see him bowling. You know, he's been struggling a little bit with his fitness. It's a nice cut shot, though. And so this will just be a single. Next ball. Abraham, does get that natural left to right movement, doesn't he? Fernando paces up. Let's show some respect to this one. You don't want this run rate getting out of hand, though. You know you're going to have to deal with the spin attack in the middle, and I'm sure that Roma CC pretty keen to get Akash Wadua already featured with the half century with the bat. Very good play up. Already the rates crept out about a point. That's not going to be anywhere near the mark. And Hapahami's a bit unpredictable. This one actually swings the other way. I don't think he really knows too much about it. Still pretty raw talent, Apahami. Rilla sees that swinging down and says, you know what? I'm not even going to try and dive at that one. So that's just what Kent Lanka needed, really. Now a little bit short on the pull, though. Nice batting. Really nice batting. Nico puts it over the fence. Max the ball. And just like that, the game changes. Nice strike. Judge the bounce well. Apahami just needs to pitch it up a bit and supposed to start on the stumps. This is what he normally does, though. He gets that away movement to left-hander. That's why it was quite remarkable, that one down the leg side swung the other way. Sometimes these bowls are even more difficult to face because they're so unpredictable. You can work against them, and also, as a batter, it's pretty disconcerting. And the ball swinging one way, then another. of a wild swing that time from Fernando, who loses his shape. Abrahami, good to see him developing his cricket. He's featuring for the first time in the European Cricket Series this year. Still very young. He's only 18 years of age. Picked up 6 wickets in the series. Played every game, Abrahami. Loses this down the leg side. So Kent Lanka, just like that, they're pretty much back on the rate with the assistance of the 5 wides, and then one big strike from Nico Fernando. I think of a run here. They decide against it in the end, so pretty productive over there for Kent Lanka. They get 18 off it in the end. And the score is 23 for 1 after 2. Looking at the table, Kent Lanka, you can see that they need to win this and their remaining 2 games, including their clash against Asian Latina. They lose this, and the best they can do is 6 wins. And 6 wins, as you can see, isn't going to get you into the finals. Asian Latina in 4th already have 7. So 23 for 1. Charles Fernando going to come back, bowl it straight away. He's going to be breathing fire, hunting a 2nd wicket here, Roma CC. And they're going to get it. And it's not the greatest shot you've ever seen from Tahir Khan, who gives up his stumps, and Charles basically just drives right on through, top of middle stump. Bale might have gone for 6. It's 23 for 2. Yeah, it's not really good batting. And Tahir can watch that back and see where he went wrong, and that's part of what it's about as well. Just needed to get in behind the line of that one. It'll bring Manoj Vikramanayake to the crease. Nico Fernando at the other end, you know, he's quite experienced. Like, he needs to play a big knock if they're going to do this. They still need 99 runs. Charles Fernando, though, such a talented player. I know that. He's featured in the European Cricket Series before for Pianoro back in 2021, and we didn't see him in 2022, but now in the Rome area playing for Roma CC. We saw him for Pianoro. He was playing in Bologna in that series, including 100 that he scored in that 2021 European Cricket Series. In this season, including the ECL, he scored 4 half-centuries and he scored 377 runs at an average over 40, strike rate over 200. But also with the ball, he's been pretty effective as well. No, let's go down the leg side. Fernando still needs to, I think this is the kind of ball he might as well whip at rather than just play defensively. It's a ball's not going to hit the stumps, and he can at least try and catch up with that. It's outside leg or on leg to go leg side and maybe use the pace of Fernando, maybe he can get a boundary off that ball. Dave talking about Apahami earlier about why does he bowl so many wides. I think it's to do with the fact that he's a swing bowler, and just controlling that swing and predicting which way it's going to swing isn't easy for him. In the air, just going to get over the fielder, but it'll pull up. Rahat keeps it to a long single. Yeah, so he's a youngster as well, Apahami, so you could see the one that went for 5 wides. It he's expecting to swing left to right. It swung right to left. So that's why. I think when people are trying to swing the ball, it's not always easy to predict what the ball's going to do. And even not just how it swings, as in what direction, but also how much it's going to swing. This one outside the off stump. Kramenaika can't catch up with it. Roma CC in the frame for ACL qualification, I've heard, this year as well. Still a lot of cricket to play before that's decided here in Italy. All kept out. Oh, Kramenaika wanted the single. In the end, Nico turns him down and says, look, I'll take the strike into the power play. Very tight over there from Charles, as he only concedes 2 in the over. Picks up the wicket as well of Tahir Khan, and it's the end of the power play, 25 for 2, and you can kind of see it. Most of the runs in the power play in that second over. Apart from that, Charles Fernando not giving up too much. It's 5 and 2. Have a look at the last 3 overs as well in the first innings. Roma CC really kicking along and getting themselves up into the 120s, which is something we probably weren't expecting. Now it is going to be Akash Wadua-Walagi, the left armer, into the side. Okay, no Dinadu Maragi in the side, but I think that when he comes back, then they've got 3 genuine left-arm spinners in Maragi as well as Samarage, and now Wadua-Walagi. And you throw in the potential of Rahat as an off-spinner. And Christian Kalukamage, I don't know if he's going to be available tomorrow, being a Friday for the finals. He can bowl pace or spin. They've got a lot of options, Roma CC. And here's Akash now, fresh off his 50. Now he gets a chance with the ball. Over number 4. Round armour first ball. Just sneaks inside the line. Fernando determined to go leg side. Come on, Aki. Here's the call from Roma CC. Loses this one. That was a bit more over the top. So he's got little variations. You can see it already with his arm slots in the first 2 balls. Now he tries out a leg spinner, but doesn't go that well. Maximo. You're going to check this for height. I got a sneaky feeling it might be waist height. Oh. It was dipping. It was kind of coming down enough for me that it's going to be a legal ball, because you can see that. They're having a good look at it. I've got to say, I think this is just okay, and that's what the umpires agree as well, but it's not a great delivery as far as the result. As a Maximo was registered. I think he's probably just tried way too much too quickly here, Akash. Needs to settle in a bit. Oh, now we're going to get 5 wide, so he's having to blow the rust off here, Akash Wadua-Walagi. That ball essentially goes for 11. Really could argue he'd be disappointed as well. Probably hasn't quite kept to his potential either. Not that that's an easy take, but he is the kind of guy that makes the difficult look easy when he's at his best. Sujith. Lost that one under the fence, so new ball, and Wadua-Walagi kind of continuing the curse of the even overs for Roma CC. The second was expensive. This one's looking expensive at the moment. Only 2 balls in, and it's already gone for 12. Half of those are wides. Hello to Hassan Ahmed, who's watching from Switzerland. Hello, Hassan. How are you? We're just talking about you, actually. Okay. Wants to go leg side, and he will. Tough bounce for the fielder down there, and Samaragi does well to keep it to 1. Yeah, Hassan, we were talking about the Swiss team this morning, and the fact that I think Swiss team, based on their form this year, would be the team most likely to push England in that Group E. But Hassan, hopefully you're well, hopefully you're fighting fit, and hopefully looking forward to the ECC, which starts on Monday, of course. We'll see Switzerland at the end of week 2. Oh, really tosses this up, and an extra bounce takes it over the stumps. Well, Kamanaka's got a job to do here, though. He can't just be a passenger. Eyes off the leg side. And he wants it, and he gets it. Well, the eyes never lie. But unfortunately, he's picked out the fielder. And so with Kamanaka, he'll be disappointed with the result. Even though I like the strategy, but Olagi does come up with his first wicket of the series. Had to pay a bit to get it in this over. Kamanaka just didn't quite get that out of the middle, but not far off. Almost not good enough for Kent Lanka as they lose their third, and the score is 38 for 3. Hello to Jeff Maguire. I think he's watching from Northern Ireland. Good to see you, Jeff. So he looked leg side, literally looked actually. He went that way. It looked like he might have had enough, but Charles Fernando was in the way guarding that boundary and said, no, that is my territory. And so Kamanaka has to go for a slightly disappointing 1 of 5. Brings Shaminda to the crease. 3 down. Yeah, Jeff, hopefully you're well. And hello to Money Heist in the chat as well, who's enjoying the telecast. I love you right back, Money Heist. And Hassan saying, yeah, he's good. I'm sure you're looking forward to it. And yeah, Switzerland certainly come a long way in a pretty short amount of time, internationally at least. There's a lot of talented cricketers there. And he tries the leggy as well. This one just sneaks inside. We've got 2 left-handers at the crease now. That over finished well, but it went a bit off the rails at one point. 4 overs down, Kent Lanka 38 for 3. Nico Fernando with 18, but also 13 runs in wides. Just keeping Kent Lanka in the contest, for now at least. Nico Fernando faces up now in the start of the 5th. See on the comparison, there's not too much between the teams. At this point, Roma 40 for 2, Kent Lanka 38 for 3. The question is, can Kent Lanka have the depth in their batting to turn this around? Rahat Ahmed is going to bowl some off spin here in over number 5. I quite like this matchup with 2 left-handers. Even though he doesn't quite get that, it's a good shot from Fernando. I think shows that he's still trying to go offside if the line's there. And Shaminda, see if he can have a good innings. This Samarakun is a good fielder. Against an offside drive. Samarakun's busy. Keeps that to 1. 1's a 5 for Roma CSC at the moment. Trying to go 13-0. Then they'd be odds-on favourites against Casalina to make it 14 in a row. A little edge. They need a bit of luck. They get it. That'll run away, and it'll go all the way as Nazar not able to chase it down. Stroke of luck they needed. Fernando tries that offside drive, gets a thin outside edge past the keeper. We need plenty more of that. Hello to Stephen Kelp, who says lunchtime equals cricket time. Hello, Stephen. Watching with the Netherlands, no doubt. Oh, now he goes reverse. Fernando hunting the same area. This is an interesting one because that to me is still a wide, unless you say that he's still offside. Did he move early? Did he have that foot across before the ball's bowled? Could he use the call instead? We get another dot, so just slowly squeezing, aren't they, Roma CC? That rate's gone above 15 and over now. Now it goes up in the air. It's Samarakun, and he takes the catch, and he's so reliable down there for Roma CC. And so disappointment for Fernando, Nicolo Fernando, who goes for 23 in the chase, and Kent Lanka's chances are slipping away, you feel. Rahat chips in with a wicket. I liked the off spinner to the 2 left-handers, and it pays dividends with a wicket last ball of the 5th, and Kent Lanka are 44 for 4. Yeah, Jeff saying he'll see me Monday at the Grizzly Bear Sports Store. Yeah, looking forward to it, Jeff. And who knows, I might run into you on Sunday with Anshu. And I'm looking forward to checking out the new hybrid junior balls. Let's have a look at where we've been this year in the European Cricket Series. And we're slowly putting together the calendar for 2024, but this is our last stop before the ECC break. And then Croatia, Malta and Spain still to come, but so many locations around Europe. And I know that we'd like to perhaps get France on the calendar next year, perhaps Estonia as well. We haven't been to since 2020. Alagi does bowl this kind of real round arm ball occasionally. It doesn't bounce as much. And just creates a slightly extreme angle. Shaminda struggling to get going. The ball that just sneaks inside. So Alagi, he's been playing a good level of cricket in the UK. It's always slightly different when you come back to a European Cricket Series. Different conditions, obviously a lot of bounce in this artificial surface, got the Roma Cricket Ground. On the charge this time, Shaminda is only able to get a single. Yeah, Grizzly Bear Sports, big supporters of the European Cricket Network, and yeah, we've really enjoyed having them on board here in season 2023. That's a pretty good shot from Takiri Adura. They'll need plenty more of that if they're to work their way back into this contest. Maximo brings up the 50 as well for Kent Lanka. Again, he tries the leg spin up. Wasn't that badly pitched. This one goes a bit too far and is called. Not a bad spot to miss though. Just a single. Alagi. Probably not the best 2 overs ever bowled, but he hasn't been hurt too badly. 1 for 22. Last ball coming up. And yeah, when he's been good, he's been getting him around there. That'll be the end of the 6th over. Kent Lanka, 53 for 4. So this chase just slipping away from them. 23 for Fernando, top scorer. Roma CC probably bowled a few too many extras. They put their hand up for that. And good teams don't generally give you that many for free. And now we're talking almost point of no return stuff, aren't we? In the last 4 overs. Yeah, this is what we've got coming up tomorrow. It is finals day, and yeah, starting with Royal Roma versus Roma Bangalore Morning Sun. Of course, the only question mark is 4th place, and I think after this game, if Kent Lanka don't do this, we can lock in Asian Latina in 4th place as well. So it'll be Roma CC versus Asian Latina. Rahat gets a wicket. Yeah, it's hit straight back at him. Takiri Adura just didn't quite get this in the middle. He wrapped his bat round, and Rahat has the 2nd wicket again. Loving the off-spinning option to 2 left-handers, turning away. Pretty good catch. Still on the way up. And ball was heading up, but I think Kent Lanka are heading down as they lose their 5th wicket. The score is 54 for 5. They're not really going to plan at all. Now sneaks inside. Another left-hander comes out. I think Rahat's eating up these left-handers at the moment. This one pushes the fielder, but they're going to give away an overthrow. Pretty rare one. Right hat again. It's good. Good location room here. Threatened to turn, but didn't in the end. Hit down the ground. And just get the one. So, yeah, you've got to feel disappointed with Kent Lanka here, who needed to bring their A game. And there's been flashes of it, but missing that. Haven't quite been able to go with Roma CC. Wow, what a shot. Somehow he's hit that and pretty much stopped it dead. Still can't work out what happened here. Oh, he's hit it into the bottom of his foot, and that's why it went nowhere. That will be the end of the 7th over. The score 57-5. Well, ECN does throw up surprises, and certainly would be a surprise if Casalina were able to get over Roma CC. That's the ultimate David versus Goliath right there. It's in match 54, which is around about 40 minutes away. Casalina winning the toss and electing to bowl in that one. Moraga is listed for Roma CC. I guess we'll see if he takes his place in the side. Casalina have relied a lot on Indica Sam, but there's been some good signs there. Umiyanga, I think, has had a pretty good series. Porotagi with his bowling, I think, has been decent. Raduwalagi had some good moments yesterday as well. Stay tuned for that. Still 3 matches to go in the day. And a question from Jeff in the chat. Come back to you in a second. Apahami's getting a second over. Probably a good time to bring him back. And the first ball gets Pereira searching for it. He's asking, is it all local clubs? Well, it's an open event, so I think it'll be mostly Spanish clubs, but you might see, for example, maybe the Turkish club might want to enter the competition. That should be a pretty interesting series. Apahami. Well, maybe this is a sign that you're bowling with a slightly older ball, because he had a bit of trouble controlling it earlier. Now, the dot ball, so yeah, hard work. Down leg side, this will be called a wide. This is worked away, and Pereira so Pereira is using the pace. Pereira just gets one this time. So, pretty much in the final throws of this contest. It's crept out beyond for a ball, but I tell you what, Pereira is keen to bring a bit of life to the party here. Maximo! In fact, that's Shaminda, the lefty. He takes this one off the stumps and absolutely smashes it over the leg side. Good shot. And it'll take us to the end of the over. Finishing with the bang, Kent Lanka. 69-5, but yeah, they needed more of that all the way through. Pereira faces up then as Denham's coming in well. He's got 9 wickets in this series. That's 9 more than he's ever got before. What can Denham do here in the 9th? It's in the air and just over the fielder. Maximo. It was almost number 10, wasn't it? For Denim Seneviratne. And, well, inches away, but nice shot by Pereira to go Maximo, first ball of the ninth. Now leg side and 2 out of 2. Maximo. Oh, 96s. That's the only way you can get the required rate down. Denim getting some pretty brutal life lessons here. As Pereira finds himself on a batter's hat trick. Times up a couple nicely. This is hit inside out, and we're going to get one. Breaks are on the sixes. Oh, tries it again, and well, there's 6 more. Maximo. Shaminder's turn. Well, Denim probably now realising why he hasn't bowled for several years, because this is the other side of the coin. It's not all clattering stumps. It's interesting that Denim's bowling seems to have gone downhill ever since he bowled to me yesterday. Obviously just rocking his confidence a little bit. That was in the break. Oh, that's out. Oh, he's going to... Well, if he hasn't hit this... Oh. Well, let's get a better look at this. Look at the swing. Oh. I tell you what. Oh, I don't see that missing. It straightens down the line. Oh. Denim, that was your 10th wicket. And it's gone. It did straighten. I mean, you see it in the replay. Umpire probably wasn't sure if it was going to swing back enough. I think we could tell from the replay it was. As this is in the air, Samrakun's going to help him out. No, he won't. He says, I'm not going to get there. As Denim's over goes magical. But, hey, you what, we're using my review on that LBW. That'll be the end of the ninth. With 1 over remaining, it's 89 for 5. So last over coming up. And Ket Lanka, unfortunately for them, it looks like they'll be playing for pride in their last 2 matches. They will play the last 2 matches today. And nice to see Prabhath getting a bowl now in over number 10. He's a pretty handy bowler, actually. Let's see if he can break through. Oh, helicopter first up. Prabhath does have 2 wickets in the series. In lifetime, he has 22 wickets on ECN. He also has a top score of 75. Remember that half century? Was that a good knock against Asian Latina and a very high scoring golden ball match back in 2021. Goes up and out of here. Maximo! Oh, Prabhath, the latest victim. And Ket Lanka. Okay, I know there's a bit of sting gone in the game now, but they would have been hoping they could have done this a little bit earlier, made a game of this. I mean, they might not be too far short in the end. Nalagoda searching for his first wicket of the match. Pereira doesn't want to go through the shot this time. And Prabhath, he's a real contributor to Italian cricket. Italian national women's coach. Obviously, he's done some amazing things with this ground over the last few years. It's now one of the premier grounds in Europe, not just Italy. Big plans as well to improve it in the future. This one gets past Pereira. Yeah, I know there's plans for clubhouse facilities and upgraded nets. I was looking at the plans last night. They look absolutely magnificent. So yeah, best of luck to Roma CC and Prabhath and Lorena in particular in turning those plans into reality. 2 to come. Can Kent Lanka get the 100? Let's find out. Well, that'll be stumped. So Prabhath does get a wicket with the ball remaining. That's quick hands from Sujith Rilaganagi behind the stumps. It's been a little bit off, I think. Sujith will be the first to admit that with his keeping in this game. But that's a regulation stumping, in fact. Pereira just turns around to confirm that the keeper's taken it cleanly. And he says, yep, all right, that's the end of me. So Eknal Lagoda with his 3rd wicket of the series. And so it's 96 for 6 with the ball remaining. This will bring Rajasingham to the crease. Prabhath would love to make it 2. Low full toss, and it'll be hit away for 1. I think 1. It's not fielded very cleanly, but that will do it. The final score, Roma CC 121, I should say. Kent Lanka 97, and Kent Lanka unfortunately see their finals hopes evaporate. Yeah, so now we can confirm the finals lineup tomorrow with Royal Roma taking on Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the 2 versus 3 semi-final. Then Roma CC will take on Asian Latina because we know that Kent Lanka won't be able to secure 4th spot now. So what's coming up next though? Stay with us. In half an hour we have match number 54. Castellina taking on Roma CC. Can Roma CC make it a perfect 14-0 record? Join us to find out. They'll get the chance to bat the 10 overs as well, potentially, because they are batting first in that one. And Castellina, with 2 matches to go in their campaign, they'll be hoping they can find some success along the way. Looking at the highlights of this one, it was always going to be tough after they lost their key playmaker Joe Ordner with outscoring, and then Fernando stuck around for a while, but I watched Tahir Khan get bowled at the other end. And Roma CC, I won't say it's their most polished performance. I mean, they're a team, obviously, they've had a pretty onerous group campaign, but they do keep winning. Winning's their habit, and I think you do want to keep winning. Winning form's good form. There's an argument to say, you're going to have a bad game somewhere along the line, but even the games that have played to their potential, they seem to be able to find a way to win. Whatever will argue, probably he tried a few different things, didn't he, with the ball? A bit inconsistent, but I mean, obviously he's a huge pickup for Roma CC as we get towards the finals. Eknal Lagoda, he chipped in with a late wicket after Denham got smashed all over the place, but he might have had an LBW that got turned down. And in the end, I think it was pretty clear that Roma CC were going to defend that score in the 120s. I won't be too happy with the 16 wide, probably something to work on. 27 for Pereira with some late hitting, ended up being the top scorer. The game was pretty much as good as gone by then. Fernando, the captain, with 23 off 17. Shaminda stuck around for a while. 16 off 12 for him. That's Roma CC. Just keep on winning. 13 in a row now, 2 for 7 for Fernando. He was pretty important early, wasn't he? Just kept the power play down to something reasonable. Apahami had some struggles with his control. The second over was a lot better. 2 wickets also to Rahat, who enjoyed bowling to left-handers in there, I think. And then, apart from that, there were some singles in there, including Eknal Lagoda, who chipped in with a wicket. And also, we saw wicket to Wadua Walagi, took 1 for 22. Sen Ratney, a little bit unlucky not to take a wicket. I thought that LBW was pretty close. We'll take a break then, back in 25 minutes, and it'll be the classic David versus Goliath, Castellina versus Roma CC, coming your way soon on ECN. You're watching European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back to Rome as we get ready for the third match of the day. And this is your ultimate David versus Goliath between Castellina and Roma CC. Let's have a look at what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier on. Mars Baiji doing the duties today. He's with the two captains.
Castellina are home team, so they're going to toss the coin, and Roma CC is going to call. Heads is the call, and tails it is. Okay. Castellina has won the toss and chose to bowl first. Back over to the commentary box.
Thanks, Mars. As we see Castellina electing to set in Roma CC, dangerous, I suppose. What you would say, Castellina probably bowled and fielded better than they batted, so I'll say that they're leading with their strength. Castellina just won one win in 12 attempts, and Roma CC with 13 wins out of 13 games. That doesn't include that record. The last win, as they essentially knocked out Kent Lanka. It's Tinadu Maragi comes into the lineup. I guess we'll see how they use him. Maybe I'll save him up for tomorrow. Castellina considered 31-run underdogs in this one. You can see that they've been competitive enough with the ball, keeping teams to about 12 and over, which is about average. But with the bat, they've just been a long way behind where they need to be at this level. Just averaging 75 with the stick. 12%. Well, you can be the judge there. This is an interesting little clash, I suppose. Roma CC trying to make it 14 in a row. And so, yeah, Maragi listed to open, but I don't think we'll see him opening here. Castellina, they have one win over the Gladiators. And that win was essentially built on a very good bowling and fielding performance where they kept the Gladiators to 73 and they're able to chase it down. Ah, well, what a good shot that is first up. And it is Maragi out there. Cool. Long way, I've got to check my eyesight. I certainly knew it when he hit the ball there, didn't he? He's back, and he's back with a bang. 4 runs to get him started. Now, just times this down the ground. This could run away as well. Wow, it's a brilliant bit of back heeling from the fielder there. Come back for an easy 2 in the end. Just clipped away this time. And a single. This is a bit of turning back the clock. Prabhathak Nilagoda back at the top of the order, where he opened the batting a fair bit with Maragi back in the 2021 series. This one sneaks past the outside edge into Kassan. Against the side that he actually played a fair bit for in the European Cricket Series over the last couple of years. Yeah, sorry, it was a call from Indica, as this one didn't swing back at all. It's going to go down the leg side. And yeah, 5 wise the result. Nalagoda. Top scorer 75 in the European Cricket Series, if my memory serves me correctly. He plays this one really nicely. Just goes with the angle and puts that over cover for 6. Maximo! What a shot by Prabhat. He lifts that up and handsomely clears the boundary. He's had a bit of a bet with some of his players that he coaches about whether he could hit a 6 or not. Well, it's been done already, and he did it very well there. Now follows up with a 4. So end of the first over, and it goes magical. Ramus EC 23 without loss. 4 days until the ECC. A lot of people really excited to get involved. And so 4 days to go. It's been ticking slowly but surely. Porchatagi comes on, and he's had his moments in the series. Leaned on by Maragi, who's sitting back at a good time. Just having a bit of a hit out before finals day tomorrow. Lifts this one up and over the top. Maximo to start the second over. That's a win for Porchatagi there, and Porchatagi just sneaks it inside the offside wide line. Welcome back to everyone watching on Fangirl, of course, in the Indian subcontinent, and everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Edged away, and this is perilously close to dismissal for Maragi. Disappointment for Udagamagate. Hangs in the air. Yeah, he gets one hand to it, but down it goes. Well, an early chance goes down, and you might root dropping Maragi as he gets a life on 13. It's not going to be a wide, just straight over the tram line. Just drawing Prabhat into the shot. Right away, nice to have you with us. On a helicopter somewhere. Let's see if our crew can spot that. Another wide this time. Just losing it. The helicopter was travelling pretty fast. Disappeared already. Edged away and just be a single. All right, Gabe, 114. A couple to go in the over. Flicks this leg side, and Castellina, I mentioned earlier that they're bowling the fielding is a little bit ahead of where their batting is at this stage, so I don't mind them leading with their bowling, but they are going to have to try and work hard to break these partnerships. Already created a chance, I suppose maybe a half chance, but Utukamage couldn't hold on. Only got the one hand to it in that short third position. Cut away and no run to finish the over. And Portagio's for 11 in that one, ended 2. The score is 34 without loss. All right, well, obviously with the final set, it's kind of all academic from here. You can see the little crown saying that those top 4 teams are qualified. Ket Lanka at best can get 12 points. Castellina at best can get 6. So we have our matchups. And so, yeah, we know now tomorrow will be Royal Roma versus Rome Bangla in the first semi-final, and then Roma CC versus Asian Latina in the second semi-final. So I'm going to turn to some random questions. A little bit earlier than normal. I think it's probably warranted. And I found this random question generator, which I think is pretty cool. There's a few different ones online. I'll just pick one at random, fittingly. Oh, short. It's probably going to be a wide, and it's going to... I think that's gone for 4. Yeah, it must have just kissed the rope. So, yeah, you can see there, just above their head. It seems like a fair enough call. It's going to be 5 wides. And you're just getting there to the boundary, that is. This one's just going to sneak inside, according to the umpire. Okay. The first random question that spat me out is, what's your favourite day of the week? It's a bit of a tough one on ECN because I mean, all the days, we don't really go by the 7-day calendar anymore. So my favourite day of the week, I'll just say it's finals day. That's a day of the week. So that'll be tomorrow. Also, Peacock Fridays are pretty good. What's your favourite day of the week? Let us know in the chat. I'd also probably say Monday could be my favourite day of next week, although I've got a few to choose from, because Monday, all the anticipation building up with the ECC. It's all gonna, I suppose, come to fruition on Monday morning. It's pretty much online. Prabath works away into the infield for 1. I've got another one here. So that's my first random question. What's your favourite day of the week? And I also want to know, what's your favourite smell? That's a good one. What's your favourite smell? Oh, that's a tough one, actually. Hit down the ground. I think this has got enough to get it to the boundary. Oh, really good stop. In fact, it's the first time the cube's been used as a like a wrestling ring, isn't it? Now, this will be a clean stop. Have a look at this. Cube many. Yeah, this is fine, I think. Yep. Yep, that's fine. Now, can we roll it forward? Look at the cube coming into play. He bangs off the post of the cube. Gets back into play. As it's the end of the power play. It's 43 without loss. Yeah, Kroom saying finals Friday. Makes sense. His favourite with a peacock thrown in. Agreed. What's your favourite smell? I suppose mine is always going to come back to food. It's probably always going to come back to food. There's some pretty good ones. I don't have a big sweet tooth, but I know that there's certain shops where they sell, you know, the sugary donuts and all that sort of stuff. There's one in Malta, near where we stay, that's instantly recognisable. Hit hard and straight to the field and no run. So another smell I'd put in, there's a certain type of kind of like body wash, you know what I mean, shower gel. In one particular hotel chain that we use, we were there in Krefeld at the hotel, plus we were in Austria last year, same chain, that they have their own kind of, their own branded shower gel that has a very, very kind of, very flowery kind of aroma. So yeah, let us know in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Goes after this, Marage, and he gets it. Gunasekara comes in, just gets a bit too close to him. Maximo picked up beautifully over the leg side. Dinadu's in some kind of form this series, isn't he? Well struck. 50's up now for Omos EC. And this is hit back pretty hard as well, but over the bowler. Outfielder pretty straight down there. That's Younger, who is having a pretty good time in the field in this series. Prabath goes leg side, picks out the fielder. Just a single. Yeah, I do like seeing these two batting together again at the top of the order. Prabath probably more in an organisational capacity these days rather than an on-field role, although we do see him popping up from time to time. Still very, very capable. Good cricketer. Dinadu swings inside this one. Not a bad over at all from Gunasekara. Concedes 9 and 4 overs in. Omos EC undefeated and 50's up for them. It's 52 without loss after 4. So change of bowling here. It's going to be Hashan Mudian Salagi to bowl the next one. So let's see if Eknalagoda can turn this into perhaps his second half century on the network. Won't be able to hit that one first up. Mudian Salagi just needs to bring it back a touch. Short, Prabath takes it on and he's going to get it. Maximo! Oh, nicely turned on. Mudian Salagi just hasn't quite got his radar on, does he? Goes straight this time, and this will be 4. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Lagoda lighting up. And yeah, it's good shot selection there, like a straight pull, but there's a bit of a gap in the outfield. And the result, 4 runs. Wow, this is potentially an opportunity. Well, only if you're over the fence. Maximo. Well, Prabhath goes past into Dumaragi now as he moves to 30 and just 12 balls. That one might be filed under good luck more than good management, but still, that'll do. This is an inside edge onto the pad, just a single. Many Slagi in danger of going magical here. This one takes him on the body, Maragi. Get 1. So far, no joy for Casalina. Trying to break this opening partnership. Last ball coming up. I want to go back to the chat and I say some of the favourite smells that you guys think leather after it hits some willow. Good one from Kroom. Missing by a country mile, but another leg bite. So it will go over 20 in total as we get to the end of the 5th over. The score is 72, in fact, without loss. Having a look at the ECC groups. Well, it's time to roll a dice. Let's go. I'm going to pick a team based on the dice generator. Okay, we've got Group F, number 2, Germany. Well, interesting, aren't they, Germany? We've seen them, I think, at least 3 times during the year in ECIs. They've got some good recent practice, I think. So their unit has come together nicely. I think obviously did very well winning a series against Belgium and the Netherlands 11 most recently. And I think them and Scotland 11 probably the 2 most likely sides, you could say, although Norway aren't too far behind. You've got Portugal there, who've got some good players in their side as well. I do think that Group F is the most unpredictable group. Scotland 11, for me, they'll be better for the run. They made it to the top 4 last year. Prabhath is going to go. So Gunasakara digs it in, and it's pretty well taken catch there, square of the wicket. So pretty entertaining 31 from the Godfather, but he's going to have to go. And it's number 31, Gunasakara, that is able to take his wicket. Nice catch by Kankanamge at square leg. And the score 72 for 1. Charles Fernando comes to the crease at number 3. All right, here's Charles. And there goes the ball as he lifts it up, and it's going to go miles over the fence. Maximo. And that is getting your eye in ECN style, starring Charles Fernando. He's very wiry, isn't he? When he winds up, ball goes a long way. Well, Helix saying coffee beans or hot chips. Oh, yeah. That's wide, even on Charles, who's taller than your average bear. Stack saying freshly cut grass and linseed oil. Yeah, I remember, yeah, linseed oil. Does anyone do that anymore with their cricket bats? Oiling your bats? different world now, isn't it? Some very good ones there. Hello to Ken, nice to see you in the chat as always. Edge just out of the grasp. And that was pretty close to the end of Charles, who does take the odd one. This will be a good view of it. And he doesn't really get a good spring in the jump sideways. And so, yeah, couldn't quite get the glove to it. Charles goes to the skies. Now this is an opportunity for Indica, and he takes the catch. Well held. So Charles gets a bit lucky. Next one around the keeper, but he can't get around the Castellina skipper. Gunasakura with the double strike in the sixth, and it's 83 for 2. And didn't quite get in the middle, that's the risk. And so Charles goes 6-4 and out. This will bring Prithuvi Samaragi to the crease. And he just seems to be a little bit out of touch at the moment. We know that he can be a very, very destructive batter. My advice was just get back to basics. Let's see how he goes. Roma CC, this is their last group game before finals tomorrow. This is going to be hit deep mid-wicket and well pulled back. And we'll get 2. Samaragi's away. That's the end of the 6th over. Gunasakura can be proud of his efforts. He ends up with 2 for 22. The score is 85 for 2 after 6. Even if you were to pretty much pull the innings now, 85, that might be a 50-50 proposition. The fact that Roma CC have 4 overs to spare. I think they're well ahead in this contest. I think I talked a little bit earlier about the record for most ECS matches in a row. Been won. I think Albi's Army had 20 wins before they registered a loss at one point. Manawa is the new bowler, and first ball stroked away by Maragi, just a single. Yeah, so Roma CC, well, I certainly know that they won their last 3 matches in the Super Series last year. So we're just talking ECS cricket, not ECL cricket, which is the Champions League. So Roma, they had 3 wins on finals day, and they needed to progress as the Italian champion last year in the 10-over format. Their last loss was actually to Ginebrescia on this ground, 29th of July 2022. So Roma CC right now, there's 16 wins in a row. This will be 17. It'll be a wide, just does a little bit too much. Yeah, so they're creeping up there. A low full toss, just a single. It's well bowled by Manawa, keeps it simple. Drag leg side and just a single. So they're doing a pretty good job holding under the circumstances. Back down the ground again, just a single. So, yeah, Manawa doing a good job at the moment. Last ball, the 7th coming up. Can Manawa dodge the boundary? Driven nicely by Miragi, but that's a brilliant over. I think with Manawa, he can come back and bowl another one because he's only bowled the one. That's the end of 7 overs. The score is 92 for 2. And it gives us an opportunity to see what's coming up. This is the rest of the season as it stands. Still over 3 months left in the season. So exciting, isn't it? That we have such an extended season nowadays on ECN, and I guess we'll slowly be putting together the plans for 2024. But after we leave Rome, we'll head to Malaga, the Cartama Oval in Spain for the European Cricket Championship over 4 weeks, and then back to domestic cricket, probably back to 4 games a day, I think, in Croatia because of the sunlight, and likewise in Malta. Spain, depending on if we can use the lights, potentially we can get back to the 5 games a day there. And then the ECCW for the first time, but Mirage hasn't had too much to do lately. And he starts the 8th with a bang. Kankanamge gets smashed away. It opens the face. Good batting. Just a single this time. Driven through point. This is into a little bit of a gap, but quickly closed by Murian Salagi. It's Hashan Murian Salagi. And it keeps it to 1. So, hundreds up for Roma CC. Samarage again. Just not quite able to find the boundary the way that we know he can. Lifted up, and this will escape the fielder, so Miragi moves to 39. And yeah, it wasn't the worst ball, really. But does find the boundary anyway. Is that half the bat? This will just be one to Miragi, moves to 40. Throw comes in and eventually is backed up. Well, lifted up, and that's more like the Prathuvi Samaragi we know. As he sends that one over several fences. Maximo to finish the 8th over. Roma CC 111 for 2. Yeah, 13.9 and over or so. It looks like a pretty imposing target. Leaned up, and this is probably over the fence as well. Maragi, he is closing in on his half century. Manawa gets a taste of it, of what it's often like to bowl to these guys. They've had so much success in ECS cricket. Gets stroked away, good batting. Bit of a loose shot this time from Maragi. Can't catch up with it. Within a boundary of a half century now. Having such a good series. I suppose we'll see if he can continue it on finals day, which is really, it's up for grabs, even though Roma CC have far and away been the standout team, undefeated. But no, this one is hanging in the air. It's going to go right back to the wall. Into Sen takes the catch. Such a good pair of hands. So Maragi won't get the 50 in the end. Skipper leads away for Castellina, who continue to fight on. And they get dinner do for 46 to score 117 for 3. Just a knee-high full toss. Didn't quite get the contact that he was after. This will bring Akash Widuwalagi to the crease. Into the side. I was saying I'll be Salmi at the record, but do you remember Prague CC on a bit of a streak as well? They won 15 matches without being defeated in the recent Czech series, but I'm not quite sure they got to the 20. Well, it's going to be a no ball, and it's also going to disappear. It'll be 7 up, and I'll see it here on the replay. Well, this is way too high. Yeah, it's going to be a no ball, +6, and a free hit. So a dream start. They roll out the red carpet, don't they, for Widuwalagi? I think Prague CC made it to 19 in a row. Yeah, that's where we're at with that. But their streak is alive, Prague CC. So, Roma CC still continue to press on through this 9th over. So if Roma CC, let's say they did win every game in this series, and that would be 16 plus, they'd go to 19 as well. They'd join Prague CC, an active streak of 19, but the all-time record, 20 by Albi Salpi. Wow, what a shot. And gone. Well, sometimes he can do something pretty spectacular and still have a bad outcome. He just plays his shot so well. Look how much he gets with the wrists and the power, but he nails it straight to the fielder, Hashan Widuwalagi. So Widuwalagi is going to have to go. And the score is 126 for 4, all happening in the night, as we say in the classics. Good to see Wayne in the chat. And Kroom's pretty excited about the prospect of, that we said might be the Western Cup. Wayne's asking, will the ECC be around the same time next year? No, that's the plan. So he wants to say good day to Meathead Corey and all you lads. Wayne, that'd be great. I'll even let you have dinner with Meathead Corey, although with Corey, you'll probably have to pay yourself. 10th overtime, Denim Senavaratne comes to the crease, but he won't be facing up because it is the change of over. Ramesh Madurawalagi to bowl his only over of this innings. And he gets driven. He's getting driven high and out of the ground. What a shot from Samaragi. And that's what the guy can do. This is hit and hit down towards Indikasan, so a rare miss from him. Senavaratne though gets his opportunity. Not long to go. Here's the forward balls and things look like they're heading 140-ish, don't they? Here's Denham. And he absolutely smokes it out of the ground. What a shot by Senavaratne. Maximo! Absolutely tattooed. This is cracked away, and this is going to be 4 more. So Denham does get into the 140, takes out a flag on the way. Well, that flag, I think it's going to head off to flag heaven. Because look at this, not prepared for this. Bang. Oof. It's just now quite a smaller flag. Just a single here, and so Samaragi will get a curtain call. Oh well, not the most convincing 4, but a 4 nonetheless to finish the innings. And that's another flag that gets taken out. Well, there were extra points for hitting the flags. Over CC. Yeah, cleaning up here, bang. Win a prize at the carnival stuff. They're going to finish 148 off their 10 overs. And a bit of number on the bowling. Castellina, 149 for them to win as we go back to the start, and it was time to turn the clock back as Maragi and Ekna Lagoda, the opening combination back in the 2021 ECS when I first visited this ground. They were out there, and for Castellina, it's tough. We saw the cube being used as my lunch was delivered, so there was a lot happening on at that stage. But Maragi, again, continued his good form. But I like the innings from Prabhath as well, 31 of 16 before he got caught square of the wicket. Charles came out, and it looked like it could be pretty ugly, but he went 6 4 and out. So Maragi with 23 in pretty quick time. Late in the piece, we saw more big swings. Indikasan, I think he caught pretty well for Castellina, and their fielding has been a feature of their play. Waduwalagi caught dramatically, trying a reverse and actually hitting it pretty well. Late in the piece, we saw Denham come out, play a 3-ball cameo, including that one, which was spanked out of the ground, and Roma CC 148 runs on the board, and they're looking to make it a perfect 14 out of 14 in their qualifying stage. 46 to Maragi leads the scorers. Ekna Lagoda opening up with him. Put on 31. They were involved in an opening partnership of 72 runs. 23 off 9 late in the piece for Samaragi, and a few mini contributions there help Roma CC to 148. 2 wickets each for Gunasakara and Manawa. Identical figures for them. 2 for 22 off 2. Everyone else found it pretty tough going, to be fair, although Poro Tutagi bowled a fairly tight over early on, wasn't called on again. We'll take a break, back in about 10 minutes with the chase, and Hopefully you can join us for more ECN action as we wind down the group stages of this series in Rome. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Rome. Time for the second half of this match, match number 54. It's the middle match of the day, and it's the ultimate David versus Goliath. Castellina at the bottom of the ladder, taking on Roma CC, who are in a hot streak, aren't they, in ECS cricket. The last count, it was 16 matches in a row, closing in on the 20. Wins without a loss, registered by Albi Zalmi throughout 2022 and 2023 in the European Cricket Series in Sweden. Big hello to Azam and all the crew from Albi Zalmi. Narrowly missed out on ECL qualification for ECL 24. Indica San to open up, 149. We have seen chases this big in the past, but I think for Castellina, they'll have to double their normal output to even get close to this. Charles Fernando is going to come in and probably try and get some heads rolling. I'm sure it'll be exciting to watch as things will start with a dot. Fernando goes full there. Wasn't expecting that. Maybe it's a bit of a double bluff. I think everyone was expecting a bouncer or something approaching a bouncer from Charles. Indica San, a lot of, I suppose, pressure on him to perform. If Castellina are going to be respectable with the bat. In the air, and I think this is going to be gone. Rahat takes a simple catch. And so, yeah, Indica just seemed caught in two minds there, didn't he? And so, unfortunately, it's all over a bit too quickly. It's a little step away from the ball, which you know he likes to do. It's a bit of a habit that he's got. And Indica, unfortunately for him, he's going to pick up his third derrick of the series. He started with a couple at the beginning. And, well, he won't want to finish with two, because that means he'll get one later on against Ken Lanka as well. So the first wicket falls. It is none for one. Rumianga comes out at number 3. We'll see what he can do about it. Let's get hello to everyone in the chat. Catching up on what's happening. Julian Dawson in there. We're asking about, yeah, maybe go out to dinner with Corey if you're going to come to the ECC. I said, you better bring your wallet because you'll be paying. Julian asking, does Corey even have a wallet or does he just get pocket money? Good question. Fernando. He does dig it into Umianga, who keeps it out. A bit of a rock and a hard place, aren't they? Castellina. You bat for respectability. I mean, that's probably what I'd do. I think I'd be thrilled if they could put 100 on the board against the reigning champs. A bit of a golfing experience and level between these two teams, obviously. Castellina managed 80 the last time these two teams met. It was in day 9 action on Tuesday, match 44. Roma CC chased down with 9 balls to spare. So Roma CC, not sure what the win predictor's saying. Maybe it's worth a look. This one does a bit, jumps straight over the stumps. In this game, currently, they're giving Castellina 3%. Okay. That's something. Andrew Pelegi. There's another go. Can't catch up with this. Watch how far back Sujith Three-Legged Huggy is. That'll be the end of the over. 1 for 1 after 1. 323 matches since we've had a golden ball. You can probably tick that one over the way things are going here. Will it be finals day golden ball? We've never had a golden ball in an actual final, like a final. Almost every other golden ball, every other sort of match we've had. So quarterfinals, semi-finals, qualifier 1, qualifier 2. But we've never had a golden ball in an actual final of a tournament. Matter of time until it happens. I hope I'm on the mic when it does. That'll be very, very exciting to see a trophy potentially decided by a golden ball. Looks like Prabhath Nalagoda is going to open the bowling in addition to opening the batting that he did earlier on today. And Prabhath, nice to see him getting a run. Not sure if we'll see him tomorrow with some of the players they've got coming back into their side, but you know, he's loved by everyone at this club. He's had a lot of personal sacrifices to make his vision become a reality, and it's a work in progress as well here at the Roma Cricket Ground. But Prabhath, Il Padrino, the godfather of Roma Cricket, is going to come onto bowl here in the second. Take a wicket earlier on. Stumped by Sajith Rilakaragi behind the stumps. Little in swinger there, but doesn't find the pitch. It's going to be edged away for 4. So the first boundary of the response. And it comes off the bat of Umiyanga. You've got to realise also Castellina, they don't have a lot of experience in organised cricket. A lot of them have a softball cricket background, and so they're slowly developing the skills. I'd be curious to see some of these players again in a year's time and see where they're at. Nice shot this time from Umiyanga. This is a bit more convincing as he pushes it up and over cover, gets back-to-back boundaries. Helix is saying he thinks we can get to 400 matches before the next golden ball, maybe even 500. Well, the record is 405. It was Charlie that broke that drought. It was when the ECS was in Rome last year, although it was actually broken at the Portugal Night Series. I hope we don't get to 400. Maybe 406 I'll allow, because it's a new record. But if we get that high, we're kind of talking week 3 of the ECL. Well, the ECC, I should say. We did have one golden ball last year. Belgium versus France. If I had to say game of the year, that's probably it. Is for how ECN it can get. It was Group C, match 20 last year in the ECC. In fact, I enjoyed that game so much. I'll put a link in the chat. I won't even begrudge you. If you want to pop off and watch this right now, you can go watch the last stages of this when France needed to perform really well, either win or lose very narrowly to Belgium to knock Malta out and take their place in the finals. This is hit down the ground. Prabhath, oh, close. The outswinger this time, so pretty skillful stuff. Does he drag the foot here? I felt that he was probably just okay. Yeah, I think he's always kept that toe down. That'll be the end of the over. And so the score 11 for 1 after 2 overs. Castellina 1 win in the series. That was over Gladiatori. 4 is now set in stone. Roma CC, the only question is, can they pick up 28 points? It'll be the most points ever picked up, I think, in the initial stages of European Cricket Series. Yeah, that was an insane one. I won't give away the finish in case anyone does want to watch that game. I have put it in the chat now. But it involves unexpected rain and drama and emotions. Because either France or Malta, they were going home. France never won a game in the first 6. They beat Malta twice. Oh, it's full straight and a bit too quick for Ediri Peligi, who gets a little high five of encouragement on the way back from Charles Fernando. That one made a sickening sound when it crashed into the stump, so that's the second wicket to fall. It's 11 for 2. Mielik saying he'll be popping off to check his eyelids for holes soon. So it's understandable. Get a good night's sleep because we've got a few big days ahead on ECN. This is probably the sleepiest day we'll have in a little while, given that we've already had the final 4 decided. But finals day tomorrow in Rome. Rome always throws up a few surprises. Rome CC actually have been the surprise packet of the last couple of series here. Royal Roma in 2021, they were the surprise packets. Only won 2 matches during the initial stages, but then had a brilliant finals day to win it. Porchitagi comes out and probably saying a few last-minute prayers against Fernando, who's steaming in game 14 or not for Roma CC. I like to see Charles bowling a bit fuller though. He has been a bit carried away bowling too short earlier in the series. For him, I think, yeah, top of the stump length. Porchitagi gets in behind it. Oh, wow. Fielded by the non-striker. Thought for a second Charles might catch this, but ends up crashing into the leg of Imayanga. He costs his team a run. Might have a bit of a bruise there, I think, come tomorrow. Now Charles gets one past the outside edge. Oh, swing and a miss. And that was very close to crashing into the off stump. This is 1, and Porchitagi is off the mark at the 4th attempt. In fact, they're going to go for 2. Take on Denham, and that never really left the infield. And it forces his teammate to work pretty hard there. So Porchitagi steals a second. Big swing attempted, but no contact made. That'll be the end of the power play as Charles Fernando finishes with pretty tidy figures, to say the least, of 2 for 3. The score's 13 for 2. I wonder how Nish is enjoying his day in Rome as well, as he does have the day off. As we see, first innings had 3 magical overs plus 19 in there. No wickets in the first half, just kind of setting up fairly comfortable batting innings for Roma CC. There's the chopper. It's fairly active here, actually. All right, here's Prabhath bowling out. Outswing it first up, down the corner. Get 1. Now this is where you probably could go at 2, and this time they turn it down. Younger happy with a single, over to Porchitagi to try again. Just knocked away for 1 into the leg side. Keep getting progress pictures of Cardham Rover. It's looking pretty cool. Wow, so just has a crack and can't hit the stumps. It's quite clever the way he can swing the ball both ways, Prabhat. Still without a wicket though, he won't be too happy with that because who knows, it might be the last we see of Prabhat depending on the 11 they choose to go with tomorrow. First Prabhat picks the team, so if he really wants to play, he can get himself in there, but I think with some of the players we'd expect to come back tomorrow, maybe Krishan Kalagamagay, if he's available, amongst others. He struggled to find a spot for himself in the team. Another good outswinger. Maybe setting him up for something here. He's got one ball to go. Does he go the one that comes back? There he goes, another outie, and this should be the wicket for Prabhat. Unless he messes it up. He does not mess it up. Nicely taken. There's Denham Seneviratne. Well, that's one way to guarantee that Denham will get a bowl. You take one off the Godfather, and that will be a wicket to finish the 4th over. Umayanga goes for 12, and Ekna Lagoda is going to finish with figures of 1 for 14. They score 17 for 3. Helix thinks perhaps it's the helicopter was Nish coming back with all his shopping. Yeah, well, he's probably having a few good experiences there, I know. But he had a few plans where he wanted to go and a bit of an express tour of the landmarks here in Rome. Castellina, well, maybe sneaking from the bottom, but I think you know here that this won't be the game that they can provide the upset. Castellina's other game will be against Kent Lanka, so two teams that won't feature in the final, but that'll have a kind of a finals feel to it because both teams, it's their last game. They'll want to finish with a win. Castellina, an opportunity for them, I think, to show how far they've come. Maybe they can push Kent Lanka, who I think would start favourites. Well, didn't have to wait long. Here's Denham. As this is belted down the ground. Samarakun, well, had it covered, but then he's booted it across the line. Samarakun, one of the better fielders in this tournament, but yeah, he gets there with the hand, but fumbles it, and then the trailing leg comes through. Golski. Denham snuck in the very next ball for a bowl after he took that catch. No coincidences there. Now this is another misfield. In fact, it's a drop catch from Maragi, who had the look of a man that has 10 fingers and wanted to stay that way. Didn't do Maragi. Denham was wondering where all his fielding support's gone. Denham has 9 wickets in the series. He hasn't actually bowled before this year. He's come and been used a fair bit. His run-up is faster than he actually bowls. That's the thing with Denham. It's almost like he holds his arm back from going over as quick. Approaching the halfway point of this innings. That's nice. At least try and scramble a few runs. They go on the hit there, no hesitation. Protatagi reaches double figures. Again, sometimes you're just looking for little highlights. Protatagi has a high score of 15 against the Gladiators, 15 not out. That's the quicker one from Seneviratne, just pushed through and gets a little bit of bat onto the leg. Last ball, the fifth coming up. Zen Ratney will go for a single here, and that will end the fifth over. The score is 25 for 3. As I mentioned, if you want to take a bit of a break, you can go back and watch that ECC Classic match put in the chat. Let's have a look at the Italy squads, the ECI Italy Rome squads, and yeah, a couple of players that we've seen before. Simranjit Singh's come into the squad now, I noticed, and Gaggandeep Singh's come in as well. Ali Raza Islam, see him in there. Played really well for Brescia CC in the ECL 22. Amir Sharif, very good player. So Natfi, his fresh tropical teammate. Joy Pereira, he could be a bit of a game changer as well. Italy will play Finland and Austria across the weekend in a total of 9 matches in the series. Each team plays 6 matches. Top team will get the trophy. Samaragi comes on, he gets a wicket very first ball. Gets it right up in the block hole. Manawa swings across it. And Catalina have lost a 4th wicket now, 25 for 4. Pretty simple stuff sometimes. Just get full, get straight, and wait for a mistake. And Prathuvi, again, we've said it a few times, don't want to harp on it, but probably hasn't quite played to his potential given how talented he is in this series. But I suppose finals day is what will be remembered. And there's 4 teams all in the hunt. I know you can look at the table and say, well, Roma CC, it's theirs to lose, and that's probably true, but they've got a tough semi-final against Asian Latina, who may be on a winning streak of 8 at that stage. And remember that contest, the first night between Roma CC and Asian Latina. In the end, there was 1 run in it, and Asian Latina really got the rough end of the stick in that game. There's no bones about that one. It was Roma CC won off the last ball, 123 to 122. Udugamge is the new batter, and he just taps the first one down for no run. That's a big swing. Next one. So there you go, Asian Latina that Roma CC would have to get past. That's no easy task, and whoever wins out of Royal Roma Bangla Morning Sun is going to be tough as well. And potentially on the cards, we have a 3rd consecutive Roma CC versus Royal Roma final. That was the matchup in 2021 and 2022. Get away square of the wicket, and Udugamge is just going to get the 1. If you want to go back further, it's the first ECS we had here at this ground in Rome. As we see Samaraga get away with the 1 for 1 over, into 6. It's 26 for 4. Royal Roma made the final on that occasion as well, but they went down to Bergamo United in the final. But that was kind of a different feel at that stage, because we had teams from outside the Rome area taking part. So that was actually an 8-team series back in November 2020. In the Wild West days, we say on ECN. Denham gets the 2nd over. This one almost knocks out the stumps. Handled cleanly by Sajeth. We'll do the keeping for Italy in that ECI this weekend. Last hit out for those 3 teams, Italy, Finland and Austria, before their groups in the ECC. Sneaks inside, doesn't really shape back this time. of course. We know that they'll be playing at the start of week 2. So their matches on the 2nd of October. They play 2, 3 and 4 of October. In the air, this could be a chance, and it's taken. Samarakut, no mistake this time. Senratna has his 10th wicket of the series. Sudu Gumgate tries to lift it up for 6, but he can't quite get it over the Roma CC outfielder. So that's 5 wickets down. It's 26 for 5. So Italy were playing Group C, and later that week they'll have Finland playing in Group D with Austria. So Austria and Finland playing this weekend, feeling each other out before they'll meet, of course, on either the 5th or the 6th of October. Madrualagi comes to the crease at number 7. So it's always interesting when we see some clashes in ECI cricket of teams that will meet in the ECC because they're in the same group. We saw it earlier in the year, for example, with Sweden and Estonia as one occasion. We've seen Germany and Norway playing each other. Austria and Hungary played each other. Up in the block hole, Madrubalagi gets off the mark. Trying to pick any other teams that have played each other. I think Czechia and Greece in Group A, they played in same ECI and Czechia earlier in the year as well. 109 matches over 4 weeks in the Euros of cricket. Last ball is 7th coming up. Denham puts a bit of effort into this one, but he gets stroked away for 1. But he does pick up a wicket, and at the end of 7 overs, the score is 28 for 5. Coming up next, more cricket, and Kent Lanka against Asian Latina. This is the game that threatened to be a big one if Kent Lanka had been able to win their previous game, but they weren't able to do that. And so Asian Latina, it's their last chance to have a hit out in the group stage. They're on a winning streak of 7. They'll be hoping to make it 8 when we return. Asian Latina winning the toss and batting. I think it's a pretty good toss to win. They'll be hoping that their batting can click. And Amandeep Singh looks so good up there. Dharmendra probably would like a few more runs. That game's coming up in about 40 minutes time right here on ECN. As we start over number 8, and Samarage getting his 2nd over. Thick edge, it'll fly away just a single again. What are some of the matchups you're looking forward to? Kroom's asking, will the point of no return at the Euros be 20 runs per over? Well, it's a good question, Kroom. I still think probably stays at 18. The bowling's proportionally better as well. Fielding's proportionally better. So, I'm going to say I'll keep it at 18. But, you know, point of no return, 95% of the time, it works every time. Just a talking point. We're well past the point this time. Driven away, nice shot. I don't think he really picked it up there, Akash Wadawalagni. But the result's going to be 4. And Dennis just gets knocked off his feet there with that powerful drive from Prototagi. Yeah, Akash Wadawalagi just kind of frozen in time there at long off. This one's off the back pad and crashes into the keeper. Rilla just slid into the right-hander. He really tosses this one up. Can't get it away. End of the over. 34 for 5 after 8. Just the 2 overs to go then in this one. The intensity here might not be, I suppose, as big as we've seen on some occasions, but guarantee in 24 hours it's going to be hotting up here in Rome. Nakash gets a ball here in the 9th. He'll get 1 over. Bit surprised he won't get 2 in this, considering they're trying to get him involved in the series for the first time today. Round one first up. Gets past the right-hander. Does change his arm slot a little bit. This one's more over the top, you see. But it's a pretty nice shot, and it's swept away. What a nice moment that is. Maximo! 6-2 Madura Walagi as he lifts him up and over the leg side. He'll enjoy that. Just played it on length, really. Madura Walagi. That's his first 6 in ECN cricket. Hopefully it's not his last. Like I said, Gasolina gaining confidence little by little. He says try it again, and he does try it again, and he hits it again. Maximo! Back to back. Well, we saw his first 6 in ECN cricket, and then we see his second 6. Very next ball. Good contact. Well, Madura Walagi go shopping again. I mean, those were the first 2 sixes in this innings. We had 4 fours to this point. And he gives up on the flight now, Makash, and pushes this through. Madura Walagi has impressed us with the ball on occasions. This one fairly straight. Let's turn around. Portatagi will move to 17. Yeah, again, always just trying to set achievable, measurable goals. Portatagi. He's now got his top score on ECN, 17. There's the round armour. Madura Walagi won't catch up with it. 1 over to go in this one then. Gasolina 100 behind at the moment. They are 48 for 5 after 9. So, time for over 10. Bit of a raffle. I like to see this. Ahmed Nazar is going to bowl it. And yeah, an opportunity to try something. And yeah, Ahmed's going to get a bowl here. Has had a bowl before, bowled 1 over in the series. It did cost him 19, that was, against Gasolina. This is his 8th match for Roma CC. Let's see if he can break through with his first ECN wicket. Portatagi won't be happy if that's the case. He's facing up right now. Well, maybe he will, maybe he won't. Just gets over Rahat. They're going to go for 2. Good throw might have him cooked. It looked like he was throwing a medicine ball there. And Portatagi will take the couple. And there's got to be careful with the spelling of the nickname on the back of the shirt, just saying. And a big swing and a miss. Portatagi, can he reach 20? Probably going for glory here. 50's up for Gasolina. He tries. He's still on the move though when he tried to ramp that. Oh, where's that gone? Oh, no one bothered to look. Now you're going to throw blindly. And and it'll just be a single. I thought for a second that might spin onto the stumps. Protatagi will get to 20. Certainly has batted a bit of time in the innings. And yeah, Samarakun should handle this. So Azar, again, probably a player we won't see tomorrow. Unless we have some injury issues or availability issues, but he's got one more chance to take a wicket. Last ball coming up. That run rate required 582. That is past the point of no return. Well, in the air and 6. So a nice way to finish for Poru, who goes maximal. The margin of victory in the end will be 90 runs. Nicely picked up there. Good striking. And they're going to finish on a score of 58 for 5. This is what's coming up next. Kent Lanka against Asian Latina. Kent Lanka have 2 more matches to play. Asian Latina, that's their last match before we'll see them take on Roma CC in the second semi-final tomorrow. Roma CC, they do it, a perfect group stage, but really the fight is on tomorrow. They'll have 2 real tough matches if they're to defend their title here in the ECS Italy Rome. Let's go back to the start. Indikasen, again, a lot of responsibility on him, but he couldn't quite time up Fernando, and then Fernando just went a bit crazy, getting full, actually bowling at the stumps. Probably makes sense when you've got all his attributes. He should probably use this bouncer as a surprise delivery. Nalagoda chipped in with that wicket. Denham taking a catch, which meant that he immediately got a bowl. And he even picked up a wicket as Samarakun took the catch. Wadualagi, I think he'll be better for the run as well. He did a bit with the bat and the ball today, but he's a class player. Let's see if he can kind of get on pace when the intensity ramps up tomorrow. Late in the piece, that was a nice strike, and it got Castellina to 58 in the end. Ken, sometimes you got to look for positives, and I certainly think that they've come a long way. Probably not quite in the class of a top 4 team, but Protatagi can be happy with his best score on ECN of 26. We saw Madura Walagi with not just his first 6, but his second 6 on the network. And not often you see this, a clean innings, not one single extra. And good teams, they don't give you extras. And that's pretty remarkable considering that they actually used a few alternative bowling options. Fernando 2 for 3. Start early on. Nalagoda with a wicket. Likewise with Senabaratne and Samaragi. But yeah, no extras. Pretty interesting. That Roma CC just kind of showing their professionalism depth that they were able to bowl a clean innings. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes with the 4th match of the day. Kent Lanka and Asian Latina to lock horns in match 55. Until then, Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you the other side of this break with more European Cricket Series. with this.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company once again. It's day 11 and just a couple of more matches before we have to make the cut officially and narrow it down to our final 14s that will play on finals Friday tomorrow. Right now it's time for match number 55, the penultimate match of this stage. Sri Lanka taking on Asian Latina. Let's see what happened at the coin toss when Mars Baiji had the two skippers.
So Sri Lanka is home teams. They're going to toss the coin, and Asian Latina is going to call. Tails is a call. Tails it is. So Asian Latina wins the toss and chooses to bat first, back over to the commentary box.
It looks like Asian Latina have won the toss and elected to bat, as well called by Mars out there in the middle a little bit earlier. Asian Latina now dramatically have played their way into the four. We know they'll finish in fourth place regardless of what happens here. Sri Lanka will know they'll finish outside the four, again regardless of what happens this afternoon. But still, competitive game, I'm sure, on the cards. Asian Latina will be hoping for a final tune-up, and they'll be hoping to make that winning streak 8 in a row. That's after they lost their first 6 matches in the series. Sri Lanka have had some success along the way, but a 4-8 record, even if they can improve that 6-8, you can see that they're just behind Asian Latina, who already have 7 wins. So we thought earlier in the day this game may be the one to determine fourth place. It kind of shows you that, of all the games today, it's among the closer contests. Sri Lanka given a 47% chance, Asian Latina 53%. Would suggest perhaps that Asian Latina, for me, it's probably a bit more of a 60-40 shot. I think maybe it underestimates their chance a little bit, but that's a pretty good supercomputer. I'm not going to overrule it. And so, as we get ready for the start, I want to welcome everyone back on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent. Of course, everyone watching our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. Have put some suggested viewing if you want to just step out of the present and check out some of the ECC action, classic action. But it's going to be a big few days ahead. Of course, finals Friday tomorrow. ECI's on the weekend. Finland and Austria touring, and Finland and Austria actually are in the same group in the ECC, so that's a preview to their clash at the Euros of Cricket, and also the Italian national team will be there before the Euros start on Monday. Another full toss to start from Nico, and it's going to go out of the ground. Sukbir says, thank you very much. That's a sighter. How high is it? It's just below waist, but regardless, it's given the treatment. Maximo off and racing. Nico did bowl a big full toss before. First one just slipped out, I think, again. Another full toss. This might have been even a fraction higher. It's going to go for 4. So, a terrible start, really. Let's have a look. It probably was a bit higher, but for me, it's probably just coming down. Look at the trajectory of the ball there. So I think he'll get away with that. He won't get away with it as far as runs hit off the bat. So I think it'll just be 4 runs against a spinner. So it's coming down a lot in that last metre compared to if it was a faster bowler. Fernando can bowl a bit of both. But right now, he just needs to find the pitch, doesn't he, Nico? Now he does switch to pace. Next one's a wide. It's a bit of a hive of activity at the moment. And yeah, looks like there's something going on in the background. I'll try and bring you that in a second. There we go. Oh, that's where it's coming from. All right. Well done by the crew. Better ball this time. Hit pretty hard. But, Shaminder's got that one covered. Yeah. I'd call it kind of semi-agricultural, I suppose. See the odd horse going around here. We're about 15 kilometres outside of the centre of Rome. And centre of Rome's probably where my colleague Nishay Bhatt is today, having a well-earned day off before he rejoins me for finals tomorrow, and then, of course, the ECIs over the weekend. Oh, probably a wide, yeah. I think it's a good call. Pretty much bounced on the tram line for me. Let's have a look. Yep. It wasn't fully inside. Nico does get some good shape when he bowls seam up. He's switching kind of within the over now, depending on what's working for him. Oh, that's a good one. And he gets through. Amandeep almost rocks him. First legal delivery he faces, almost loses his stumps. Loaded trip, nice to have you with us. A few people are watching the link right now, which I put in the chat. Sneak through for one here, Amandeep off the mark. Last ball of the over. A little bit short, ill-directed, and that's going to be 6. Maximo, as the first over goes magical 20 without loss after 1. Just, yeah, classic. Ill control, just costing the bowler there, Nico Fernando. 4 days until the ECC starts, and it's our 3rd ever European Cricket Championship. We've gone from 15 nations 2 years ago to 21 last year, 31 this year. Let's play a game called Who's Playing ECC for the First Time. Ready? All right. I always seem to miss some of these, but I'm going to try. All right. Kurunayaka is going to continue. Okay, so there must be 10 new ones, because I want to try and pick them right here. So Isle of Man, for sure, they're 1. Down the ground. Greece, playing for the first time as a national team, 2. Jersey and Guernsey, 3 and 4. Croatia, Bulgaria, 5 and 6. So actually, Belgium is the only team in Group B that's actually played before. It's pretty amazing. Serbia and Estonia, newcomers from Group C. It's up to 8. Drags this leg side. Fielder down there, handles it. All right, what else have we got? Turkey, newcomers from Group D. Cyprus from Group E are new this year. I think everyone in Group B's played before. 2, 6, 8, 9, 10. Yep. So there, yeah, your newcomers. Nice shot, this one. Just driven away by Amandeep Singh. Nice swing of the bat. He gets 4 runs. 4 carreras. Another ball hits the flag. Yeah, so it's doing the numbers. 2 teams are new in Group A. 4 teams are new in Group B, 2 in Group C, 1 in Group D, 1 in Group E, and no new teams in Group F. Just the luck of the draw, I suppose. Now, they go on the hit here, and slight fumble is going to make sure that they get there. So that Group B, you might say, okay, well, 4 new teams out of 5. Is that a weak group? Well, not really. You got Jersey, Guernsey, and Belgium in there. Croatia and Bulgaria as well. Tries to pick this up. A lot of bottom hand in this shot, but he drags it into the gap. And so that'll be 4 runs. Takes Asian Latina up into the 30s. On the walk, this might be a catch, and it is, and it's really well held. That's Ishant Shaminda, who's got a very short pair of hands. Shukbir is charging down the wicket. Doesn't quite get the timing. And Karuna Naika breaks through once again for Kent Lanka. He's having a pretty good tournament. The first wicket falls, and the score is 31 for 1. Nice catch by Shaminda, wasn't it? It's a nice wait for Karuna Naika to round out his over. See Asian Latina losing their first 6 games, but they've won 7 since then. I hate to say it, but I did kind of tell you so. I said that they're a team that's too good to be 0-6, and I predicted that when they start winning, they're going to keep winning. And if they keep winning through tomorrow, 2 more matches, they'll actually win the trophy. A team that were 7-1 before they got knocked out in a shot loss to Royal Roma in 2021. As Nico gets his second over, despite going magical in the first. Yeah, so we're doing this series of classic ECC matches. It's on our social media. Number 3 released today, and it's the game that we like to call the Impossible Chase. Push no run here. So that game, Belgium set Sweden 150, was on our best chases for quite a long time. The Sweden, they got something like, how much was it? It was like 83 off the last 19 balls or something to win that game. As this is driven nicely inside out from Amardeep Singh. He gets 4. Really good batting. He just holds his shape so well. Knows it's coming into him, so kind of goes a little bit inside out to account for that. Still shows the full face of the bat. Yeah, that Sweden game, that was the first game that we really saw the point of no return busted, because they were well out of it. Driven this into the gap as well. Just it's a funny bounce, holds it up slightly, it allows Mukti to make the stop. It's a good chase. Yeah, but that game, there's some amazing innings in there. Well, Zuvak was excellent. He's a player I think we'll see definitely for Hudinga. Haven't had a look at the Swedish squad yet for the ECC, but we'll play for Hudinga in the ECL for sure. And then also Samuel Rahmani played quite a hand. I think he got 32 off 6 or something like that. Maybe 34 off 6. It was just carnage at the end. There's Latina just kind of plugging along. Domenda's come out in number 3 position. Off the mark already. Might have a little peek at the Swedish squad while we're here then. This is just eased away over point. What a shot from Amardeep. You see the easy power he's got there as he sends it up and over the fence. Maximo. 6 runs and very comfortable looking shot. Achaz the call, saying come. I get 2 here now as the first fielder runs past it. And they will get pretty comfortable 2, end of the power play. It's 46 for 1. Sweden squad, let's have a look then. It is up. Nasser Baluch, he took a hat-trick in the ECL, actually off the first 3 balls in innings. That was for Ariane O'Keefe. Samuel Rahmani is in there. A few names missing that we're used to seeing for Sweden. Interesting that I don't think there's any Albies Army players in there at all. Shuseb Chowdhury at the side last year. Himal Zubak is in the squad. You've got Zabi Zahid, Khalid Zahid in there as well. Saeed Ahmed from Hudinga. Sher Ali, who scored what was at the time the quickest 100 on ECN earlier this year. That record's since been broken by Jamshed Khan in Germany. Yeah, certainly look forward to seeing how Sweden go. Prashant Shukla from Djurgården, and also very good spinner. He was player of the tournament in an ECI earlier this year. So yeah, looking forward to seeing Sweden, seeing how they go. And it's a pretty tough group, of course, including Italy, where we are right now. We'll see the Italian team on the weekend. I like the idea of 2 here, but I don't think you get it straight to Wickramanayake. You can see a little bit of wind now. It's the side of my cube. Oh, nasty one for the Mender. That one followed him a little bit. Wickramanayake just has been a bit hard to get away. Some very good batters have struggled to get hold of him. And goes after this and gets a fair piece of it. Amanda, that's exactly what he wanted. Goes with the angle of Wickramanayake and gets the hands out in front. 50's up for Asian Latina as well in the 4th over. Trip had a question which I've answered in the chat as well a little while ago about how to watch the ECC, and yeah, we do strive to keep it as accessible for everyone. Obviously, we've got a few commercial partners around the world for the Euros of cricket, but keep an eye on that space. This is in the air, and this is a catching opportunity, and it's taken. Nice catch taken, so it's going to be 6 and out for Dharmender. Wickramanayake gets his man in the end. I've got to say, it was a pretty good catch out there. It is Manoj Wickramanayake that takes it. And he gives him a little pat in the back. I always wonder if that's a great idea when you've just gotten someone out. Might not be in the best frame of mind, but yeah, it's a nice catch. And that's what you're going to have to do if you Kent Lanka here. Create chances and take chances. That'll bring Dinser to the crease. And the score is 54 for 2. Yeah, so just to mention some of those partners that'll be taking the ECC. Fan Code, of course, in the Indian subcontinent. Fox Sports in Australia. T Magenta in Austria. Sportsmax in the Caribbean. Willow in the USA and Canada. Sport Deutschland in Germany. Swiss Sport TV in Switzerland. Star Times in Sub-Saharan Africa. SSC in Saudi Arabia, Middle East and North Africa. So a big swing and miss from Dinser. Almost threw his neck out with that swing. Also around Viaplay in UK and Ireland. La Liga Sports TV in South America and globally, and also Sport en France in France. End of the over here, it's 54 for 2. Wickramanayake, again, good shift from him. He's been so consistent, 2 for 19 off his 2 overs. But like I said, if you keep an eye on our social media, particularly if you look at our Facebook, you know, you'll also find that, you know, if you're not able to reach one of those services, there are alternatives to watch, and that's really what we want. Obviously, we love that as many of you as possible get involved as well in the YouTube live chat. We do find it a bit difficult just because some of the restrictions put on us to be interacting as much with the chat in the ECC. That's just the way it is, but I'll be typing away, don't you worry about that. Just missing, I think, as Shaminda comes on in over number 5. Nicely handled out there. Wickramanayake. edged and gone. Now it's the keeper back that does the chick. It was a fairly thick edge by Dinza. And he's going to have to go without scoring. Well, Dinza wildly swinging, charging down the pitch. Here he comes. And that's the sort of edge that if you were up to the stumps, you're not taking it. It's too much of a deflection. But when you're just back 2-3 meters, Joe Wardner deciding that he would kind of bank on the edge, and it will be the end of Dinza. Chaminda with the breakthrough. As Derek has been a bit lazy today, I've got to say it, Derek. But I'm sure he's gearing up for his first ever ECC, his first ever trip to Khartoum. A bowl by Chaminda, just takes one side of the wicket there. Yeah, so if you're up to the stumps there, it's probably one of those ones that's going to hit in the grill, but Joe Wardner keeps back and it works out nicely. Here's Grumuk. Strokes this nicely, doesn't beat the field. So Kent Lanka, I mean, they've got this game, they've got the game against Catalina to come, so even though they won't be in the finals picture, they've come a long way to be here, and they certainly want to finish strongly. It wasn't as classically played by Gurmukh Singh. Rutgers popped in the chat. Corey Rutgers. And Corey, maybe you'd like to contribute something as we get to the end of the over, end of 5, and it's 56 for 3. Time to roll the dice. All right, Corey, I want you to give your thoughts on this team as well. All right, first number is 6, so Group F, and Team 5. Okay, we already did that, so I've got to re-roll. Okay, it's Group F. Oh, Team 3, Portugal. Okay. Maybe just have a little peek at the Portugal squad. That's probably a good idea, isn't it? But Portugal, I mean, Conrad Greenshields has had a few issues with injuries this year. I know that Portugal are always trying to professionalise their operation. They're in a tough group. We talked about that group a fair bit. Group F, that's the group of death. As Roger Singham comes on, he might get a wicket first up. Slightly false shot, but it got a long way. Can they pull it back? Excellent fielding. All right, Pereira. He'll come back for 2, and well backed up by Joe Wardner. Anticipated the play there. Just look at this little slap back. Nicely done. Yeah, let's have a look at this Portugal squad. I don't see Greenshields in there. Though one, Henry is a good pick up for Portugal. As this is picked up, and it's going to be over the leg side. Maximo. 6 to Gurmukh Singh. He wanted to go square last over. This time he gets it. And that is well struck. I mean, give us your thoughts, Corey. I think he says Portugal, my bark, then fight. Does he mean more bark than bite? Yeah, thanks for your thought. And some people also getting ready to wear black armbands tomorrow, commemorating the Peacock Friday chat massacre of last Friday night when Corey went crazy and stole my computer and blocked everyone in the chat. A few people still, I think, watching the France versus Belgium golden ball. Yeah, I mean, Ming Machado for Portugal. I mean, a tough task, that's for sure. Mukti comes on. He's an entertainer, isn't he? Well, good throw here. Might have been trouble. Get there in the end. Yeah, I suppose it's well judged. That's what made it. Ran straight away. That's the key. Lifted up and out of the ground. What a shot. Maximo. Smashed away. Just a push really, but he got pretty close to the middle of the bat on it. The next one flies through. Corey celebrating actually the 1 week anniversary of the Chat Massacre as we speak, because this one is too wide and called wide. At the end of 6 overs, the score is 73 for 3. Yeah, Corey's asking what Golden Ball's up to. We're in the 320s at the moment, I believe. So yeah, it just hasn't been coming, although we have had pretty interesting couple of last ball finishes. Start of a new over. And first one down the ground for a single. Straight down the ground. This will actually test the fielders. It's well placed, and in fact it's going to go for 4 right between those 2 fielders down the ground. So welcome boundary for Asian Latina. We're just kind of cruising at the moment, aren't they, around that tour ball. In the air and towards the fielder. Brilliantly taken by Nico Fernando. Had to go full stretch there. He's actually in Shaminder's position. But Shaminder on with the ball now, has the second wicket, and Asian Latina lose a 4th. It's 78 for 4. Really good catch. Judged it well, and I like it, kind of planned his dive. I think that was the key here as well. I knew exactly how he was going to get off his feet. And did very, very well. It's good leadership from the captain. This will bring Onkar Singh, who's been brilliant with his off-spin in this series. Has a hat-trick to his name. Also has a 5-wicket haul. Now this is hanging in the air, but it's going to fall safely. First up. run on this hit, which will just be a single. Wow, that's absolutely launched by Onkar. Well, how about that for a bit of power? Not much of Onkar, but that was right out of the screws. Maximo. That 6 went a long, long way. Brilliant hitting. Takes 10 to the 7th over, 86 for 4. This is what we've got coming up tomorrow as well. A little peek ahead to the semi-finals with Royal Roma taking on Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the first semi-final. Then Roma CC taking on Asian Latina in the second semi-final. Winners through to match 60, the decider. If you don't win your semi-final, still get a chance to play for a medal. Bronze final will be match 59 after a short break. And it all starts tomorrow. Finals Friday here. Also, cheeky little Peacock Friday, 7:15 a.m. GMT, 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 in India as we start a new over. It's going to start with a single. Vimukti. If he takes the wicket, there's every chance we might see some backflips, so I'm excited. Look at that possibility. Oh, drop catch, tough one. Got 2 hands to it. Didn't make the stop. A bit frustrating for Kent Lanka. Still, they're a team. They've had their moments, haven't they? 4 wins in the series. They'd probably like a few more. That's a nice looking shot. No one back at deep point, and Amandeep hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair, but it's looked pretty good while he has had it. Slight misfield here. Chance of 2. No, they decide against it in the end. Gets this one past. Onkar, already hit a big 6. We're hoping for a few more, I'm sure, before the end of this innings. Another swing and a miss, so a pretty good holding job here, Kent Lanka, as far as this game goes. End of the over, 93 for 4. Time for the 9th over. What happens in the 9th? They've been fighting back here, haven't they, Kent Lanka, little by little? A little bit short. Amandeep almost holes out. Oh, the fielder didn't do either there, did he? He was either trying to couldn't get it on the full either. Even if you drop it, keep it in front of you, but he couldn't quite get there. Ends up kind of getting done by the awkward bounce and gets past him for 4. Now, Amandeep, he hasn't quite found his touch consistently, I think, in this innings, but he has still done a pretty good job. This one just pulled down to Nico Fernando. Question is, can Amandeep reach his half century here? Be a good effort. But yeah, it's more or less a par run rate at the moment, no more than that. That's a really good shot. That's a straight pull from Onkar. He's really found some power at times here. Cracked this one on the way up, and it just kept on going up to new one. Just a fraction short, pays the penalty. Nice batting. All right, gets this wrong, slight change of pace to new one's going to have to do it himself. Blowing around, and it gets away from him. It's almost like the wind came right on cue for poor the new one. Now lifted up and over. And so, yeah, a bit of frustration there for the new one. Drops a chance. $109 for 4 after 9. So yeah, about 2 a ball. Should be an interesting chase. I think it's important for Kent Lanka for their openers to get them off to a good start. Tenth overtime then. And it's going to be Tahir Khan who's bowling this last one. $110 now, 5 to go. I'm going to go for a 2, and that's all about trying to get Amandeep back on strike. That's really unselfish from Onkar, who actually was playing a pretty good hand himself, but he throws himself on the fire to perhaps give Amandeep the chance of bringing up his half century. But still, I really like that innings from Onkar Singh. Jashanpreet Singh will do the keeping this game, comes out. Nice. He executed a run out there. But Amandeep swings a miss at this one. Now this is lifted up and over the top. Maximal brings up the 50 as well for Amandeep Singh. He's leading the side here. Asian Latina trying to make it 8 in a row after that horror start. Now, catching opportunity. Oh, that would have been a cracking catch. Kind of went in and rushed it like a bull at a red rag, didn't he? But he's going to get past him and go for 4 in the end. Have a look at the launch. Yeah, disappointment. Yeah, again, they're going to try, and unfortunately this time, he's not going to get back. As it'll be 1 and run out, I think, to finish things off. Oh, the wind's picked up now. It's really blowing us around. I think there's a slight mistake on the on-screen graphics, because I think Jashenbreed has been credited with facing a ball, but he did not face a ball. So I'm going to put that down as 124 for 6. That's what I've got anyway on my scorecard. Does it get covered in dust? Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of the first innings. Didn't start too well, did it? With Asian Latina getting a few freebies early on. I mean, Kent Lanka did pretty well, I suppose, mostly to restrict more than anything else. That was pretty important. Fernando, mixture of pace and spin we've seen from him. They've just found a way to get the breakthrough on occasion. Tinza swung like a rusty gate. Swung at 2, nicked the second one, missed the first one. Amandeep, though, throughout it all. Just, it's a bit of a rock, and it was hard to displace, wasn't he? In the end, we saw Onkar with a couple of good strikes of his own. So, late in the piece, this one, little extra kick. I like the unselfishness from the non-strike there, Onkar. And yeah, late in the piece, just trying to bring up his extra run. And in the end, it is going to be 128 for 5. We'll take a quick break. Back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company as we're watching match number 55 between Kent Lanka and Asian Latina. Kent Lanka about to embark on a chase of 123 for victory. I just went for a little trip down memory lane, and last time these two teams met, it was back in match 45, and that was a similar kind of target for Kent Lanka. Their batting kind of collapsed. They ended up making 67. And they were chasing 124 for victory on that occasion. This time they're chasing 123 for victory. So I suppose at the halfway point, they're in a similar spot. They'll be hoping their batting can click. They've got a few guys that have been hitting the ball pretty well. Here's the two of them at the crease right now, though Joe Wardner coming off a duck this morning. You want to score a few runs. They've gone back to Fernando at the top. I like that move as well. So here we go, Dinza to get us going. No, you won't get going just yet. Bit of a false start. Welcome back to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent, as well as everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Shake, rail and roll. There we go. And the first ball is hit up and over the top. One bounce, 4 runs. It's good field awareness from Nico Fernando there. Mid-off was up in the circle, so he knew he didn't have to overhit it. Just had to get it somewhere near the middle of the bat. And we didn't have to wait too long for the first boundary. Good start for Kent Lanka. Fernando, pretty experienced campaigner leading Kent Lanka in this series. Now gets one that's just going to come back, take a bit of the thigh pad. It's going to run away, not quite to the boundary. Jashanpreet has to make a long chase. Just be the one leg bye in the end. Thought for a second that might fly away for 4, but just took too much of Nico on the way through. Slow the ball down a bit. Joe Wardner, top scorer 96 not out in the series, and that was a last ball thriller. Again, that was the target in the 120s. What a game that was. It was against the Gladiators in match 48. And he's going to start with runs. Gets this up and over the top. Again, no outfielder there, just the 2 outfielders allowed in the power play. So both the openers with a boundary to their name in the first over. Dinza, not the worst ball, maybe a fraction short if you want to be hypercritical. Well, getting a bit windy up there. Looks like it might have caused a bit of an issue with that camera. If you don't believe me, this is our camera at the moment. I'll show you in a second. Yeah, that's basically a shot of the floor. Our wonderful crew from Swim Productions, they'll be on that in no time at all. Again, welcome back to Wayne. Nice to see you. James had just taken a trip back from the past in his time machine. He was watching that classic match, and then I put the link in the chat from last year's ECC between France and Belgium. Drag towards mid-on. Amandeep picks it up and hurls it back towards the keeper. And this will take us to the end of the first over. So a couple of boundaries, but not a lot more. For Kent Lanka, 9 without loss after 1. 324 matches since the golden ball. Oh, surely we're not going to head into the ECC with that kind of baggage. And at the moment, we see the camera going back up. What I say, we honestly have some of the best minds around helping us with our production of the European Cricket Series. Might have been the rain that forced us to put a hat on that camera. That extra weight just weighing it down. But we haven't had a very windy 2 weeks, you have to say. It's just picked up a little bit at the moment. If anything, it's kind of left to right on your screen. Oh, this one doesn't really get up. Nico takes another one in the body. Sukhbir Singh coming on to bowl over number 2. Yeah, buckle up, guys. We're in for a big few weeks, not just a few days, big few weeks on ECN. Finals Friday tomorrow. ECI's on the weekend. Euros of cricket starting on Monday. Viewers in the tens of millions. Really can't wait. He goes straight. Really good shot. He just pins the ears back on this one and goes straight and strong. Maximo! Half a dozen to Nico Fernando. That's a really good shot. That's kind of range hitting style. He's aiming at the sight screen. No fielder straight down the ground, and Nico gets a useful 6 for Kent Lanka. Next one will just be a single. So yeah, just trying to hang around that 12 and over. So they want to be kind of mid-20s, I suppose, at the end of this over, if possible. Find another boundary from somewhere. Jay Wardener, though, when he's looked good, he's looked really, really good. He's a guy we have seen playing for Italy in the ECIs earlier in this year. Sort of playing the Milan series, did some good things. Kind of gets tied up by this one. Just a single. A few people that were watching the classic match, I suggested, saying, yeah, the result doesn't change when they watch. Yeah, that's true. Still a good watch. Got to admit, the last 15 minutes of that, probably the craziest 15 minutes of the year on the network. Well, it's a pretty close call. And Sukhbir, he's got a good head of hair, but he might be pulling it out if he keeps missing the stumps by that much. It's only missed by about a centimetre. Probably wasn't the right shot from Fernando. He looked a lot better when he went straighter. That time he just tried to drag it. Got a little bit lazy on the shot. Pulls back the length a bit. Nico happy to take the one, and so Kent Lanka, again, they get a 9, but that rate's just crept down about a point now as we hit the end of the second. It's 18 without loss. Table won't change. Although, I suppose Kent Lanka could potentially finish a bit higher. They could finish probably 5th. Even if they lost this game and they won the next one against Castellino and won it well, could probably drag themselves up into 5th place, but unfortunately this is a top 4 system here in Rome. And Amandeep's going to come on to bowl over 3. Okay. Thought maybe they go back to Dinza. Did a pretty good job, but yeah, the kind of twin spin attack of Amandeep and Onkar has been pretty useful through the middle overs. Remember, Asian Latina, they are guaranteed a spot tomorrow. They're going to take on the league leaders, Roma CC, in the semi-finals. Anyway, right now, well, Amandeep turns up and Amandeep disappears just as quickly as Fernando goes Maximo over the leg side. Pretty good strike. Again, just done that on occasion, hasn't he? Fernando just lost his shape, lost his composure. Oh, yeah. Nico probably makes the right call there because that was heading for his stumps and he wasn't going to be able to do too much with it. So just has to take his medicine. And to be on track, they'd want to be mid-30s here. Last 3 balls of the power play as well. Fernando would love to go to the well again. And he does. He launches the leg side and gets it plenty far. That's over 2 fences. Maximo! Kent Lanka need the top order to fire at the moment. A few misfires, but also a few off the middle. That one disappears, abracadabra. New balls, please. Amandeep not really being able to keep things too quiet at the moment. This is a similar kind of attempted shot, but not really off the middle. There's Onkar, and we might see with the ball before too long. Jay Wardner hasn't faced too much in this power play. Last ball's the third coming up. Well, it's a miscue, straight up in the air. Well, keeper doesn't want it, and he doesn't need it because it's well taken. And yeah, that looks like Muneem Mohammed who takes it. I was going to say, for me, it felt like a keeper's catch because I felt that Justin Brew could get there comfortably, but I suppose an argument for the fielder is that he doesn't really have to move and he's already facing the ball. The keeper would have been kind of chasing it, running back with the flight. Muneem does really well to hold it. And so Jay Warden up, another failure for him, not having a great time. On day 11, he goes for 5, and the score is 31 for 1. A wicket off the last ball of the power play. So just a handful behind, but that's a big wicket, Jay Warden. And we know that he's a match winner. It's going to be Ishan Shaminda to come in the number 3 position. 9, 9 and 13, but the third over also costs the wicket of Wisal Jawadina. So predictably, we are going to get Onkar now to follow on from Amardeep's over. Amardeep gets the wicket in the end. And it's going to start with a strike. And Fernando hits his straps. He's enjoying the off spin, isn't he, at the moment? Goes Maximo over long on. It's a fraction short. I don't mean short, but just, I suppose, not full enough, I think, to draw Fernando forward. Just leans back and pounds it. But, you know, Onkar is a very clever bowler. Got a lot of time from him. He can also bowl left-handed. No, we haven't seen it in the game. Oh, this one's like the arm ball. Shaminda misses out on it. I think there's nothing on this, so I think this will be a bye. Wait for the umpire. He says, yep, that's a bye. So we'll give Nico Fernando the strike back. Hit straight, and he gets enough again. Maximo! Well, that's a very good lone hand at the moment from Nico Fernando. We know that he's the kind of player. When he gets going, he's tough to stop. So I'm playing some pretty important innings for Pianoro when I first saw him in the European Cricket Series a couple of years ago. Oh, and once again he reaches and he absolutely smashes it. Maximo! Well, on paper you'd say the off spinner to the left hand is a good matchup, but Nico is just backing himself. That was slightly slow from Onkar. I don't think it's that bad bowling. I just think it's good striking. Fernando makes up his mind and brings up the 50 for Kent Lanka, who now are ahead of the curve. Tries again, but this time he's going to be dropped by Amandeep Singh. Okay, was principally concerned about saving the 6, and he does rob Fernando of a Maximo, and it would have brought up his 50, but he also got 2 hands to it, and he'll feel like he should have caught this, or at least given himself a second opportunity. He was just falling away. Balance was going the wrong way to try and catch the juggle. And so it'll be the end of the over. Fernando has a life on 44. It's 52 for 1 after 4. Yeah, disappointment for Onkar. And see the difference an over can make. They go from behind the rate to in front of the rate, just like that. Wow, it's absolutely smashed out of the ground, and that will be his 50 now. Fernando didn't have to wait too long for a second effort, did he? And that's a brilliant piece of striking. 51 off 18 balls. He's really stepping up here. 7 sixes in there. Now he kind of goes walkabout. Doesn't really get much of this one, but if he can bat the 10 overs, then gives him a fighting chance, doesn't it? Carved away, bit of hesitation. I think Nico was pretty keen to get down for the run. You can understand why. He's hitting very well right now. Yeah, so Mitch Minter's got his role to play as well. At the moment, it's probably all about trying to give a fair bit of the strike back to Nico Fernando, who's hitting pretty well. And now, a big swing and a miss. But, giving themselves a fighting chance, haven't they, Kent Lanka? Oh, now he goes to reverse and he gets it good. Maximo! What a shot by Nico Fernando. It's premeditated. He got something with a bit of length on it. It's just all hands, isn't it? All hands. Maximo coming. And that's also the end of the over. 66 for 1. After 5, you can see where we've been on the tour this year. I mentioned earlier, slowly building the schedule for 2024 as well. It'll be a similar kind of program, but certainly a few other places we'd like to visit. I see that Venice might be on the cards potentially next year. Again, there's a lot of planning still to be done, but we're so pleased that you can join us on our European adventures. Never would have thought a few years ago that something like this was possible, but something's brought a lot of joy to a lot of people, and there's plenty to celebrate heading forward as well. Start of a new over. And Fernando, a large proportion of runs, 58 out of the 66 in the first half of the innings so far. And there's 2 of those that are extras as well. Been a few wild swings in here, but he's hit enough often enough, hasn't he? Nico Fernando. I like this shot. It's a really well struck ball. And that's going to be 4. And what I like about this for this ball, it's a little bit wide. We've seen him occasionally trying to pull these to the leg side, but absolutely got on top of that, smashed it through extra cover and gets 4. Good batting. What a knock this is from Fernando. Yeah, this has got the other side of the coin, isn't it? As he tries to pull that and isn't quite able to catch up with it. Oh, now we're going to see the reverse again, and that's going to run into the rope, and it's going to be 4 more. It wasn't exactly, I think, the contact he was looking for, but he just needed to get something on it, and he did. And actually the keeper, probably Jashanpreet, if I was in his spot, I might have just kind of taken a sneaky little half step to cover that angle, because it was either going to go straight at him or it was going to take a little edge that way, and that was the latter that happened. Now he's going to stand left-handed and he's going to smash it. Maximo! Fernando to 72. He's really lighting it up at the moment. As we get to the end of the 6th over, the score's 81 for 1. And Fernando has gone well past his previous best. 52 against Rome Bangla Morning Sun. It was earlier in this series. Now, far and away, it's his highest score on the European Cricket Network. Could it be a match-winning score that he's putting together for his side? Wow, this is another big strike. That's over everyone. It's going to crash into Dennis's office. Maximo. And this time it's Shaminda saying, well, it's my turn. Maybe inspired from what he's seeing at the other end. Launches that one. Another offside strike. A slight mishit down the ground. It's leg side, and we'll just get one here. Yeah, Kent Lanka looking for a 5th win. Whoa, that's full toss, and oh, it's pretty well done. And now, we almost have a run out. Well, there's a lot happening here. I think Nico decides that if he's going to receive it, then he wants the free hit as well. Yeah, that for me is a no ball. So yeah, no ball's called. But then I suppose the question here is, does he take off from the rope? I don't think so. And the free hit is going to be nicked for 4. So everything seeming to be running towards Kent Lanka at the moment. This is the free hit. And again, keeper. You'd be hoping at least get it off his feet there to try and turn that into something. Okay, can't be caught, but he'd love to at least make the stop. Now a miss. It's been a weird kind of an innings, hasn't it? It's been a little bit all over the place. Some hits, some misses, but Kent Lanka in the box seat now. They've got that rate under 10 and over required. Hovering around the 10 probably. Oh, now just get one. Clever stuff. Just keep things ticking into the over. And 7 overs down, 94 for 1. And this is what's coming up last game. And battle for pride here. Castellina searching for a 2nd win. They do have some points in the series by Indy Consent. Kent Lanka winning the toss and batting. Castellina, I think they would have bowled anyway. Kent Lanka searching for a 5th win here. If they get it, maybe they can get to 6 and 8, which wouldn't be a disgrace at all. And that game's coming up in about 45 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Three overs to come, 29 required. Sukbir comes back and no ball call. And it's going to run away for 4. Well, that really hurts, doesn't it? Free hit to come. Let's see. Yeah, must have just had nothing behind the line. That hurts you. Especially when the game was kind of on a nice knife's edge. And this is a free hit. Hits the stumps. Ball still in play, so they'll get through for a bite. They can even score runs when they're not hitting the ball. But yeah, Sukbir. Tight no ball, but it seemed like it was. Sneaks past for a dot, so can still be on for a tight finish here. 8-0 looks easy, but fair few swings and misses. A loaded Trip. It looks like Trip's in blue now, so looking good there, Trip. Wayne thinks setting himself up for a good chase here. Yeah, it could be. Hundreds up for Kent Lanka. And here's Fernando that's been doing their job. And his way up to 81 now. And this is up, and it is out of the ground. This time it's Shaminda once again. Well, he hasn't been sitting on his hands either. Kent Lanka flying the flag. And they'll just be so disappointed, I think, earlier on against Roma CC. I think they had an opportunity, as good as opportunity as anyone has, to have knocked them off. But their batting just did not fire in that game. Chasing a similar kind of score to this. Now, pace on Yorker. Tortuga's a little bit on the field up, but he does make the stop. 16 off 14 now. How they finish it off, or are they going to make it hard work for themselves? The bowling. Yonkar could come back, but Nico had his measure, didn't he, the first time around. Sukbir bowling out here. Sukbir tries to dig it in, but it's going to be called a wide for height. That's another one that's very tight on the no ball. It's to bowl that one again regardless. Couple to come. Oh, another big swing and a miss. I don't think he'll have enough time to bring up his century unless we see something extreme here. Maybe it's not impossible. $15 to win. Last ball of the over coming up. Yeah, push and run. I think you can see Fernando wants to strike. He's going to get it. We'll head to the ninth. Game on here. The score is 109 for 1. Trying to work out ways that he could bring up his century. Well, the simple way would be if he could hit 3 sixes here. He's on 82. I need 14, so he could go 666. And that'd be it. Simple as you like. Nico would have a memory that would last forever. What a knock it's been. And so, with 3 of the key bowlers bowled out in Dinza, Sukbir and Amandeep, you got Maneem and you've got Onkar to bowl, and it's going to be Maneem who found himself in the hot seat earlier on in the tournament. All right, Fernando, 14 to win. Faces up. And he drags out a low full toss. Gets one. Shaminda, 16 off 9. Couple of big blows in there for him. But yeah, the deeper you take it, the more you can probably get Kent Lanka getting a bit of cold feet. Driven just one kind of keeps you hanging in there, doesn't it? In the fielding side in this situation. I suppose you're also thinking if you're the batting team, no need for wild swings and misses here unless it's really there to hit. It's only a bunch of dot balls that can get you into trouble. All right, goes straight and he goes true. Well, knock, knock. That one is right on the camera tower. Maximo. That one's ended up halfway back to the field. Well, can't see who's up there at the moment, but give us a thumbs up. Let us know you're okay. That was straight and true. And Kent Lanka. And oh yeah, well there's the thumbs up. Well, that's good news. We haven't lost anyone yet. What a shot that is. 6 to win now. Fernando to 89. And now it goes up. If it sails out, it's game over, and it is 4 runs. So he'll continue. You know what? What it does is it takes him to 93. Now look, I don't want to get all cute, but let's say if he could get a single here and then we didn't have any more runs, then he could potentially bring up his 100 with a 6 at the start of the 10th over. Now I don't know if you want to leave it that late. Probably has no idea about that. 6 here. We'll finish the game and finish him on 99. Goes high, and he will finish 99 not out. Oh, Nico Fernando. What a good innings that is. And he gets applauded by Asian Latina as well from around the ground. But he'll be kicking himself in a way. But he might also be pinching himself because not many people can say they've made 99 not out on the network. Amy Hillman-Bermejo did it for Spain earlier in the year in the ECIWs. And Nico. But 99 not out of 39 balls. And Nico, you can be very, very proud of his efforts. He's probably wishing now that he conceded a few more, then he would have had a chance to bring up his 100, but still, breakout innings for Nico Fernando. And that's the kind of entertainment you'll only see here on ECN. Saw there a little bit earlier. Next match starting in 40 minutes as Kent Lanka will get another opportunity to hit the park with Casalina in their final match of this series. But let's tune in to the Nicolo Fernando show. He really, there's more hit than miss, I suppose, in the end. 11 Maximo 6-4s in there. At the other end, did lose Rizal Jayawardena. It was caught well by Maneem Mohammed off the bowling of Amandeep Singh. But that was really the only bright spot for Asian Latina, who have their winning streak snapped at 7. They're going to finish at even 7-7. But all those 7 wins came consecutively, and we know that Asian Latina have a tough task against Roma CC tomorrow. As we saw Nico Fernando whack the ball after that out of the ground. The fact that it was only 4 actually gave him a chance, theoretically, to bring up his 100. In the end, he'll finish 99 not out. So narrowly missed it out on the Hall of Fame. But he's probably part of a more exclusive club, the 99 Club on ECN. Great innings, though, from Nico. Be really proud of the way he batted Jayawardena. Unfortunately for him, no runs for 5 of them. Not as many as he wanted. Chaminda was a good ally for his captain there. He compiled 17 not out. And they overhaul the target with 7 balls to spare. Wicket to Amandeep Singh, but not a lot to write home about. They got after Onkar, which hasn't happened too often in this series. But Asian Latina, well, they can just be really happy they've qualified. They wouldn't have necessarily been expecting that after losing their first 6 games in the series. And just like their opponents tomorrow, they are 2 matches away from the trophy. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 35 minutes with the last game of the day. Maybe some random question times as well, as Casalina and Kent Lanka will get one more chance to impress here in Rome. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you after this for more ECS Italy Rome.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back. Time for the late shift as we get into the fifth and final game of day 11. It is the final qualifying game, although it will feature two teams that won't, unfortunately, be part of the finals action tomorrow. It is Castellina versus Kent Lanka in match 56. Let's see what happened at the coin toss some time ago when Mars Biaggi was with the two captains.
Castellina is home team, so they're going to toss the coin, and Kent Lanka is going to call. Heads is the call, and heads it is. Kent Lanka wins the toss and chooses to bat first, back over to the commentary box.
Thank you, Mars. And so we'll see Kent Lanka hopefully picking up where they left off as Nico Fernando. If you want to look at the last game, he's going to come in on 99 not out, because that's what he finished in a pretty dramatic win over Asian Latina, and it gave Kent Lanka a fifth win in the series. So yeah, after that, they're actually a 5-8 record, obviously a fair way clear of Castellina, who are going to finish in 8th position. And they do have one win along the way. Having a look at the two teams, well, 7 runs between them. Maybe it's a bit generous to Castellina considering their batting has been a bit of an issue, averaging 73 with a stick. It's not going to win you too many games, although it did win them one against the Gladiators. Kent Lanka, though, they looked on with the bat. And I think the key to Castellina is they've got to take early wickets. Kent Lanka, 82% favourites, and have been playing better cricket, haven't they, as this tournament's gone on. Unfortunately, they won't make the 4. Potentially, though, they could finish in 5th place with a good performance here. Kent Lanka just peeking into the table. Actually, they are 5th already. So I'd say pretty much any win here will give them, well, I know any win will actually get them up 2 points clear. Even a loss that's a narrow loss might keep them in 5th, but it's all kind of academic. Nico Fernando. It's a funny game, cricket, isn't it? He made 99 without getting out in the last game. It won't count as 100, even though here he is just after a short interval, a bit like a lunch break in longer form of cricket. You can pick up where you left off, but I suppose different opponents. As Rathagamage is going to come in, and we saw a couple of late changes for Castellina in this one. Rathagamage, we've seen a bit of him in the series. He's going to get us going. Here we go. It's match 56, and he's going to start with a wide. Just searching for some extra pace there. Disappeared down the leg side. Once again, big hello to everyone in the chat. What did you get up to in your break? I was working on a bit more of my Spanish. Obviously with 4 weeks in Spain coming up to try to increase my vocabulary. I've got to say it's not as wide in Spanish as it is in English. As we see the next ball lifted up and over the top. Well, there's his 100, Nico Fernando. And he picks up where he left off. Maximo. Nico Fernando just gone full beast mode here on day 11. Pity he couldn't click a bit earlier. Maybe they could have snuck into the 4. You never know your luck in the big city. Hello to Trip, nice to see you. Hello to Kroom as well. How about some random questions to finish the day as well? I do have my random question generator now, which I found incredibly useful. He loses this. Back to the future. Back to the first ball of the game. The random question. Some of these are pretty interesting. I don't think it'll polarise the audience. Edged and gone. So Nico finally succumbs. He goes 6 and out here, and credit to Rathagamage there. Gets in a good area. Nico tries to go across the line. You could hear the edge. Well held behind the stumps. Umayunga has finally got the gloves back for Castellina. And Nico is going to be 6 and out, and that's a wicket you felt they needed badly if they were going to be competitive in this game. Okay, you've still got Joe Woodiner down the other end yet to face the ball, but It's a good early strike for Arthur Gummergate. And it's 8 for 1. Yeah, so the random question that I don't think we'll disagree on, what's your opinion on naps? My opinion is I'm pro nap. All right, I've got one though. Favourite ice cream flavour. Favourite ice cream flavour. For me, I'll start us off. Probably partial to choc mint, but also I like a bit of choc chip cookie dough, especially the doughy bits in there. You tell us, what's your favourite ice cream flavour? Shaminda comes in at 3, batted well in the last game. Oh no, no one's stopping that. That's the Gummergate. Well, he knocks this into camera 4. So there's a bit of a freakish one, really. Bounces over the fence. Here we go. Watch the shake. And bush. And now it's slightly out of position. Camera 4's been giving Spring Production a bit of extra work today. Already blew over once. That's a pretty good drive down the ground. Bowler goes with the feet, and he may regret that. Although the next bit of footwork is a little bit better. Good running by the two batters. Joe Warden in particular gets back to the non-strikers and make sure they secure a couple. There's not too many ice cream flavours I don't like, though. I wasn't a huge fan of the coffee ones, I got to admit, but I think I'm coming around. The thing with your favourite ice creams is when you do go to the same shop, you tend to buy the same flavours, don't you? Oh, yeah, nice little uppercut, but he could have been out, but he's not out. And it's going to go for 4, I think, in the end. Let's have a look on the replay. Deep third comes into play. Oh, yeah, he's knocked it up. And I think it's going to be 6 runs. I'll just wait for this on the replay. You see, it was given 4, but he's actually knocked it onto his body. And, yeah, then almost his head. And then I think it's gone. So, yeah, we'll wait and see if that one gets corrected. This next one comes into the body of Shaminda. Well, while he's composing himself, let's have a look one more time. He's kind of in the way, but yeah, that's 6. That's definitely 6. Still time to change it probably as well, because next ball's a dot. But I suppose Gasolina can use all the breaks they can get. Wow, this one follows him. Gets himself in all kinds of strife. In the end, I have given it 4, so it'll stay 4, I guess. And it saves the over from going magical in the end. It's 19 for 1 after 1. Four days until the ECC, it's the Euros of Cricket. It starts on the 25th of September on Monday, but we do have some international action to, I suppose, warm you up for it on Saturday and Sunday here. Tri-series between the hosts Italy as well as Finland and Austria. Have we got some ice cream flavours coming in? What are you liking? Are there any kind of unpopular opinions? Well, Croom's got Neapolitan. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, Neapolitan's just basically equal parts strawberry as well as vanilla and chocolate. Well, that's one way. I mean, look, you take your life in your own hands sometimes when you pull out the magic spray, and I'm sure that medical officer probably didn't bargain on that. But, well, let's just hope it does the trick for Shaminda. He copped a bit of body line there, didn't he, in the first over? All right, passion fruit and pistachio. That's really, are they separate flavours? I assume you mean separately, not together. I don't think I've ever seen a passion fruit and pistachio. Tatagi will take up the attack. Shaminda seems fine. Magic Sprays certainly had a fair workout in this series. This one just sneaks inside first up. Suleiman Said's been pretty good on the wides. Sully's umpire you'll probably see at the Euros of Cricket as well. He resides here in Italy. Wow, this one is hit hard. Wow, that is such a strike from Jayawadena, who's off the mark with a Maximo. Really good shot on the wall. Kind of gets the length that he wants, and there was a little bit of swagger about that shot from Rizal. He moves from 0 to 6 pretty quickly. Oh, there's 6 more, slightly across this one. Picks it up and over. And so back-to-back sixes and they're away. That one ends up in the officials' 10. A very good start, this isn't it now? Lanka trying to back Castellina out of the contest. Nice shot, but punches it straight to point. Yeah, Castellina, obviously their struggles with the bat have been well documented. They do have a top score of 118. That was in match 38 against Roma Capinelli, but even that wasn't enough to win the game as Roma Capinelli overhauled it with 4 balls to spare. Their one win came in match 24 when they were able to restrict the Gladiators 73, and it seems like that's the only way they can really make a contest of this. Well, there's a mix-up. Hits, he's gone, and he does hit. Brilliant work from Tatagi. As Shaminda has sold up the river. And you can see Jayawadena is basically broken his own heart here. He can't bear to look at Shaminda. He said yes and quickly tried to say no, and he's praying this doesn't hit, but it's middle peg from Tatagi. Jayawadena, well, he's certainly taken that to heart, but he's probably not feeling quite as bad as Shaminda, who gets put on the barbecue here in match 56, and he'll be run out for 6, and we'll go back with a couple of bruises to boot. Score is 31 for 2. And you can see here, Shaminda knew he was gone and wasn't quick enough to even get in the way of the ball. He goes on that line as this is picked up, and well, Jayawadena isn't going to get angry. He's going to get even as he lifts it up and out of the ground. Maximo. Good striking, and yeah, you can see there. Jayawadena, maybe it's his time. Well, I hope this is a fire that was planned because it's not too far away from us. I guess it is. But can't understand too much agricultural stuff growing up in the city. End of the over. Score 37 for 2 after 2. Looking at the table. Lanka with a decent performance here. They hold on to 5th, but not quite good enough to crack the top 4, which is now set in stone. Castellina looking to double their amount of wins. They can do that with a win here in match 56. Tatagi, his over goes for 18, and now we'll be back to Rathagamagate. It's a bit all over the shop in the first over, but his good balls have been pretty good. He was able to get the player of the match from the last game out, Nico Fernando. Last time we'll see Nico with the bat in this series, but you know, what a way to go out. That previous game with 99 not out. Pretty exclusive club, the 99 not out club. I can only think of one other member actually. Naomi Hillman Bermejo of Spain. I think Hamingay just pulls this a little bit wide, called. comes in and leg by signal to Kiridura, the new batter. Last over the power play here. Chris has got a good one. Talking of ice cream flavours, good old raspberry ripple or mint with choc chips. Yeah, I'm with you with the mint choc chips, and really there's not too many that I don't like I said. I like Trips. He's saying can't decide his favourite, but a good peach ice cream with fresh peaches is great. Can't go wrong with black cherry either. Agree. Oh, he just comes and walks at this. What a shot by Joe Adino. Looks on here, doesn't he? Bit shorter runs. Just no fear approach from Richard, and he smacks it straight down the ground on the straight pull. Yeah, I got to tell you my ice cream heartbreak story though. If we're on ice cream chat, carved away to point. Joe Adina gets one back to Takiri Adura to face. But they used to make one. I'll mention the brand. I'll call them out. Connoisseur Ice Cream back in Australia. They made a flavour called Chocolate Obsession, and it was basically, it was like chocolate, but it had kind of it's like a brandy cherry kind of ripple through it. It was delicious. They stopped making it, and I don't know why. They replaced it with flavours that are just not as good. As this will just creep over. It's a fingertipper in the circle. Takiri Adura is off the mark with 4. I think I'm okay. He might have had another wicket here, but the fielder couldn't quite climb the ladder. Yeah, so I'm going to call it out. Shame on Connoisseur Ice Cream for not continuing Chocolate Obsession when it was definitely the best flavour. Getting a bit too funky now with some of the new flavours. Hashtag bring back Chocolate Obsession. Rules forgiven. I've seen some online petitions, like I said. Last ball, the power play. Might be a wide. Perhaps a bit too much to the tram line. Bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly from Rathugumaga here. Let's go 1 for 29. Yeah, so search the world trying to find Chocolate Obsession ice cream. You can't. There is a slight difference between ice cream and gelato, of course. Gelato, traditional here in Italy, and Bologna is actually the home of gelato. We won't get to the Bologna ground this year on ECN, but hopefully we'll get there soon. Very nice ground at Pianoro, in fact. As we get to the end of the power play, the score is 49 for 3. Look at the power play there. Decent building blocks to get this innings going. Removed Nico Fernando, but he also got some more issues here. Jay Wadena looks like he wants to finish the series with a bang. His last opportunity. Oh, Kroom. He's always coming up with a research. He's come up with a list, which I'm going to check out. Ranking the 32 ice cream flavours, or ranking 32 ice cream flavours from worst to best. All right. Well, buckle up, Kroom. Let's go for it. These are only my personal opinions, by the way, obviously. Well, flicked away, and it's going to get into the gap as well. Joe Adina continues on his merry way. Brings up the 50 for Kent Lanka with that shot. As 50 comes up off the first ball, the 4th. This is Costa Pata Badige Gihan, who is getting an opportunity. Also nice to see Casalina able to try a new player. He doesn't have the greatest first ball, but I like that he's got a pretty interesting action, pretty slingy. Again, like so many cricketers that have come from the softball type of the game, they like round the wicket. They seem to really, really like round the wicket to the right-handers. He's going to continue even to left-hander. So yeah, these are 32 common flavors ranked, okay? Let's dive into it. Takiri Adura. First, we'll see how he handles Gihan. Ooh, good ball. He's going to pick up here, Gihan. Just a single though. Takiri Adura able to get some bat on it. Chocolate Chip comes in dead last at 32. Interesting, but maybe that's because chocolate chip cookie dough is on the list as well. And then that makes sense to me. If you're in a cookie doughless world, I think choc chip would rate a lot higher, but I agree. Why have choc chip if you've got choc chip cookie dough as an alternative? Slung in, and Wadena will find the sweeper on the boundary, just a single. All right, 31, green tea. Agree. I don't mind green tea, the drink, but I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of it. It might have something to do with the fact that when I was in Japan as an exchange student back when I was around 14, every ceremony we went, there was so much green tea. As Takiri Adura runs at this, and he'll get 4, bounces over the fence. Gihan's pace being turned on him a little bit there. Can they continue their good start? You can see why I like his action here, Gihan. Takiri Adura able to free the arms and whack it. Yeah, so we went and had various welcoming ceremonies, and every single one of them we had to have green tea, and I suppose that's why for me it's kind of put me off a little bit. Ooh, Takiri Adura. Like Shaminda before him, dealing with a ball that bites in viciously towards him. I like that from Gihan though. He'll get another over, I'm pretty sure about that at some point. As we get to the end of 4, and the score is 61 for 2. Okay, so, yeah, also known as matcha. Yeah, I know that. Matcha ice cream, they call it. Okay, waffle cone. How is that? Oh, so there's waffle cone ice cream. I think that's a furphy. Like, do you like a cone or not? Sometimes. Depends how likely how quickly I'm intending to eat it. Because everyone knows if the cone gets soggy, or you're a bit slow, you get distracted, and suddenly you got drips. And nobody wants that. All right, 29, rainbow sherbet. All right. Oh, it's apparently it's a take on sorbet, so it's like sherbet, like sherbet sorbet. Interesting. Isn't quite ice cream, but isn't quite sorbet. I'd try that. I'd try rainbow sherbet. Pretty sweet. Okay, 28, Rocky Road. Yeah, don't mind it, but I can understand why it's in the bottom few. Kareem, thank you for keeping me company in this innings. Certainly getting a lot of traction out of this list. So Rocky Road, yeah, I'd turn it down, but I wouldn't say it's in my top 10. I suppose there's just a lot going on with the Rocky Road. I can't really decide what it is. I think it has a bit of an identity crisis. Okay, number 27 is just peppermint. So not mint chocolate chip, just peppermint. It generally comes out around the holiday season. Just peppermint as ice cream. You just could just suck on a bunch of mints if you really wanted peppermint, couldn't you? Well, it's going to be a little edge, flying away, and flies past the fielder. Takiri Adura gets another boundary. 4 more to Kent Lanka. Okay, moving right along, coconut. Don't mind coconut, but I feel like I don't think it carries its own weight as a flavour in itself. Got Elza in my ear saying just plain chocolate. Just plain chocolate, Elza? Or just chocolate, she's saying. How dark are we talking? We're talking like triple chocolate or death by chocolate. Milk chocolate with some dark chocolate, maybe. Would you want chocolate chips in that, Elza? You're only hearing one side of this conversation, but she says, yes, yes, please. All right, so we're moving on from coconut. We're up to number 25 on the list. Mocha almond fudge. This is where I start getting controversial because the coffee flavours, I'm just not a huge fan of them, even though I like coffee. Oh, that's Takiri Adura copping one. Again, worth the investment to wear a helmet. Otherwise, he's getting a free trip in the back of an ambulance and maybe not a free one. Goodness sake, I really got that one to jump. It's a bouncy pitch. So number 25, Mocha Almond Fudge. More of an adult flavour, maybe. I'm not mature enough to handle it. Number 24, Cherry. I think they're just checking out Takiri Adura to make sure he's all right. What's your name? Spell your name. Actually, for some of these Sri Lankan players, spelling your name is probably not a fair concussion test, is it? But he seems fine. Again, the helmet does its job. And now he might not last a lot longer. Bermuda Triangle forming and a very good catch. That is Ramesh Madurawalagi, who had to really get on his bike there to get in. So, well, Takiri Adura gets knocked out and then he's just out. And last ball of the fifth, as Gunasekara comes up with a good over in over number 5, finishes with a wicket. The score is 67 for 3 at the halfway mark. And, well, take a quick break from ice cream chat, ranking chat. Let's roll the dice for the last time today. Okay, we've got Group A, Team 6, Greece. Okay, let's talk Greece. Greece, they won the ECI in Bulgaria earlier in the year. They've got a very experienced captain who doesn't seem to be aging in Mohammad Aslam. They've got some really good native Greek talent in there. They're a very good fielding side. I think they put a lot of emphasis on their fielding. I think they'll be a team to watch in Group A. We also saw them playing in the Czech version of the ECI, which means they have a bit of history this year with Czechia. Sinan Khan is a player to watch as well from Greece. Watch out for him. Scored 100 earlier in the year in a 10-over international. And bowls thunderbolts as well. Next ball's called wide. All right, we're back. Cherry ice cream, 24. That includes all kinds of cherry ice cream. Yeah, give me cherries, especially in the chocolate. Chocolate with a bit of cherry. I'm going to say yeah. Yeah, it's a yes from me. Next one. Can't say I can get on board. It's my lucky number 23 as well. As Gihan coming back for a second over. I like what he's brought to the table here. 23 is pumpkin. All right. And the first sentence in this article is you're probably wondering why pumpkin ice cream makes the list. And the answer is yes, article. That is what I'm thinking. I was swinging a miss. It's a bit of a trend. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Around October, especially in the US, they start pumping pumpkin stuff out because of Halloween. Mild flavour. Nah. Pumpkin, Elza? I don't think so. Well, this is going to get through the fielder. It's going to be 4. Kramanaka gets off the mark with a bit of help. Putting Ansalagi down there. It's a pretty good ball, full and straight-ish, maybe a little bit leg stump. Makes it to the rope. Elza says no to the pumpkin. She actually said another word before no, and I can't say it on air, but I got to say we agree on that, Elza. I think we should have an ice cream party at some point. We've talked about it. Now, Kroom's favourite comes at number 22. It's Neapolitan, which is just simply, it's like a flag of the world. Chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. I'm a big fan of Neapolitan. You see it creeping up in ice cream cakes. Thing is, people always leave the vanilla, don't they? When you get a tub of it, you're always left with the vanilla at the end. So Neapolitan, yeah, cool. 21 is maple walnut. Showing me again, this probably is an American list. Maple walnut. Yeah, it's all right. I think this is okay. Yeah, it's good umpiring again. Ehan won't take a wicket. He impresses us with his raw mechanics there. 6 overs down, 74 for 3. Okay, you know what the required rate is? It's 5 flavours and over because we're into the top 20. We've got 4 overs to go. 20 is salted caramel. Discuss. It's become more popular in recent years. And I'll say, yeah, salted caramel is a yes. I think Elsa likes it as well, our director. And I do like the little bit of salt in it. I think the salt makes it, rather than just a boring caramel. And in America, they call it caramel, which I always think is a bit strange. Anyway, Gunasakara, trying to add to his body count. Starts with a dot on Wickramanayake. It also says in Latvia they have one that has a cheesecake taste. I must say I've heard of that. I've heard of kind of like raspberry cheesecake as a flavour. And, you know, raspberry cheesecake or different types of cheesecake. Yeah, I could get on board with that. But number 19 is going to polarise the audience, I'm sure. Another swing and a miss from Wickramanayake. Number 19 is coffee. So, do you like coffee ice cream or not? The Trip just piping in about the pumpkin, going back to that. They started pushing it in August this year, so it won't be long till it'll be in July. Yeah, I get on board with it. Trip. It's an American thing. All right, goes on the hook this time. Fielder wants it. Fielder gets it. So Wickramanayake goes. Gunasakara does pick up another one. As we see, Castellin enjoying their cricket. That's Porotatagi's done some very good things in the series. Found himself in the right spot at the right time. Santa Gunasakara, yeah, just basically challenges the pull. Batter wasn't up to the challenge, and so it'll be a 4th wicket down in the 7th over at 74 for 4. So for me, coffee, not really. I mean, having said that, I do quite like an affogato, which is kind of like an espresso shot of vanilla ice cream. But coffee ice cream, nah. Not many people love it. Elsa said it's probably no. We need to actually get Elsa on the second microphone here. All right, 18 is just chocolate. That's coming at 18. So maybe there's some more specialty flavours to come, but chocolate's a classic, isn't it? Pereira comes in at 6 and blocks the first one out. Yeah, chocolate. I mean, obviously I like chocolate. Maybe it's not the most exciting. Strawberry at 17, probably similarly. You don't mind strawberry. It's not that fancy. I'll do the job for you. 16, butter pecan. Okay. Like butter pecan. Pecan's a nut. Butter, you should know what that is. It's like not peanut butter, but butter. So it's saying butter pecan ice cream is one of those flavours that just makes sense. Well, not to everyone. This is definitely a North American article. Because their butter and ice cream are basically two sides of the same coin. Yeah. Well, okay. If you thought that was confusing, number 15 is going to do your head in. Right? It's his leg side, but finds the field. End of the 7th over. Pereira's off the mark. He'll retain the strike. 7 overs to go. We're keeping up with the rate because we did get through 5 flavours that over. Top 15 to come. But also to come is finals Friday tomorrow. 2 versus 3, 1 versus 4, the format. Straight shootout now between the top 4 sides. Royal Roma will take on Rome Bangla Morning Sun in the first semi-final, and then Roma CC versus Asian Latina. It's a rematch of some really spicy matches from day 1 and day 2. Last matches of the day in that second semi-final. Join us tomorrow for the finals of this Rome edition of the ECS, starting 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 in India. And a lot of people agreeing with me about the coffee ice cream as well. It's nice to be popular, but I don't mind dissenting opinions. Oh. Martin's on our crew said pecans is his favourite pecan ice cream. Okay, but here we go. We've got to keep up with the rate. 15 is moose tracks. Moose like the animal, tracks like footsteps that are left on the dirt. Moose tracks. I've never heard of this. There's Madura Balagi getting a bowl. It's hit down the ground. Should just be a single. So the first sentence says moose tracks has become a well-known flavour. Not to me. It's actually a flavour of fudge developed by a certain company, and then they decided to try adding chunks of the fudge, as well as some peanut butter cups to classic vanilla ice cream. So now it's just called Moose Tracks. Well, I'd try that. I would. Peanut butter, some sort of fudge, rich, salty, and dark chocolatey. Okay. This is just a bit of a skipper. Joe Wardner won himself at the wrong end as far as he's concerned on 32. Okay, controversy here at number 14 because Mint Chip or Mint Choc Chip has not made the top 10 of this list. And a lot of people say it's their favourite. Just going to quickly fall behind the rate as I address a couple of questions. Binge Watcher saying, Vinny, have you tried pumpkin milkshake? No, and I don't want to. No, thank you. All right, that's all I'm going to say about that. End of conversation. Josh Sayers with a random question. What am I looking forward to the most as we start the ECC next week? Well, I'll come back to that at the end of the over, Josh. Hit down the ground. Take on one. Jay wouldn't have liked Saudi every second, but he's not going to go for it. Just the one then. Well, controversy is Elsa says she likes pumpkin spice latte. Wow. I mean, I guess enough people do. They keep trotting it out. Agree to disagree there, Elsa. Yeah, so Mint Chip at 14. And we already said I like that one. 13 is chocolate marshmallow. Sounds good, but how did it rate more than... Yeah, I guess it sounds good. This is lifted up. Leg side. Has to deal with the bounce. Again, they only get one. Done a good holding job here, haven't they? Casalina. End of the over. And we're in trouble here because we're falling behind the rate. It's 80 for 4 after 8. Okay, chocolate marshmallow. I'm going to say it's a yes. I suppose it rates above chocolate because it's got marshmallow in it. Peach comes in at 12. I know Danny was talking peach. Yeah, I could get behind peach. Pistachio at 11. Well, this top 10 is going to have to be good because pistachio, a lot of people like pistachio, especially if it's got some little bits in it. I do see that fairly often. French vanilla comes in at 10. Yeah. All right, we're going to go to the top 10 then as we hit the 9th over. We're up with the rate, 5 flavours and over. Protatagi to close out his last over of the tournament. Push and run, and they will get the single. Go back to what you're saying, Josh. You know what I'm looking forward to the most? Probably the finals days. I think the fact you get 2 finals days a week in the ECC. And you just normally have to wait 2 weeks for a finals day on ECN. You'll get finals days on Wednesdays and Saturdays through the first 3 weeks. And then, of course, championship week will be a big finals Friday to decide who has the trophy. So, Josh, that's what I'm looking forward to most in the ECC. I have to wear my sparkly shoes again. I've been dusting those off in the background. French vanilla is different from regular vanilla because it's got a slightly different composition. I'd say it's lucky to make the top 10 though, isn't it? Oh, short and hooked nicely. That's going to go miles. What a shot by Joe Wadena as Protatagi tries him out upstairs. Joe Wadena has the answer. Ball's still moving. But he's just had hardly any of the strike. He's basically faced 2 balls and over on average so far in this innings. Top 10 time Spumoni. I've never heard of it. What is it? Apparently it's a bit of chocolate, cherry and pistachio bases scattered with almonds and mixed candied fruits. Okay, I can see why it's on the list. And meanwhile, Jay Wadena is going to go back to the well. And he puts that pretty close to the first one. Maximo! A bit of a reality check here for the bowlers who've done so well to keep it down. Ken Lanka climbing towards 100. All right, so Spumoni. All right. There's a few things I want to try actually after this. Now, raspberry comes in at 8. Wow, what do you think about that? Raspberry getting over strawberry. This hit. What 2 here? They should at least try. They will. They'll go the long way. And smart running from Jay Wadena. Test him out with a longer throw. Try to gun him down. It's a pretty good effort actually by Umayunga to at least block this. Wasn't a great throw. Back to him. Only ever goes about 30 metres. And then you can see that direct hit would have been out. just pulled the keeper to the side. So raspberry. Okay, I'm going to like raspberry, yes. Okay, chocolate chip cookie dough number 7. And this was probably my favourite, I said. It's made the top 10. Yeah, Woodina swings miss at this one. I mean, can't say enough good things about that. Gotta love the saltiness of the cookie dough when they get that right. It was only invented in 1984. Seems like someone's just made a mistake and it's turned out so well that it's become a thing. Double fudge brownie at number 6. What's not to love, it says. And I've got to say I agree with that. Very chocolatey. I can say it's got bits in it as well, I think. I like that one. Oh, French cut. It's going to beat the field up and it's going to run away for 4. So Jay Wadena brings up his 50. Probably not the most convincing shot, but... And, well, he's enjoying himself out there. He's a very good player. And we've seen him in patches. And if you're going to celebrate a 50th European Cricket Series, this is a good way to do it. He's giving it the old nunchuck celebration. Also, it's the end of the 9th over. The score 99 for 4. Top 5 people. Here we go. And Kroom saying it's a very American list with raspberry that high. Agree, but you gave me the list, Kroom. Let's just remember that. Maduro-Walagi probably should get the last one here, you'd imagine, as he's only gone for 5. Good as Sacred, 2 for 7. What a standout. All right, top 5. Cake batter comes in at number 5. This sounds super sweet. So cake batter, it looks like bubblegum ice cream to me. But cake batter, okay. Don't really know how to treat that one. Well, interesting that they're not going back to who we thought might bowl the last over in Maduro-Walagi. Well, probably because, yeah, they just want to give someone else a go. So Hasham Mudian Salagi gets an opportunity. I don't mind that, I suppose, given the situation of the tournament. 4 flavours to go, people. 5 balls to go. Number 4 is cookies and cream. Controversy for me that ranks higher than choc chip cookie dough. Oh. Well, maybe that's worth going, but Joe Wadena wants to keep the strike. Gets that right off the end of the bat. So I just think that cookies and cream's a good flavour, but I just think I like the chunks of the dough. So I'm a bit surprised it comes in at number 4. Not saying anything against it. Now, number 3 is peanut butter. Ooh, what do we think about that? I mean, I can see it getting top 10, but top 3? Elsa likes it. She says, yeah, peanut butter, good. All right. There's also some chopped peanut butter ones. Shot. Really good shot. Blasted over cover, 6 runs. New ball. Maximo. Jay Wadena might have not got the last one in the middle, but this one was absolutely smashed. So I've got to say, I really like the captaincy of Innings here. Could have easily bowled himself, but he's tried 6 other bowlers just to try and build their skill set and their experience. Okay, peanut butter, that's a win. Ooh, 2, sounds very European. Dulce de leche. Smashed again into the 60s. Jay Wadena climbs into this one. That has disappeared. Maximo, probably the 3rd ball he's put down there as well. Yeah, so Dulce de leche, I've got to say, maybe I don't have the acquired palate, but I've seen it, I've tried it. But yeah, it's kind of similar to salted caramel, but classier. Number 1, vanilla bean. Nah, can't get on board with vanilla bean number 1. Vanilla bean, I suppose it's not quite vanilla. This is also whacked as it cracks into the fence. 4 runs, Jay Wadena at 67. We'll have to come back to this now because we haven't found number 1. Now, it's the 3rd way to get the vanilla flavour alongside regular vanilla and French vanilla. It's different because it's doesn't only involve vanilla extract, but also the signature dark flecks of greatness that are scraped off a small and very expensive vanilla bean pod. You know it's vanilla bean when you see the freckles. Unpopular number 1 for me. You can't have vanilla of any form at number 1. Give us your thoughts during the break. Here's the last ball. It's a dot. They'll try for a bye. I wish he threw it because then it might have ended up in 3 or 4 byes. But Umiyanga's too smart for that. He says, yep, I'll eat the 1 run. Now we got to chase him. Kent Lanka, they're going to finish 117 for 4. I'm going to say Jay Wadena can certainly walk away with his head held high from this tournament, even though he's not able to bat his team into the Thor. He finishes with 67 off 25, and when he could catch up on some strike, he certainly made the opposition pay. Let's have a look at the first half of match 56. Nico Fernando with the 6. But it was 6 and out for Nico. In the sense he brought up his 100. And then this one, I'll give him 4 in the end. Maybe because it was just obscured by the body. And then Shaminda, well, he was able to get some magic spray, and let's just hope the feeling comes back at some point. But then he found himself feeling something, and it was pretty negative, I think, as no one likes to finish their tournament by getting run out. You could see that it bothered Jay Wadena as well, who felt responsible for that, but then he kind of shook it off. We saw Castellina taking a couple of good catches in here as well, and they seem to have done a good job in just restricting it, and maybe looked like they'd be chasing around 90 or 100, maybe something that was in their possibilities. And Jay Warden got to another 50, caught up at the end. Here's the issue, they went 80 after 8, but then bang, bang, 19, 18 off the last 2 overs. In fact, there were 19 and 18 off the first 2, there were 19 and 18 off the last 2. So they had this really good period in the middle where Gunasekara, Gihan and Madura Walagi were able to restrict Kent Lanka to 19 off the 4 overs in the middle, but it was the overs around that cost him. Jay Wadena, excellent work from him. He ends up 67 off 26, and apart from that, didn't have a lot of help. Takiri Adura contributed 15. No one else able to get double figures. As far as the bowling went, like I said, credit to Indika Sen. He could have easily bowled himself 2 overs, but he gave 6 others a chance. I like Gihan. I really like his action. I'd like to see a bit more of him potentially in the future in the European Cricket Series. Gunasekara, though, was a standout, wasn't he? 2 for 7 of his 2. Rathagamage was a bit all over the shop, but did pick up the big wicket of Nico Fernando earlier in the innings. Madura Walagi, again, good effort from him in his only over that he was able to bowl. We'll take a quick break, back soon, and we'll see if Castellina can finish with a bang. 118 required for them if they are going to come through. And coincidentally, 118 is their best score in the series. So we'll see if they can compete with Kent Lanka when we return for the last innings of the day. More food chat on the way as well. Maybe some more random questions. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Winding up day 11. After this, in Rome, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. And we are getting ready for the last innings of the group stage. It's been a long journey to get here. Match 56 in progress. And Castellina searching for 118 runs. Have to equal their top score of the series if they're going to do this. And I'll be searching for their second win of this tournament. Any sound to hear, Mr. Maximo, with you for the European Cricket Network, as we've put a bit of groundwork into to essentially work out a way that we can award the ECC teams with ice cream flavours. It's been pretty fun, actually. But right now, Indica sends all business. We didn't see him bowling in this game. He'll be wanting to put in a good result. Maybe he can play the kind of innings that can get his team to victory. Yeah, so I tried to do a bit of a formula of how to do that, but I got it wrong the first time because number one is 6 groups, not 7. Well, I wasn't really doing a great job paying attention, but now worked out. So Kroom, Kevin in England, he's now taking responsibility for that. All right, so Indica sends out there, Rathagamagay's there. Let's see what happens now. We already know that Gibraltar, they get chopped chip ice cream because unfortunately they're not able to take part. But that's a pretty good consolation prize. So we get going in the chase. Indica just pushes and runs first ball. So I feel sorry for whoever comes in 5th place in Group 8 because they're going to get green tea ice cream, which is pretty rough. But Nico Fernando is opening up. He's been a bit of a hybrid bowler in this tournament. What about his 99? Not out earlier. Quite remarkable. And then we see a big swing and a miss. Mr. Castellina, I suppose in a way you always want to win your last game. It's no different for these teams, I'm sure. Rathagamagay getting a chance to open the batting here. And yeah, got to say, I've really enjoyed watching the development of Castellina. Not easy, I mean, obviously they're just not as experienced, but a bit like, you know, Gozo in Malta, for example. Don't really want to judge them first time. Got to say, I really like the bowling of Costa Gihan in the first innings. First time we've had a chance to look at him. And so I think they'll be better for the run. Hopefully, hope they stick with their cricket and continue to try and develop their skills in the hard ball game. And a lot of them play the soft ball game. But yeah, getting into organised cricket, I think, is what it's all about. Grows the game on the continent. This one will be a wide. Doesn't really come back for Nico this time. Pretty good ball, squares him up a little bit. They decide to run the last minute. Turns out okay, but only just. Yeah, you can't eat too many dot balls up here. I think that's pretty clear. It's good delivery. Yeah, captain to captain stuff here. Nico gets that one past the outside edge. Nico does get some bat on this, gets into the gap, and that'll run away for 4 runs. It just kind of perfectly went between 2 infielders, then 2 outfielders. So badly needed boundary there. Just try and kick Castellina along. Into the first over. The score is 8 without loss. So I know a lot of people keep an eye on the golden ball counter, as things are getting pretty serious now, aren't they? And there we go. 3, 2, 5. Finals day be a perfect time for it to go off. No doubt about that. Stay tuned. And, surely we're not hitting the 400 again. 405 is the all-time record. And if we do overhaul that, it will be during the ECC. I think it'll be, I can be really specific with you if you like. If we don't have a golden ball, and it continues on like this, we'll go 406 will be loading. Wait for this ball from Krunanaka, who's been pretty good today. Goes pretty close to the stumps. 406 will be the first game of Group E finals day. Well, there you go. So we'll hit 405 at the end of group matches for Group E. So Group E finals day on the 11th of October. So that's where we're getting to now. Within 3 weeks, we could have a new golden ball drought record. Kamagate pushes, sneaks through for a run. And whoever finishes in 19th, third in Group A is going to get coffee ice cream. Cream. I'm also making a note of it because we'll try and remember that. Bit of an ice cream theme. So you never know where random questions will take you. Well, he doesn't really commit to this, but he gets an edge in a good area. And that is going to go for, well, no. I can tell you right now, no one's seen that. And that includes me. So I think they'll have to stick with the on-field call. Because it was a funny one. It kind of looked like it would go to the left. But, yeah, they're going to have to make some sort of call here. So, man, go for 4 runs. Makes sense. There's one in the first innings that was a little bit controversial as well. It looked like it went for 6. It was only given 4. And Indica plays inside this one. Can they just keep this game alive? I feel like there's a lot on Indica Sen if they're going to do this. He'd like to finish with a good performance. Started with 2 ducks. Got a 3rd duck in the last game. And this is probably a good example. The more you play on TV, even someone that's as experienced as Indica, you'd be able to see exactly where he's going wrong here. Just look at the way his feet go outside the leg stump. And it's the ball, if you just stand still, it'll probably smash it. How do you counter that? Probably just practice. Or start a long way outside the off stump. If you really can't shake the habit, you've got to get a little bit creative. Oh, well, this is another one. This time the keeper's after it. And it's going to plug. A 1 hand, 1 bounce. As he grabs it. Into cut. Again, it's going to be a top edge. That one was more high and didn't travel as far. He'll retain the strike as Castellina are 14 without loss after 2. There's the table, and we won't have any more movement, except if it's potentially Kent Laker could slip into 6th or even 7th if they lost badly, but doesn't look like it. That'll be the case right now. Castellina obviously are going to finish 8th. I just hope they've had a good experience here and not too disheartened with the result. I think they've competed at times, but putting a whole game together has been a bit of a struggle for them. Good delivery. Nico continues the captain-on-captain attack. On the stumps and respected. Well, sneak through again. Sneaky is probably the word I'd say at the moment. Getting a lot of big hits away. That would have been pretty tight, actually. Yeah, takes it on, gets into the gap. It should run away for 4, and it does. Nice shot. That's exactly what Rathagamage needs to be trying to do. Can't wait for Indica to do everything. I like that he goes, in baseball they'd say the other way, goes through the offside. An easy shot, but he executes it pretty well. Nicely done. Oh, now just jumps out of the way of this one, bounces straight over middle stump. Get some bat on this. Doesn't go too far. And Warden is thinking of something fancy. Decides the smart thing to do is to hold on to it. And he's probably right there. Again, a bit of small ball here. Whoa. Well, they're going to take it on. Well, maybe it's a bit of inexperience. I wouldn't normally take this one on. I suppose thrower beware. Now, I just want to know, if that had hit the stumps, he would have been out because he took off from well outside. So, well, if you're going to hit me, that's fine. I'm going to take an extra run. Opposing 10 over cricket. All's fair and love and running. And it takes us to the end of the over. 22 without loss after 3. So, okay, more or less at the rate so far. Just a couple behind. Can Castellina hang in there? Fernando bowls out, doesn't take a wicket. Number 16 for him. And we'll get another Fernando out there. Cheyenne Fernando, as we see the horses going past. See Cheyenne out there, caught a wide. The harsh one there. And now they're going to take an extra one. Well, that's real cheeky. I suppose the other issue is I think it's a tough call, to be fair. I wonder if, yeah, if you're in doubt, you'd probably say the ball's alive, but I don't think the keeper's intending to continue the play there. Bit opportunistic. I think Castellina probably need to run however they can get, as discussed already. Yeah, well, you see it all here on the European Cricket Network, as already discussed. absolutely zinged him in the back of the head. I'm so happy he's wearing a helmet there. There's some real pace there from Fernando, but have a look at this. Oh, actually might have just actually knocked the knob off the helmet. I need to check that out. It's actually knocked the little screw that you tighten your helmet with. Just have a look at it fly off. See it? Little knob there. It's white. And now it's not attached to the helmet anymore. Helmet does its job. Indicat shakes it off. Faces up again. That's the bouncer for the over. Yeah, pitched up. Helmets have saved so many injuries in this tournament, maybe more than any I've ever seen. And I'm just so thankful that Indica's elected to wear the helmet. Yeah, they're lifesavers, literally. Good paces again, so now almost getting another overthrow. Only on the European Cricket Network, folks. When you see this kind of action. And the good news is, for everyone playing along at home, I've completed a spreadsheet of ice cream flavours for the ECC, so you can rest easy. This might be a no ball, you know. We'll see what it looks like here. Short-ish. Just have feeling this is above the shoulder. Oh, no, it's not. Not quite. Good call by the officials. Now, big swing and a miss. That's get him through, doesn't he, Sean Fernando? Just a little bit too wide and will be called. Also kept things pretty quiet, hasn't he, Cheyenne? He's enjoying himself out there. Cheyenne still a youngster. In fact, he's only 16 years of age, so really battle of young versus old there. Really rocked the headgear of Indica Sen. Yeah, I like the elements that this youngster's got. And a big swing and a miss, and a very tight over. Yeah, from Cheyenne Fernando. Into 4, scores 26 without loss. Yeah, you let us know what you're up to, what you plan to do, perhaps, as we look in and we're seeing a run chase. It's kind of going off the rails slightly. Got a new over, and it's going to be whacked away, but it's towards the fielder, and takes a fantastic catch out there. Well, I've got to say, some of the fielding has been outstanding today, and that's the Mira Pereira out there. He's got a good pair of hands. Really did a wonderful job to catch up with that one. Had to take it and rolled. And that is the end of Interruption. And last we'll see of him in this tournament. Got to say though, big respect for Indica. Hasn't been an easy job trying to bring Castellina together. Such an inexperienced side. He can be very proud of his efforts. New bowler, a new batter I should say, is Umayanga. He's had a pretty good series as well. Yeah, it's funny what people are made of these European cricket series, that's for sure. Umayanga has stepped up. He's been a kind of leader in the team, to be honest. Umayanga himself has also provided some experience. As this is cracked away, and it's going to be 4. It's a good start for him. I was going to say, does have some previous experience for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. He's played 10 matches before this series, but he was a bit of a bit part player when we've seen him before. He's had to step up as kind of a senior player, like I said. He's guy's 28 years of age, Ravida Umayanga. Now he's going to get more runs, and that one's going to go all the way. Maximo. Really good strike, that one. Lifted up and out of here. And you can see there, Castellina, maybe they believe, and maybe they should believe. Now a miss. So Mukti is certainly an entertainer. If you don't know what he's up to, he normally likes to do some sort of acrobatics. And from my mind, we haven't seen him bowling enough. Seen a couple of the old flips, and yeah, he's probably planning to throw a few more in for us. If he can break through here. But instead, a ball that would have been a wide has edged away for 4. Umayanga continues to fight to keep his side in the game. So, Umayanga. Whoa. Was pretty close to getting castled here. That's the end of the 5th over. Left themselves a lot to do here. Castellina end of 5. It's 40 for 1. Hello to Dave B, and he enjoyed that catch. Hello to Trip as well once again. And a reminder that the cricket will keep on coming. Tomorrow is basically 3 months to the end of the season. We go all the way through almost Christmas, 22nd of December. Do you know a lot of places in Europe actually celebrate Christmas on the 24th rather than the 25th that you would associate in a lot of countries? Then you've got other places, they might celebrate it as late as, I think, January 6th. But 22nd of December, put that in your diaries. Most likely have a 4-week break. And by 4, I mean 3. Because I think we're planning to start the season on the 15th of January. So I suppose that would be 3 weeks off. The week that starts Christmas, which is the 25th, and the week that starts the 1st of January, and then the week that starts the 8th of January. So we're pretty much talking 49-week season, 3 weeks off at the end of the year. Swing and a miss. Sean Fernando is going to continue bowling thunderbolts. Yeah, so a few people trying to catch up, including Dave B. Yeah, I've now created the spreadsheet, and so you can, we used the list of top 32 ice cream flavours, and we've ranked Well, they were ranked for us. Very kind of North American list, but we'll give ice cream flavours theoretically to the countries as they place in the ECC. It's straight, bit of work for Nishan Shaminda. Well, hopefully Shaminda has recovered from a couple of the bruises and the broken heart that he got when he was run out in the first half of this game. So Ratnaka feeling a bit upset that Katnaka won't qualify, but I suppose 14 matches, you can't really complain too much. They've had a good run, they're just going to fall just short. They'd love to finish with a win though. Shane Fernando. Hard to believe he's only 16 years of age, isn't it? But this one is a bit of a reality check as Umiyanga picks him up and says, still getting there, young boy. And he puts him back over his head for 6, deep in the crease. Hits it straight. I think that was key to that shot. Maximo! Yeah, Dave saying, yeah, the 24th is the Beformas party before Christmas, yeah. A lot of places, that's when they'll exchange gifts. Got to say, I wish I knew that when I was a kid. I would have been telling my parents, hey, 24th, time for me to open the presents. And Younger almost departs stage left as he swings around this one. All right, so that's enough ice cream chat for now. Castellino, I think, just falling off the pace now. So it looks to me like Kent Lanka are going to nail down 5th place in the end. And look, they can be very proud of their efforts. They're going to finish past Gladiatori and Capinelli as well. 2 pretty good cricket clubs. Short cutaway, they had the field for that, but they'd better be over the fence to be any chance. Umiyanga to 26. He's enjoying his time out there, taking a few chances, but that's the name of the game, isn't it? Just checking this out. His top score in this series, Umiyanga is 34 against Royal Roma. He's creeping up on that now, and he's doing it quickly, isn't he? Fernando, I think, just getting a bit carried away with the short stuff. Big swing and a miss. Oh, Umiyanga this time. Sometimes he hits him, sometimes he don't, but he's still there. The 50s come up during the over as well. It's a 53 for 1 after 6. Yeah, so what do you think? I know in Australia, when you had the Melbourne Cup, which is kind of the biggest horse race, you'd have what's called a Melbourne Cup sweep. People would basically draw numbers out of a hat, or somehow that'd be their horse in the race. They wouldn't really choose it. Maybe someone should organise a YouTube chat ECC sweep. If you get 32 people together, maybe just for fun. Well, 31, I guess, with 31 nations. If you can organise that, then maybe I can put someone in charge of that. Kroom, you seem to be responsible at the moment. Why don't you start gathering? Let's try and get 31 people together by the weekend. You can send me the list of people, and then I'll allocate them teams. And I'll even do an Instagram live where I'll draw the teams out, just for fun. See how your team goes in the ECC. All right, so Kroom, I know you like to message me on social media, so I've got you in my inbox. If you tell me if you'd like to be part of the ECC sweep in the chat. Doesn't cost you anything, it's just for fun. No money, no nothing like that. I'll start a list. Let's get to 31 names. Lift it up and out of the ground. Nice shot by Umiyanga, who moves into the 30s. Nicely struck. So yeah, I realise I've somehow created more work for myself. I might even do that. If we can do it by tomorrow in the break, I could even do that tomorrow, or I could do it Sunday, the day before. We can organise a time to get some of our super fans in and get the sweep going for the ECC. Straight down the ground. Tell you what, you know what I'll do? As we have a tight one for second. He's almost run out the other end. I think he's made it, but we'll have to have a look. I don't think it was even meant to go to that end. You see Jay Waters saying, yeah, I peeled hard, but secretly I don't think it's out. Let's have a look at it here. Did well to get it. Oh, where's the batter? Oh, safe. Quick hands, couldn't have been any quicker. It's yeah, both ends were in play then, weren't they? Okay, Dave obviously doesn't get the game yet because he says, okay, he's England, but you don't get to choose. I'm going to draw at random what country you are, okay? This is going on my list as well. I'm going to call this the ECN fan sweep. As this is lifted up and it won't quite carry. So we're looking for 31 people. And yeah, I'll even throw in, tell you what I'll do. I'll get an ECN shirt. I'll sign it by the commentators and I'll post out to the winner. As we see Nico Fernando taking a catch. He just crept around a little bit to his right there. And so Rathagamage, his innings is going to come to an end for 9. Nico with a nice catch. And Nico Fernando, here you go. Well, I'll try and get you live on the camera here, Nico, in a minute. Because Nico he's part of our YouTube chat. So Nico, we're organising a bit of fun. Would you like to be in the ECC sweep? You draw a team at random and that's your country. And the winner gets a signed shirt from ECN. Thumbs up, you happy with that? Nico's in. In fact, Nico's number 1. So, but you don't, the thing with this, you don't get to choose your team. It'll be at random. So Nico Fernando, number 1. I'm going to put Kroom in there. I'm going to put Dave B in there. I'm going to put Tripp in there as well. I'll put Kitty in there. Keep the names coming. I'm going to put James Stewart in there. All right. Just throwing names in there. Who else would we like to be a part of our ECC sweep? As we get to the end of the 7th over, 63 for 2. Coming up tomorrow, though, before we even get to the ECC, we've got finals day here in Rome. Royal Roma taking on Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the first semi-final. Then Roma CC, who finished undefeated in 14 matches. Their streak is 17. And they could get to 19 with 2 wins tomorrow, but they're going to have to do it well if they're going to get past Asian Latina. They finished 4th, but they're probably better than a 4th place side, you'd say. A regular 4th place side. And then, of course, the winner of Royal Roma and Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Won't be an easy day for Roma CC at all. Join us 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India for more European Cricket Series. All right, we'll have to have Wayne in the sweep and Helix. In the air, and Joe Warner should catch this, and I was worried we were going to get a collision. Krunanaka comes back on though. He says, you know what, you got the gloves, and also you're travelling faster than me. So I think you should let me go out the way. I've added Wayne, Helix, Kaibe, Rob Thompson. Tell me who I'm forgetting. I'm just going top of my head here. Colin wants to be in it. Yes, Colin. 100% you can be in it. Colin in the chat. Now's the time if you want to be in it. All right. Can't promise you the shirt. I'll get you something though. Mandrake. Okay, yeah, Mandrake definitely should be in it. Agreed. I'm up to 12. I'm only going to put YouTube chatters in this. I'm not going to put any ECN staff or anything like that. John Gray, yes, of course. John Gray, Chris Smith, Helix, Wayne, Wazza. Yeah, Wazza's got to be in. Up to 15 now. I'm sure we'll fill it pretty quickly. Ooh, big swing and a miss. Udugumge comes out, swings all the way around that one. Yeah, Twilight is in. Josh Sayers, guess what? You're in. Josh Sayers watching with the USA. So we're up to 17. All right, I'll try and get you a gift or something if you win. I'll think of something. But it's not really about that. It's more just for fun. Tim Reedman. Yeah, Tim Reedman's got to be in. Put him in right now. All right, Jules, you got to be in. You've been sneaking around. Jules Udebridge. It's a nice way, I think, of saying thanks to some of our super fans. We'll keep collecting the names. We've got 12 spots left. That's come quickly. I'm sure there's a few people in the chat that haven't come in yet. I'll give you my full list so far. Okay. Couple to come. Madurawalagi just launches this. Nice shot. Really good shot over the fence and far away. A bit of fetch with the local custodians of the ground there. Maximo. Castellina still fighting hard to the end. Okay, so my list is Nico Fernando, then Kroom, Dave B, Tripp, Kitty, James Stewart, Wayne, Helix, Kai Bay, Rob Thompson, Colin, Mandrake, John Gray, Chris Smith, Wazza, Twilight, Josh Sayers, Tim Reedman, and Jules Udebridge. Yeah, so you haven't missed anything yet. End of the 8th over, 70 for 3. Kind of happy. Obviously, it gets a bit awkward once we start getting over 31. So it's kind of first in best dressed, I think. Also rewards our regular viewers. I'm sure ECC, because of the more platforms we have, probably have a fair few new people in the community, and I hope you welcome them in. We're a very open community and we enjoy doing what we do. Wow, fire still burning. Luckily it's not spreading. I think that is on purpose. Chaminda comes on now. Over number 9, 2 overs to go in the day. This is going to be fun. Hit down the ground and just be a single. Time for some highlights. Yeah, so I've picked up 19 at the moment. Well, I'm going to put Jeff Maguire in there as well, because I know he'll be in Carterman. I think he's fairly regular chatter as well. So I'll put Jeff Maguire in there as number 20. Oh, Kroom, read my mind. I just read your message. This one hit a little bit inside out. So we got 20. Yep, Northern Ireland Nick's in there. And regular Nick, if you want to call it that. So we've got 2 Nicks there. We're up to 22. Probably Ken's in there, KG1. He's in there. Up to 23. See how quickly it sneaks back. Yes, Simon must be in there. Agree. Simon the medic. 24. Now, if we're going to do that, I think we should probably have Maya in as well. Cricket Mania. Okay, so that's 25. Ooh, running out of spots, aren't we? We've got 6 open slots to get to the end of the 9th over, 74 for 3. It's been a fairly regular innings, hasn't it, for Castellina? They've averaged, I think, in the low 70s with the bat. And a bit like they might scrape to 80 here. Ken Lanka have shut them down. And Ken Lanka, look, they won't make the finals, but you realise this is a team that didn't have any wins the first time we saw them in 2021. They had 1 win last year. They're going to finish with 6 wins out of 14 matches this year. So you can see the improvement there. All right, I'm going to leave 6 slots there unless people pipe in now, and we'll probably finish them tomorrow. Okay. Looks like it'll be Danushka Takiri-Adura to bowl the next over. 44th last. We have had a 45 run over once. I don't think this will be one. And Relive swings through the first ball. Lily Panda, yes. How could we forget Lily Panda? She's in. We're up to 26 now. Oh, it could be gone. Well, it's the old running start, and actually, Madura Walagi, he's getting a walking start because he thinks he's out. Check this out. No Warner says, well, if you're walking, I'm walking. And can't see it there, but here we go. He's well out, isn't he, in the end? Well, if Lily Panda's in, then Liam Day's in. That's 27 we've got now. I'm going to throw in Matt Aravides from Perth. I know he's a big fan. So that's 28. All right. I knew this probably fill 50 spots if you really gave it some thought. As Portutagi will get a hit. He won't have that many balls to play with this time. Matt Aravides I put in at 28. Kai Bay, I put him in already. Lily Panda, yes, in. Let us know who should get the last 3 spots. Otherwise, I suppose we could start sharing them. That's the other thing. I don't mind sharing. 31 would be the perfect amount, wouldn't it? So, Castellina winding down. Both these teams will depart after this game. Well, they can be proud of their efforts. Again, it doesn't always show up on the scoreboard, but they've made immense sacrifices to be here. Prototagi will get a run here. We'll see if he gets another ball. 2 balls to go in the day. I'm kind of happy with 3 slots open for tomorrow. And yeah, okay, I think that I'll do the draw. I'll let you know. I'll let you know on the broadcast. Maybe we could do it Sunday. Maybe we could even do it Monday morning. Live from the commentary box. Oh, it's another one. There'll be another wicket for Takiri Adura. And we'll see this again. He's on the walk. And as he's walking, Jay Wadena is creeping. And yeah, that's another stumping. So 75 for 5. I'm going to say Michael Dowd should also get a spot. He's a big supporter of European cricket. And we've got James Stewart in there. Josh Sayers got him. Jules got him. Ramesh is actually playing for Romania, so I'm not going to put Ramesh Satheesan in there. But I got 29 at the moment. 29, okay? 2 more slots. And I'll do an Instagram live before the ECC starts. Maybe Monday morning. Monday morning might be hectic though. May even do it tomorrow in the break, okay? And we'll record it and we'll keep it on Instagram so people can watch it. Well, last ball of the day. Can Nico finish with a catch? He can. So what a nice way to end the day for Nico Fernando, who came about as close as you can get to 100 without actually scoring one, scoring 99 not out in a win. And Kent Lanka, they finished the day with another win. So a nice finish to their tournament. They're going to finish 6 and 8, just out of the 4 at Castellina. They'll just finish with a 1-13 record, but they do have a win to show from it, and 1 feels a lot better than none, I'm sure. Big thank you again to all the players. They've made sacrifices, travel sacrifices and time sacrifices to be here. But it is the top 4 tomorrow. Royal Roma versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the first semi-final. They finished 2nd and 3rd respectively. Roma CC undefeated in 17 games now on ECS Cricket, taking on Asian Latina in semi-final number 2. It all starts tomorrow, 7:15 a.m, 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India. Join us for finals day here in Rome. Over to the highlights though, and yeah, there's a little bit of fire both ways in this innings. We saw some short stuff. We saw Innings Break getting absolutely rocked there. Knocked his helmet into pieces, but he said, yeah, I'm fine. And yeah, the youngster really showing a turn of pace, Shane Fernando. Some good fielding there as well. We saw the catch at the end, but earlier that was a nice piece of work by Pereira to take a diving catch. We saw Shaminda having a pretty good day, mostly, although one was launched. This one was taken. Nico Fernando leading from the front. Kent Lanka, like I said, 6 wins. That's 5 more than they got last year and 6 more than they got the year before. So all you're looking for is improvement. I think Joe Wadena, obviously a very good player for Kent Lanka in there. And Joe Wadena sneaking in at the end with a couple. I've got Sam Downs in as number 30, so we're just waiting on number 31 now, aren't we? For the sweep. Unfortunately, we have to sweep the broom here as well in Rome as 8 becomes 4 after that ball from Nico Fernando. Nice catch at the end to finish things off. And Castellina, they finish pretty much par for the course, don't they? They finish with 75 off the 10 over. And so just the 5 extras. Not giving too many away there. A decent finish for Kent Lanka. But Umayunga, I liked his series. 35 or 13 for him. Indicasem with 14. No one else able to hit double figures. The odd shot in anger, but just the 5 extras. Kent Lanka not giving too much away. Pretty good bowling effort as a group. Takiri Udura absolutely cleaned up at the end. Thanks to Jay Wardner behind the stumps. He took 3 for 1. Singles for Karunanayaka as well as Vikmuthi and Shaminda. And I've got to say, yeah, big thank you to not only Kent Lanka, but also Castellina. And I've got to throw in Roma Gladiatori in there and Roma Capinelli, who haven't made it through to the next stage. But I just want to really acknowledge and say thank you to them for their contributions to the European Cricket Series. I think that a lot of people don't realise what it takes. These guys, they have jobs, they have lives, they're not professional cricketers. So to get out and obviously to make yourself available for 14 matches, it's a big effort. Right, so we had some interesting random chats there, didn't we? We had the random questions which turned into an ice cream chat ranking of flavours. And now we've got our sweeps. I'm gonna read these names out, okay? We've got Nico Fernando, Kroom, Dave B, Tripp, Kitty Hundley, James Stewart, Wayne Helix, Kai Bay, Rob Thompson, Colin Mandrake, John Gray, Chris Smith, Wazza, Twilight, Josh Sayers, Tim Reedman, Jules Udabridge, Jeff Maguire, NI Nick, KG1, Simon the Medic, Cricket Maya, Lily Panda, Liam Day, Matt Naravides, Michael Daub, and Sam Downs. I've got one more spot. John Tucker. Guess what? You've come in at the right time. John, of course, he's been lurking. John, you have our spot. There are 31 for now. If we have more, we can always add them to the list, but we're going to do a bit of an ECC sweep, so that's going to be fun as well. Right now, though, it's time for us to bow out, and I've got to say, big thank you to everyone, all the players, officials. Long day here, of course. Things are going to go up a notch tomorrow in intensity with finals Friday, then ECIs on Saturday and Sunday, and of course, 4 sleeps away from the ECC starting on Monday morning. Final shout out, if you haven't already, please go to our website, europeancricket.com. Check out the squads. They're slowly coming in. I know they're not complete, but they're almost complete. There might be a few late changes. If you haven't already, please like the video on YouTube and also subscribe to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Tell your family and friends about the European Cricket Network. And finally, our social media at European Cricket. That's the place to see some of the best bits of the day. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Nish, who hopefully had a great day off, and all of the European cricket sides, I hope you have a great night. Get set, get a good sleep, because things are going to go through the roof from here. It's finals, internationals, Euros of cricket. Join us tomorrow for more action live from the Roma Cricket Ground. Here's the best bits of day 11. I'll see you tomorrow for Finals Friday here on ECN. Hasta mañana.